Estella opens the suitcase. Her fingertips brush over the white lace garments. Is this all? Two maids pass by carrying baskets, their voices lowered in conversation. I heard she's being sent to the imperial capital as a hostage. I heard that emperor is incredibly cruel. What if she never comes back? Estella's purple eyes turn cold. As the first princess of the Blaze Kingdom, this is my fate. Hela pushes the door open, her blonde hair swaying in the light. Sister, it's almost time to depart. Is your luggage packed? Hela covers her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes full of mockery. Oh, wait, it's not like you have much to pack anyway, right? Estella picks up the suitcase. Someone is certainly in a hurry to get rid of me. Hela speaks up. How could you say that? I'm already starting to miss you, sister. Estella looks at her. Since you have nothing else to say, please leave. Hela spreads her hands with an air of hypocritical regret. I really wanted to help, but as the future crown princess, I had to come by personally. You understand what I mean, don't you? Estella's eyes fill with loathing. A vulgar person. The cursed princess, Estella Blaze. When she was born, a prophet issued a warning to the king of Blaze. A crow cawed 12 times. This princess, whose birth took her mother's life, must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, the kingdom of Blaze will fall. The king ignored the prophecy, but the rumors had already spread far and wide. Mobs ran through the streets, howling. From then on, Estella was imprisoned deep within the palace, never stepping foot outside the castle for her entire life. The coachman picks up the heavy suitcase. Are you sure this is all the luggage? Estella responds softly, let's go. She has finally left this castle, yet she is merely walking toward her death. Once, Estella knelt before the throne, pleading with her father to send an envoy to the Aspen Empire. The king of Blaze suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Shut up. Our Blaze kingdom will never reach out to those barbarians. Estella looked up. Many countries have already surrendered to the Aspen Empire. Please think twice. The king of Blaze pointed to the door. That has nothing to do with you. Get back to your room and don't show your face in public. Candles flickered in the dim palace as a guard stumbled into the hall. Your Majesty, the army of the Aspen Empire. That is attacking. What? Estella let out a sigh. See? I tried to warn him long ago. A knock sounded at the door. She turned her head as an attendant's voice came from outside. This is a letter from the Aspen Empire. His Majesty the King has ordered me to deliver it to you. Estella opened the envelope. The Blaze royalty must send a child to the Aspen Empire to show loyalty to the Emperor. I knew all along that father would hold out until the end, only to eventually yield. And I was destined to be the one sent away. Everything was as expected. Estella touched the lace at her neck. Her expression was calm, because this world is actually a novel I once read. 3 years ago, I lost my job and indulged in alcohol and sorrow. I had planned to resign anyway. I couldn't stay a moment longer in such a corrupt and unfair place. A wine bottle rolled away as my body fell heavily to the floor. After losing consciousness, that I woke up to find myself here. Estella sat up from the grand bed and looked around at the unfamiliar room. Where's this? At first, I thought it was just a dream. Why haven't I woken up yet? No matter how many times I tried to go back to sleep, I could never escape this dreamscape. Until I heard that name. A maid leaned down, her expression worried. Princess Estella, are you feeling unwell? I fell into complete despair. I'm Estella. This must be a dream. How did I end up reincarnated as this character? This is a male protagonist fantasy novel. The protagonist who unified the entire continent, Tariq. Tariq Winter, a cold-blooded tyrant, the ruthless emperor of the empire. Estella pined for him, only to be branded with treason and sentenced to death. I am just an insignificant supporting character. In the entire book, there are only 4 lines describing me. If I don't change the plot, I will eventually die at Tariq's hands. My only way out is to find the treasure hidden deep within the Aspen Imperial Palace, the Time Traveler's Hourglass. That artifact can turn back time. I must prepare a way out for myself, just in case. The carriage came to a stop. An attendant whispered from outside, "Princess, we have arrived." Estella stepped off the carriage in her high heels. To move freely within the palace, I must first get on Tariq's good side. Once I get the hourglass, I'll flee this place immediately. Nobles sat on both sides of a long table, their whispers rising and falling. Did they really send that cursed princess? The Blaze royalty even abandoned their own flesh and blood. What if her curse spreads to us? Estella pressed her hand to her forehead, weariness showing in her brow. Curse this, curse that. I'm really sick of hearing it. The Chamberlain announced loudly. His Majesty the Emperor arrives. Estella suddenly straightened her back, her pupils trembling slightly. Is this the protagonist of the novel? Tarek strode into the hall, his military boots making heavy thuds on the stone floor. His silver hair was neat and sharp, and his deep blue eyes held a bone-chilling coldness. A red sash crossed over his crisp military uniform. Estella held her breath. He is flawlessly handsome. Rosaria's eyes were filled with infatuation. It is a great honor to meet you, Your Majesty. Tarek thought his lips twitched into a contemptuous sneer. It seems you haven't heard about your father trying to kill me with poison. If you knew, you wouldn't be sitting here saying such pleasantries. Rosaria pulled her shoulders in, her face turning pale. Tycho pushed back his chair and stood up. I pay my respects to the son of Aspen. I am Prince Tycho of the Durand Kingdom. Estella watched him. Tycho Durand. I remember him. In the original plot, he was the first hostage to die. Tarek leaned back against his chair, resting his chin on one hand with a mocking smile. Ah, yes. I have a deep impression of the Durand Kingdom. Tycho smiled and spread his hands. It is only natural that you remember us. After all, we are quite prestigious. Tarek suddenly interrupted. You dare to swear loyalty to me first, then turned around and allied with other kingdoms behind my back. You tried to bury me alive, didn't you? Tycho clenched his fists and pressed them to his lips, cold sweat sliding down his face. Your Majesty, it wasn't like that. Tarek withdrew his smile. Since I invited you to the court, I should show some hospitality. Tycho bowed deeply, his voice trembling. Thank you so much. Your Majesty is truly merciful. Tarek raised his wine glass, his lips curving. In that case, enjoy this feast to your heart's content. The long table was filled with delicacies, lobsters and roasted meats emitting a savory aroma. The nobles began to eat, their praises rising. The northern cuisine lives up to its reputation. Every dish is delicious. Estella gripped her fork and knife, her fingertips trembling slightly. Her stomach was churning. She couldn't swallow a single bite. Am I the only one worried? The plot of the first chapter is about to begin. Tarek watched the dining crowd, his eyes cold. I'm gratified to see everyone eating so happily. But how can such an occasion be without fine wine? Tycho echoed him repeatedly with a fawning smile. Your Majesty is right. Fine wine is the soul of the banquet. Estella stared at his back. You fool. Deep red liquid was poured into the glasses, glinting with an eerie luster under the lights. That wine is poisoned, you idiot. Tarek stood up and raised his glass. Let us toast together. Estella stared fixedly at the wine in the glass, her breath hitching. According to the original plot of the novel, death is about to descend. Tarek gives the hostages poison wine and then uses the antidote to force their loyalty. This was a despicable tactic in the original work. I could refuse to drink, but others will lose their lives. I must win Tarek's favor, and I cannot just sit by and watch. Tycho raised his glass to his lips. Estella suddenly stood up with a cry. Wait, this wine. The smell doesn't seem right. Maybe it's spoiled. Why don't we drink something else? Estella gripped the edge of her glass tightly. Please, just go along with what I'm saying. Tycho burst into laughter and looked mockingly to his side. Your Majesty, this cursed princess must be insane. Estella closed her eyes, her heart filled with anxiety. You fool, you're about to lose your life. This wine really smells a bit strange. Tycho gave a disgusted TSK. It seems your sense of smell has been taken by the curse as well. Princess, are you insulting the fine wine personally bestowed by His Majesty? Tycho raised his glass. To prove my loyalty to His Majesty, I shall drink first. Tarek watched him coldly, his deep blue eyes showing no emotion. The wine glass slipped from his hand, shattering into crystalline fragments on the floor. Tycho suddenly clutched his throat, coughing violently. Blackish-red blood erupted from his mouth, splattering across the white tablecloth. Something's wrong with Prince Tycho. Someone help him. Could the wine really be spoiled? Tarek looked down at the chaotic banquet hall with an expressionless face. A bunch of fools. Did you really think I want to share a drink with you? I know every single one of you wants me dead. Tarek walked up to the twitching Tycho, his voice low and cold. That wasn't wine. It was poison. Boy, son, no. Estella suddenly rushed forward and reached out to firmly cover Tarek's mouth. Rosaria covered her mouth in terror, and the surrounding nobles gasped. The hall fell into a dead silence. Estella's pupils dilated, and cold sweat slid down her temples. What on earth am I doing? Tarek's gaze instantly turned dark and cold. He grabbed her wrist, his fingers tightening like iron pincers, and suddenly jerked her toward him. Estella lost her balance and was forced to lean against his chest, her hands pressed against his shoulders. Tarek lowered his voice, his tone carrying a dangerous chill. Princess Estella, what do you think you're doing? This wasn't in the plan. Estella's pupils trembled as she stared at the silver-haired man inches away. If I make one wrong move, I'll die a worse death than in the novel. Tarek gripped her wrist with incredible force. You have quite the nerve. Not only did you interrupt me, you even dare to cover my mouth. Estella's throat moved as she swallowed hard. She forced herself to calm down and leaned close to the man's ear, her breath brushing against his face. I know that you poison the wine, she whispered, her voice exceptionally firm. But I suggest you don't make this public to everyone. It's for your own future. A chill flashed through Tarek's eyes. He turned his head to stare at her, his gaze sharp as a blade. Estella did not back down, continuing to whisper in his ear. Now, please give Prince Tycho the treatment he needs. The long table was a mess of confusion as nobles whispered among themselves, their hushed discussions echoing in the hall. Is that cursed princess looking for death? She dared to treat his majesty like that. Tarek looked around the room, his voice bone-chillingly cold. Everyone get out. Rosaria's body jerked. The nobles, faces full of terror, scrambled to leave their seats. Tarek pointed at the collapsed Tycho. Hand him over to the doctors. Estella let out a long sigh of relief, her hand lightly brushing her chest. Luckily, he understood what I meant. I really thought I was a goner just now. A hand that suddenly landed on her shoulder. Estella jumped, spinning around. Why, yes, your majesty. Her shoulders shook as she pleaded incoherently. I'm sorry. Please, whatever you do, don't sentence me to death. Tarek tilted his head slightly. What nonsense are you babbling about? Estella stood frozen, her expression blank. Tarek stepped closer. Since you had the guts to order me around just now, the least you can do is give me a reasonable explanation. Tarek reached out and clicked the door lock. The metallic sound was sharp and piercing. Estella's back went stiff. Why lock the door? Tarek turned around. The palace is full of eavesdropping rats. It's better to be cautious. Tell me, how did you know the wine was poisoned? Estella lowered her gaze, avoiding that sharp look. I read many books growing up. Tarek gave a soft huff. Books? Reading was the only thing I could do. So I know that the smell and texture of wine change after being poisoned. Estella's lips curled into a bitter smile. The truth was that I read it in the original novel, but I can never say that. Tarek scrutinized her, the coldness in his eyes fading slightly. I always thought noble descendants were shallow fools. It seems you are an exception. Estella's fingertips trembled slightly. I know your goal in gathering the hostages tonight was because they haven't sworn loyalty to you yet. Poisoning them would only provide an excuse for rebellion. In the original plot, this action indeed enraged the kings of various countries, leading them to plan an assassination against Tarek. Tarek stepped forward, his boots thudding on the floor. Then, let me ask you a question. Estella instinctively backed away until her back hit the cold wall. Yes? Tarek leaned in close. You're also one of the hostages. You should hate me just like the others. So, why did you help me? Estella gripped the front of her dress, her fingertips turning white from the force. This tyrant who doesn't understand love. I felt a sense of resonance with him. There was a reason I liked this novel in my past life. It's because I never received love from my parents growing up, either. Estella lowered her eyes, hiding the loneliness within, because we were the same kind of people. When I was 5, my parents divorced. Neither of them wanted me. I was afraid of being abandoned, so I tried hard to be a good, obedient daughter, thinking that would make everything better. I had such expectations, but why did they still leave me behind? Then my grandmother entered my life and reached out to me. My dear, she gave me the love I never received from my parents, filling all the voids. Has Tarek ever had someone like that in his life? He only had half-brothers who despised him and parents who watched coldly from the sidelines. He spent his entire life in a defensive state, like a beast covered in thorns. Tarek was all alone, repeatedly thrown into cruel battlefields, blood splattering onto his silver hair and armor. Estella stood on the terrace, watching the man's back. I dare to think that we are somewhat similar. Tarek turned his head. Similar? Yes. From the moment I was born, I was labeled as cursed and lived in isolation every day. I always thought I was all alone in this world. As far as I know, Your Majesty fought alone on the battlefield for nearly 10 years. That's why I had this thought. She bowed slightly. That is the reason I meddled. Tarek remained silent, a ripple of emotion appearing in his eyes. That's all in the past. I have no attachment to the past. He turned around, his gaze falling on Estella's face. I happen to be looking for someone to work for me. I think you're suitable. Estella froze. What? Tarek turned his face. His tone brooked no argument. This isn't a request. It's an order. Work for me, Princess Estella. Estella touched her chest, her pupils trembling with surprise. Tarek stood by the window with his hands behind his back, his silhouette looking cold and stern in the candlelight. I assume you have made all the preparations. Vidua lowered his head. Yes, Your Majesty. But Tarek turned his head slightly, his gaze icy. Is there a problem? Vidua's brow furrowed, his expression troubled. Please forgive my directness. Why entrust such an important task to a complete stranger? Moreover, this princess is one of the hostages. Tarek turned around, his eyes piercing. Do you think the princess is incapable of this job? Vidua looked conflicted. It's not that, it's just, I'm not sure if she's trustworthy. There are even rumors that she is. That accursed person. He frowned, his eyes full of concern. I'm worried this might bring trouble to Your Majesty later. Tarek's lips curved into a smile, and he let out a soft laugh. Then let's wait and see. He crossed his arms, his gaze deep. She said she was imprisoned for 20 years. Let's see just how much ability she has. Whether she's acting to manipulate me, or if she really dares to pity me, we shall see. The door lock clicked. Estella spun around, her long hair swaying. Her pupils suddenly contracted. Her breath hitched. What is going on? Could it be? Estella grabbed the doorknob and turned it forcefully, the sound of clashing metal echoing in the corridor. The door wouldn't budge. She raised her hand and pounded heavily on the wooden door. Dull thuds sounded one after another, but there was still no response. Estella lowered her head, her forehead resting against the cold door frame. Since they assigned me a maid, it seems this isn't complete imprisonment. A faint rustling sound came from behind her. She suddenly pulled her shoulders in and turned around quickly. Who's there? A red-haired maid stood in the corner, her hands clasped in front of her. Greetings, Princess. The maid kept her head down, her voice small. My name is Layla. From today on, I will serve as your assistant, Princess. Estella breathed a sigh of relief. So that's it. You gave me a fright just now. It's nice to meet you, Layla. Estella watched her. Why is she shaking so much? She turned to look at herself in the mirror, falling into thought. Estella stared at the reflection. Is she afraid of me? She leaned down to pick up a piece of firewood and tossed it into the fireplace. Sorry, Layla, that you have to be shut in a place like this because of me. Layla suddenly looked up, her expression flustered. No, I'm Euphine. I'm a maid. So it's fine. She hurried toward the fireplace, reaching out to take the wood. Please, let me handle that. That is my job. Estella moved her hand away and continued arranging the wood. It's fine. Back in the kingdom, I did this countless times. Layla stood frozen, her pupils trembling. You actually start fires yourself? Estella watched the rising flames. After all, as you know, I am that notorious cursed princess. The maids back then always kept their distance from me. I suppose they were also afraid of my curse. You're afraid of me too, aren't you? Layla remained silent, just standing there. Estella's lips curled into a smile, and her eyes softened. We'll be spending a lot of time together from now on. I hope you won't be too afraid. Layla stood in place, her pupils dilating slightly. Whispers came from the end of the corridor. I heard Layla was assigned to that cursed princess. That princess must be violent and eccentric. She's doomed. There's no way she'll come back alive. Layla lowered her eyes. She is completely different from the rumors. She stepped forward and spoke softly. Princess Estella, I don't believe those rumors. About the curse. I don't believe it at all. Layla's expression was firm. That's because they don't know you at all. I will stay by your side and assist you as best I can. Please trust me. A smile flashed in Estella's eyes. Really? Thank you for saying that. Birds chirped clearly as Estella stood in the courtyard, looking around. It's not as bad as I thought during the day. Last night, it looked like a haunted house. She looked up at the high iron fence. But that doesn't change the fact that I'm locked up. Layla's hurried footsteps approached from afar. She ran over, panting. Princess, an Imperial Knight just delivered this. Estella turned around. It's already here? She took the heavy cloth bag. I can only contact the outside world through Layla. To step out of the annex personally, I still need approval. Estella crossed her arms, her brow slightly furrowed. This is really unfair, but it's better than not being able to go out at all. Layla stared curiously at the bag. May I ask what's inside? Estella untied the knot, revealing brown grains inside. These are very important seeds. Layla looked confused. Important seeds? Estella stared at the seeds in her palm, her gaze firm. These things will eventually make us rich. There's another reason this novel attracted me. Although it's a fantasy setting, it contains a lot of content about medicine. Many formulas have practical use in reality. I used to be a pharmaceutical researcher. Whenever I read descriptions of medicine, I always felt excited. Maybe I could try this out. I will use all the information I know to start a pharmaceutical business here. Estella clenched her fist, a fighting spirit igniting in her eyes. Layla stood by, looking perplexed. Princess, what's wrong? Layla paused, her expression turning serious. Oh, one more thing. His Majesty has summoned you to his bedchamber tonight. Estella spun around, her pupils contracting. What? His bedchamber? Night shrouded the palace as Estella walked up the stone steps, her skirt brushing against the floor with a soft rustle. Why of all places the bedchamber? She stopped before the heavy door, her heart racing. Could it be? Tyrant leaning in close, his finger lifting her chin. Work for me, princess. Estella's breath hitched, her pupils trembling with shock. Your Majesty. No way. A man like Tyrant is better at staging a locked-room murder than flirting. Estella shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off those terrifying images. She walked quickly down the long corridor, her ears filled with unpleasant whispers. I heard Princess Estella was locked in the annex yesterday. His Majesty must be worried about her curse too. That place is so dilapidated, it's about to collapse. Why is she still showing up here? She'll spread the curse to us. Estella clenched her fists, her brow furrowed with anger. These people, if only they knew I was the one who saved their lives. Two noble women leaned by the terrace, swirling red wine in their glasses with looks of disdain. You saw how she was clinging to His Majesty yesterday, didn't you? How pathetic. She has no idea of her own status. One of them turned her head, her gaze locking onto a maid carrying a water bucket nearby. Her lips curled into a cold, sinister smile. Shall we give her a reminder? Let her recognize her place. The heavy bucket was suddenly tipped over, and cold water poured down. Estella spun around. A blonde woman was tilting the bucket, a mocking smile on her face. Oh my hand slipped. The water came down like a torrential downpour. Estella closed her eyes and pulled her shoulders in, waiting for the impact. But the expected cold never came. She slowly opened her eyes. Her view was blocked by a broad black back. Tyrant stood in front of her, letting the water splash onto his magnificent cloak. Estella looked up, her expression stunned. Your Majesty? Tyrant turned his head, his eyes filled with ice. It seems you have quite a few enemies. The woman on the terrace turned deathly pale, her body shaking violently. Why, Your Majesty? This is just a misunderstanding. Tyrant turned around, his gaze like a sharp blade shooting toward the terrace. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, the fact is you splashed water on me. His tone was grim. It seems you need a reminder to recognize your place. Tyrant stared straight ahead, his voice devoid of any warmth. Vidua, take these two away. The two women collapsed to the floor, their faces ashen. Tyrant's tone was sinister. Throw them into the water. Vidua bowed and took the order. As you command, Your Majesty. Estella looked hesitant. Your Majesty, there's no need to go that far. Tyrant turned his head, his gaze cold. They splashed dirty water on me. This is their deserved punishment. He stared at her face, his voice carrying a hint of irony. Don't tell me you thought I did this for you. Estella's cheeks flushed, and her pupils trembled slightly. No, of course not, Your Majesty. Tyrant withdrew his gaze and stepped forward. Good. Estella watched his back, gritting her teeth. What a jerk. That little bit of gratitude I felt is completely gone. As night deepened, the bedchamber was dimly lit. She sat alone by the bed, hands folded on her lap. Why is it taking so long to change clothes? Drowsiness hit her. Estella's eyelids felt heavy, and her head began to nod. A soft sound came from the door. Tariq pushed it open and watched the swaying figure. You have quite the nerve, dozing off in my bedchamber. Estella snapped her eyes open, her pupils dilating. Her gaze crashed into a bare chest. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red, and her breathing quickened. She instinctively clutched the front of her dress. Why, Your Majesty? Tariq stood before her, his short silver hair slightly messy. He was wearing only a white silk robe, which was wide open at the collar, revealing the firm contours of his muscles. Estella stood up abruptly, her hands tightly clenched at her chest. Your Majesty, why aren't you dressed? Tariq looked down to adjust his robe, his expression one of confusion. Because I just finished bathing. Estella turned her head away, her face burning. Even so, you should put something on before coming out. Tariq leaned in, locking his gaze with hers. Do I need to remind you who caused me to have to take that sudden cold bath? Estella was speechless. Although she was grateful for the rescue earlier, she now had no idea where to look. Tariq sat back on the sofa, crossing his arms. His expression was cold. What was he doing? Estella stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Tariq turned his head, his gaze chilly. Who gave you permission to sit? Estella let out a small cry and immediately stepped back to bow. I am very sorry, Your Majesty. Tariq rested his chin on his finger, his gaze cold. I summoned you for an important task. Estella held her breath, her pupils trembling slightly. An important task? Tariq leaned against the back of the chair, the robe hanging loosely off his shoulders. As you know, the reason I gather hostages for various countries is because there's simply too many traitors. He lowered his eyes. His tone was flat. Among those hostages, there is surely someone who wants my life. Estella's expression turned solemn. In the original plan, he indeed faced countless assassination attempts. Tariq looked directly into her eyes. So, I have decided to entrust this to you. Monitor those hostages. Estella took half a step forward, her voice slightly hesitant. Monitor those princes and princesses? Tariq nodded slightly. The captain of the Imperial Guard will designate targets for you. You just need to keep an eye on them and report who is a real threat. Estella's brow furrowed. How did I end up in this situation? The Tyrant has actually become my boss. Images of the future flashed through her mind. She saw herself holding a ledger, reporting to Tariq. As you command, Your Majesty. Estella's expression was complicated. Working is for the salary, but this is literally trading my life for money. Tariq leaned back on the sofa, tapping his knee with his fingertip. As compensation, I will pay you 4,000 gold coins a month. Estella snapped her head up, her pupils trembling. 4,000 gold coins. Countless gold coins danced in her mind. She instantly straightened her back. People often say that working together fosters affection. This is indeed a great opportunity to win his trust. Estella's expression flickered. The only risk is that if I mess up, I'll lose my life. Tariq watched her back, his tone calm. How about 10,000 gold coins? Estella turned around, her gaze determined. Deal. Night shrouded the greenhouse. She curled up in a corner and whispered softly, "Good night, my babies." Estella crouched in the mud, her hands tilling the soil. 10,000 gold coins a month. I'm going to be rich soon. She looked down at the seedlings, the corners of her mouth twitching upward uncontrollably. Once these plants bloom and are made into medicine, I'll be even richer than Tariq. Viduado appeared silently behind her, his tone flat. What's so funny? Estella jumped in shock, her pupils trembling from the fright. Lord Viduado. She pointed at the dirt on the ground, her expression panicked. I was just looking at these things. Viduado looked down, his eyes showing no emotion. You mean this filthy dirt? Estella puffed out her chest, her gaze becoming firm. Dirt isn't dirty at all. Viduado frowned slightly. Why do you think that? Estella brushed the dust off her hands. It will stain your hands and clothes, and people throw all sorts of harmful things into the soil. She spoke in a soft tone. Isn't it the humans who throw those things away who are dirtier? The earth purifies everything for us without asking for anything in return. I only need to sow the seeds. And it does the rest. Her eyes sparkled, making plants grow and bear fruit. I think it's absolutely magical. Viduado remained silent for a long time. The coldness in his eyes dissipated. I see. If my words just now made you uncomfortable, I apologize. Estella brushed off the remaining residue. It's fine. I know you meant no harm. So, why were you looking for me? A drop of cold sweat formed on Videoato's temple as he remembered the purpose of his visit. Regarding that, please follow me. He turned and walked deep into the corridor with steady steps. Estella followed closely behind. Where are we going? Videoato pushed open a heavy wooden door. We're here. Estella scanned the room, her gaze landing on the center. What's with that pink sofa? It looks so out of place. Videoato stopped in front of a bookshelf, his expression serious. Before I relay the mission, there is one thing I must tell you, Estella. She stopped in her tracks. What is it? Videoato looked her straight in the eye. His Majesty does not seem to view you as an enemy. That is likely why His Majesty trusts you, even entrusting such an important task to you. Videoato turned and opened the register in his hand. But as the captain of the Imperial Guard, I believe I must suspect everyone. That includes you. Estella felt a chill run down her spine. Videoato Ramos, a man of absolute loyalty. Even if there were a pit of fire ahead, he would jump in without hesitation if his master ordered it. He was exceptionally talented. If I can get him on my side, it would be purely beneficial with no regrets. Videoato sat at the desk, tapping the paper with his finger. This is information on the first target. He pushed a file to the center of the table. The name Tycho Durand was written on the cover. Estella stared at the name. He's the one who fainted at the banquet, right? Videoato nodded slightly. Correct. Prince Tycho of the Durand Kingdom. Estella recalled the pale-faced man. Indeed, how could she forget? She reached out and pressed her hand on the file. Can I take a quick look? Videoato gestured with his hand. You may, but you cannot take it out of this room. Estella looked shocked. Wait, you want me to read and memorize everything right now? Videoato crossed his hands, his expression solemn. You only need a general understanding of their backgrounds. He lowered his gaze, his voice deep. You should be well aware that His Majesty's enemies are too numerous to count. They likely far exceed your imagination. Tarek's mother was once a lowly concubine. This lineage made his existence a stain on his father. The old emperor banished him to the battlefield, fully expecting him to die in the wilderness. Instead, Tarek returned as a victorious hero, covered in blood, clutching his sword, having crawled out of piles of corpses time and time again. When news arrived that Tarek had conquered all the northern kingdoms, the old emperor died suddenly, unable to handle the pressure. The empire has been unified for too little time. Those defeated nations will not easily swear fealty. Videoato's expression was grave. The true challenge His Majesty faces is not the obstacles ahead, but the fact that there is no one behind him he can trust. Estella nodded slightly. It's not just the other kingdoms. Even the nobles of this country resent him because of his birth and are secretly plotting betrayal. Videoato watched her. You are much smarter than you look. It seems you fully understand the current situation. A flash of annoyance crossed Estella's eyes. Is he implying I look like an idiot? In that case, if you discover any suspicious signs, you must report them immediately. Videoato's gaze was cold. Once we discover anyone plotting rebellion, we will root them out entirely. Estella's heart tightened. This guy thinks exactly like Tarek. Since I'm not allowed to leave the room on my own, how am I supposed to monitor him? Videoato handed her a document. When you need to track him, we will be responsible for escorting you. Estella took the paper. TSK, they really don't want me acting alone. Videoato walked toward the door. My subordinates will take you back. Estella stood up to follow. All right. Rapid footsteps echoed in the corridor. Top, top. Estella spun around, looking alarmed. What was that sound? Is it an ambush? Videoato instantly stepped in front of her. Stay behind me. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. He stared intently at the corner. The footsteps grew louder. Top, top, top. A small figure suddenly bounced out. Daisy opened her arms, a brilliant smile on her face. Papa. Daisy ran over with small steps. Papa. Videoato looked down at his daughter. Daisy, I told you to wait quietly. Estella stood behind him, watching. Daisy clutched her father's hand. Papa, are you mad at me? I ran here because I missed you so much. Videoato bent down to look his daughter in the eye. I'm not mad. I just didn't want you to trip and get hurt like last time. Really? Of course. Estella quietly observed Daisy Ramos, Videoato's only child and his only weakness. Daisy gave a bright smile, falling into her father's embrace like a bundle of flowers. Furthermore, she was the key person. The key to winning over Videoato lay with this child. Daisy pointed a finger, curiously sizing up the woman in front of her. Who is this pretty lady? Videoato crouched beside his daughter, his expression slightly awkward. She's my guest. Daisy's eyes widened in wonder as she leaned in. Wow, you look just like a fairy, right, Papa? Viduado quickly covered his daughter's mouth, cold sweat breaking out on his temple. My deepest apologies, Your Highness. Daisy struggled in her father's arms, letting out muffled protests. She's not a princess. She's a fairy. Estella let out a light laugh. It's all right. Hello, Daisy. Daisy broke free from the restraint and waved her small hand vigorously. Hello, Miss Fairy. Viduado wiped his sweat, correcting her helplessly. Not a fairy. She is Her Highness the Princess. Daisy clasped her hands together, her expression earnest. The book Papa read yesterday said there are 7 different colors of fairies. Daisy gestured animatedly. Among the 7 fairies, the deep blue fairy is the most beautiful. Estella leaned down to listen. A hint of softness flickered in Viduado's eyes as he watched his daughter. Estella took Daisy's hand. That sounds interesting. I like to read that book too. Daisy tilted her face up excitedly. Really? You can borrow mine. She turned to her father. Papa, can I send the book to Miss Fairy? Suddenly, Daisy began to cough violently, her body curling up. Cough, cough. Viduado's face changed instantly. He reached out to support his daughter's shoulders. Daisy. Daisy coughed even harder, blood splattering onto the back of her hand. Viduado's eyes widened in terror. Estella's pupils contracted. These symptoms. She suddenly rushed forward and reached for Daisy. Viduado waved her off with a roar. What are you doing? Get out of the way. Estella grabbed his wrist in a reverse lock. Stop shouting. You're scaring the child. Viduado froze. Do you know what you're doing? Estella pushed him aside, picked Daisy up, and placed her on the sofa. Cool me, Daisy. Sit down first. Daisy collapsed onto the cushions, her body trembling from the violent coughing. Estella cupped her face. Look at me, Daisy. It's okay. She held the child's cold little hands. Now, breathe deeply through your nose. Don't use your mouth. Follow me. Imagine you are smelling a flower. Inhale. Good. She tightly gripped those trembling hands. Now exhale like a little donkey sighing. Who? Daisy followed her lead, letting out a breath. Her tense shoulders gradually relaxed. Viduado looked bewildered. What are you doing? Estella raised an index finger to her lips. Daisy let out a long sigh of relief. Thanks to Miss Fairy, I feel much better now. She leaned into Estella's ear and asked in a low voice, Did you cast a spell on me? Estella chuckled softly. Can you keep a secret? If you can, I'll give you a gift. Daisy's eyes sparkled. Really? Are you going to give me fairy dust? Estella winked mysteriously. I can't tell you yet. It's a secret. Promise me you'll keep your mouth shut, okay? Daisy nodded vigorously. No problem. Viduado took his daughter's hand. I will be back as soon as possible. Please return safely. Daisy waved frantically. Goodbye, Miss Fairy. Estella smiled in response. Goodbye. Daisy leaned toward her father's ear and whispered, I promise to keep the secret. Viduado, this iron-hearted man, his only weakness was Daisy Ramos. Estella pushed open the heavy door, her fingertips brushing against the cold wood grain. However, Daisy's fate had already been sealed. Fire instantly consumed the building. Billowing smoke rose straight into the sky. Viduado roared in despair before the sea of flames. He held the body in his arms tightly. Daisy's eyes were closed, her face pale. She died in that fire. Tyrant was alone, no family, no friends. The rebels couldn't find a weakness in him. So they targeted Viduado's weak point instead and set his residence ablaze. Daisy became a sacrificial lamb in this conspiracy. She died in suffocating pain, unable to breathe, unable to call for help. To save Daisy, there are only 2 paths. First, cure her asthma. Among the seeds I planted, there is a medicinal herb that can cure asthma completely. The second path is to prevent that accident from happening. I must find the culprit and the mastermind behind the scenes. To achieve this, I need to become friends with Daisy first. White flowers bloomed on the branches. Sunlight pierced through the emerald leaves. Daisy ran over holding a picture book. Miss Fairy, I brought the book. Viduado followed closely behind. Daisy, you promised to be good. To get close to Tyrant, I must win Viduado over to my side. Estella smiled. I can find some fun for myself. I even brought a friend. Later, however, her name was Layla, and she could play the lute. That wasn't the only reason. I just hoped that little girl and her father could be happy together for a little longer. Estella looked at her maid, Layla. Can you accompany Daisy to play for a while? Layla bowed. As you command, Your Highness. Miss Daisy, let's go. Daisy took Layla's hand and ran happily toward the stairs. I want to braid my hair. Please make me look like a fairy. Viduado sat at the round table, looking slightly awkward. Apologies. I intended to come alone. Estella picked up her teacup and took a sip. It's fine. Thanks to Daisy, this gloomy place has brightened up. Viduato lowered his head slightly. Thank you for your understanding. He cleared his throat, his gaze landing on the tea swirling in the cup. May I ask about what happened earlier? Estella put down her cup, her finger lightly touching the table. Of course. Estella lowered her eyelashes. Since you've been monitoring me, you should know very well that I've never stepped a foot out of the castle, right? Viduato responded in a low voice, yes. During the days I was locked in the castle, I could only pass the time by studying various subjects. Among them, I developed a strong interest in medicine. Perhaps because I read every medical book I could find, I was able to handle that situation just now. Viduato was lost in thought. I see. Estella's expression was indifferent. After all, I have many enemies. I had to learn how to diagnose and treat myself. Viduato watched her silently, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Estella looked up. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about? Viduato straightened his back. Yes. Tonight, I will give you the schedule for meeting the target, Tyrant. Candlelight flickered. Several nobles sat around a chessboard. Has everyone decided on the tribute to present? One noble toyed with a chess piece. His Majesty already has everything. This is indeed a difficult decision. A die rolled onto the table. Prince Tycho, what about you? Tycho smiled and spread his hands. I have already chosen, and I've asked my kingdom to speed up the delivery. Tycho's face instantly turned pale. Cold sweat slid down his cheek. You don't look well. Are you all right? His eyes trembled, and his breathing became rapid. Of course, thanks to His Majesty finding medicine for me and personally assigning a capable doctor, I feel better than ever. Tycho suddenly covered his mouth and nose, coughing violently. Blood splattered onto the back of his hand, a piercing red. The surrounding nobles looked disgusted and retreated one after another. Good heavens, it's late. I should be going. Me too. Those bastards. They dare to avoid me like the plague. He slammed his fist onto the table, making a dull thud. Damn it. This is all that woman's fault. Estella, everyone has left you behind. What a shame. I was looking forward to playing dice. Tycho snapped his head up. Princess, what absolute nonsense. What could a girl who's been isolated possibly know? This die. He coughed violently again. Damn it, why won't it stop? Estella walked closer slowly, a mocking smile on her lips. Don't tell me that you're afraid of losing to me? Tycho's pupils flickered. What did you say? Estella looked down at him. The way you look right now is like a frightened little mouse. Tycho let out a cold laugh. You're putting on a confident front. Do you have the skills to match that confidence? Let me be the judge of that, then. Estella's gaze was icy. That's the best news I've heard all day. The die fell onto the board with a crisp sound. What are you going to bet? Tycho spread his hands. Oh, we're going to gamble? Sorry, I forgot you have no stakes at all. After all, the Blaze Kingdom never gives you any supplies. Estella's expression remained calm. Don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. I happen to have something suitable to offer. She reached into her robe and pulled out a test tube. A pale green liquid swirled inside the glass. Tycho's pupils contracted. His face instantly stiffened. Estella's lips curled up, her eyes glinting with a coldness that saw through everything. I'm guessing your illness isn't fully cured yet, right? Estella walked slowly toward the round table, looking down at the restless man. I don't think you have time to waste here. She held the test tube between her fingers, the pale green liquid emitting a faint glow. Don't you need this? Tycho suddenly clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the force. I don't care about that thing at all. Estella lowered her eyelashes, her expression cold. So, you value your pride more than your life? Tycho gritted his teeth, a low growl escaping his throat, his eyes filled with hostility. Estella leaned over the table. Stop wasting time. Let's begin. Tycho stared at the woman before him. You seem very confident. Does a pampered princess really know how to play dice? Estella looked him straight in the eye. Save the nonsense. I'll show you directly. Estella threw the die casually. It rolled across the table and stopped on doubles. Tycho's pupils shook. Doubles on a first throw. Estella threw again. The die traced an arc and landed steadily on the table. Doubles again. You're cheating. Estella's expression was indifferent. What you're seeing is just the basic skill of a veteran player. Tycho collapsed onto the table, pressing his hands to his forehead, his face deathly pale. What'd you do to the dice? How is it possible to throw the same number 3 times in a row? Estella crossed her arms. We're using the same set of dice. You know that perfectly well. She let out a light laugh. It's just that our skill levels aren't even in the same league. Tycho ground his teeth, his expression incredibly dark. Vituado bowed and reported to the man behind the desk. The princess has made contact with the target. Tarek stopped his pen. Just now? Yes, Your Majesty. Vituado maintained a respectful posture. As soon as she submits her report, I will relay it to you immediately. Tarek gave a light cough, his gaze landing on the documents. I will hear her report directly. Vituado snapped his head up, shock in his eyes. Hear it directly? Tarek didn't look up. His tone brooked no argument. Yes, Your Majesty. The quill scratched against the paper, leaving dense ink marks. So what do you think? Vituado's body stiffened. Cold sweat slid down his cheek as he stood there motionless. Vituado lowered his gaze. I doubt her credibility. In the past, I would never have changed my opinion so easily. The image of Estella flashed through his mind, how she had gently held Daisy's hand and protected the child in the midst of chaos, even embracing the young girl regardless of her own safety. But this time, for some reason, I need more time to gather information. The tip of Tarek's pen paused, leaving a heavy ink blot on the paper. It seems you've changed your mind. Vituado was silent for a moment, his expression becoming serious. I simply believe we should take a more cautious approach, especially regarding your safety, Your Majesty. Tarek stared at Vituado, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile as he let out a soft chuckle. Report to me immediately after the princess finishes her contact. As you command, Your Majesty. Vituado lowered his head. Why was he laughing? Estella stood in the middle of the corridor, raising her arms to stretch. She was finally moving her muscles after a long time. Time to go home. The surrounding nobles whispered to each other. Is that Princess Estella? Why is she in the main castle? The heavy doors were pushed open. Estella stopped and looked at the two approaching guards. Your Highness, allow us to escort you back to the villa. I will escort her personally. Vituado stepped forward, his boots clicking against the floor. The guards gasped. See, Captain. Estella stopped. Vituado. The two walked through the dense shadows of the trees, the leaves rustling. Please wait a moment. Estella looked around, the evening breeze fluttering her skirt. So where exactly are we? This is the complete opposite direction of the villa. Vituado stopped in the shadows. His Majesty ordered us to avoid places with too many eyes. Estella frowned slightly, scanning the silent woods. His Majesty's order? She suddenly turned her head and stared at the man beside her, her pupils trembling. Estella looked around. The figure had disappeared. Where'd he go? It was pitch black all around. She couldn't see anything. The sound of a dry branch snapping came from the bushes. Who's there? Estella grabbed a wooden stick and held it in front of her. Is it an assassin? That bastard Tarek. Did he send an assassin to kill me? Her fingertips trembled violently from the force. Heavy footsteps approached. Estella let out a scream and swung the stick with all her might. Stay away from me, you filthy assassin. Estella's foot slipped, and she lost her balance, falling backward. No, no. She closed her eyes, waiting for the impact. A hand suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled her whole body into an embrace. Her hood that slid off in the wind. Tarek caught her, his cloak fluttering among the flowers. Estella, still shaken, pressed her hands against his chest and looked up, meeting those cold eyes. Tarek looked down at her, a hint of displeasure between his brows. What exactly are you doing? It seems you have absolutely no talent for combat. Estella froze. It was Tarek. Her heart pounded her chest. Wait, why do I feel relieved? He's the most dangerous person. I actually find him charming. Tarek looked down at her. When you plan on standing up? Estella snapped back to her senses, hurriedly backed away, and bowed deeply. I'm terribly sorry, Your Majesty. I'll disappear right now. She walked away with stiff, awkward steps. Tarek watched her back. That's the wrong direction. Estella stopped and turned around awkwardly. Haha, right. The moonlight is beautiful tonight. There's no moon tonight. It was just there. Anyway, I'm leaving. Tarek called out to her. Wait. Report the situation first. Estella blinked. Report? This was the complete opposite direction of the villa. She looked around, her gaze sweeping over the silent woods. Estella cleared her throat and straightened her back. Right? I can report. I have made contact with the target and gathered all the necessary information. Tarek turned around. You found out everything from just one meeting? Estella's expression was calm. Yes, Your Majesty. I got him to talk through a game of dice. Tarek scrutinized her. I presume you won that game. Estella nodded. Yes. Tarek looked away. Well, you have no talent for combat. You are quite useful at these small tricks. Estella looked down and straightened her clothes, her fingers fidgeting a bit. No. Estella gave a dry cough. I was just caught off guard earlier. Actually, my combat strength is very high. No, that's not important. Her expression turned serious. I have confirmed Tycho's malice. Tarek tilted his head. Malice? Estella looked him in the eye. I only needed to ask Tycho Duran one question. Through reading the novel, I already had most of the information. He was the final piece of the puzzle. The scene returned to the gambling table. Estella looked down at the man across from her. Tell me, what is the tribute you plan to offer His Majesty? Tycho's face was pale. Why do you ask? What does that have to do with you? Estella stared at the dice. Because we're in the same boat. I want a reference. Tycho clicked his tongue, his gaze wandering. I plan to offer the elixir of immortality passed down through my family for generations. Elixir of immortality? What a load of nonsense. What the Duran family has passed down for generations is actually the forbidden wine. This wine was sealed because of its terrifying power. Its true effect is to accelerate growth. In other words, it hastens aging. Consuming a small amount causes 1 or 2 years of aging. However, if consumed in large quantities, it will directly take the drinker's life based on their remaining lifespan. Estella stared at Tycho. That wasn't an elixir at all, but a deadly poison in a magnificent bottle. Tycho's face was pale, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. As long as you drink it, you can obtain eternal life. Estella's eyes were filled with ice. Lies. All of it is a complete lie. He wants Tarek to. In the original plot, after Tycho was poisoned by Tarek, the king of Duran tried to assassinate Tarek with the forbidden wine. Because I prevented Tycho's death, this role seems to have shifted to Tycho himself. Although the details have changed, the main plot is still on track. Estella looked up, staring directly at Tarek. Your Majesty, I have a request. Sunlight pierced through the high windows of the great hall, illuminating the intricate chandeliers and arches. The master of ceremonies' voice echoed in the empty hall. We shall now begin. Everyone, please come forward in order. To present your tributes. Envoys carrying paintings and porcelain vases filed in along the red carpet. Armored guards stood solemnly on both sides. Those with useless items had better be prepared. A man trembled violently, his fingers tightly clutching a wooden box. Cold sweat slid down his sideburns. Estella stepped through the crowd and walked to the center of the hall. Your Majesty, if I may, I would like to be the first to present my tribute. A commotion broke out in the crowd. It's the Princess Ablaze. Isn't that thing a bit too small for a tribute? Whispers rose and fell. What can you even expect from that cursed princess? It's surely just more useless junk. Estella ignored the comments. She held a delicate small gold box in both hands and walked with steady steps. Please allow me to present my tribute. Tarek leaned back on his throne, resting his chin on one hand, a playful smile on his lips. To be the first to step forward. You are truly courageous. You seem very confident. Princess. Tarek looked down at her. Open it. Estella applied pressure with her fingertips, flipping open the lid of the wooden box. The latch snapped open. This is the life ointment. She held the box up with both hands. This is a secret recipe of the Blaze Kingdom. I guarantee its efficacy. Tarek tapped the armrest of the throne with his finger. What specific effects does it have? Confidence shone in Estella's eyes. Good question. Its effects are insect bites, joint pain, muscle aches, back pain, rhinitis. It's hard to find an ailment it can't cure. In short, it is a panacea. The nobles below looked shocked. How could such a thing exist? Estella's voice was steady. It is right here. She recalled those nights, pruning herbs alone, stirring a boiling iron pot, her clothes soaked with sweat. She had worked through the night just to make this box of ointment. A noble envoy waved a fist. If such a divine medicine really exists, why have we never heard of it? A mocking smile hung on Estella's lips, and a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Do you think I should present His Majesty with something mediocre that can be found anywhere? The questioner was speechless and let out a muffled huff. Viduato stepped forward. I will conduct a preliminary inspection. As Viduato was about to step up, Estella glared at him. Viduato, you actually left me alone in the forest yesterday, she complained in a low voice. Her brows were knitted tightly. Viduato flinched, cold sweat appearing on his temple. Tarek raised his hand and pressed it against Viduato's chest. No need to bother. Your Majesty. Viduato looked hesitant, while Tarek's gaze was cold. He'd have to be insane to try and kill me. But, Your Majesty, Viduato took half a step back. Tarek looked straight ahead. What is the name of this ointment? Estella raised her head. It is called Lion Balm. It was named after the Blaze family, for we are the lions of the West. Tarek extended his right hand. His fingertips were covered in tiny scars. Apply it for me. Estella froze, her pupils trembling slightly. What did you say? Tarek remained in his position, resting his chin on his hand. His gaze dropped. Apply the medicine for me. Estella walked quickly up the steps. Why doesn't he apply it himself? What a troublesome man. She dipped her fingertip into the balm and took hold of his large palm, carefully spreading it over the scarred skin. Why are there so many scars on his hand? His hand was unexpectedly thick and warm. Estella held her breath, a flush rising to her cheeks. She shook her head vigorously to clear her thoughts. What am I thinking? She cleared her throat to hide her embarrassment. How does it feel? Tarek withdrew his hand. Very refreshing. Next, Estella let out a long sigh of relief. She had passed the test. Heavy footsteps vibrated through the floor, making the hall chandelier shake. Is it an earthquake? Tycho leaned against a nearby pillar, his face pale. A massive white creature entered the hall, its skin shimmering under the light as it let out a loud cry. Tycho pointed at the behemoth behind him. This animal is called a mammoth. It is a symbol of glory. Isn't it a magnificent creature? Tarek gave a cold snort, his eyes growing even icy. And who do you think will be responsible for feeding it and cleaning up its waste? Tarek waved his right hand. Get out of here. The mammoth let out a long cry as it was forcibly dragged from the hall by guards. Tarek leaned back against his throne. Next, an envoy tapped on a set of metal armor. This is the unbreakable suit of armor, forged from pure gold. Next, another person held up a heavy double-edged axe. This axe can absorb blood. It was crafted by a dark alchemist. Next, Tarek's tone grew increasingly weary. Next. Count Durand gripped a glass bottle tightly. Finally, it's my turn. He stepped onto the red carpet, his leather shoes clicking crisply against the floor. Estella stood to the side, watching the man's back. Count Durand came to a halt before the throne and bowed slightly. The tribute I offer to your majesty is... Count Durand held up the glass bottle. The liquid inside sloshed, reflecting a golden light. The water of life. Tarek lowered his eyelids. A flashy name. Will drinking it extend one's life? Count Durand spoke with certainty. Yes, as long as one drinks it, all bodily wounds will heal instantly. If that does not count as a new life, then what does? Tarek replied flatly, wounds heal naturally over time. If you accelerate the body's aging, wounds will indeed heal faster. Demonstrate it. Count Durand bowed slightly. As you command, your majesty. The side effect is, it will also cause death within a few days. The golden liquid was poured out, reflecting a dazzling light. Whispers rose among the crowd. How beautiful. Do you think it really has the effect Tycho described? There's so many people selling fake medicine today. Tycho rolled up his sleeve, revealing a pale arm. What is he doing? Tarek's eyes instantly became sharp as Tycho pulled a short blade from his robe. The blade sliced through the air. That's a dagger. Drop the weapon. The Imperial guards drew their swords, pointing them at Tycho. Tycho suddenly swung the knife, stabbing the blade into his own arm. Blood splattered on the floor, and screams tore through the hall. Everyone, please remain calm, he said, his expression unchanged. You are about to witness the true healing power of this elixir. Tycho tilted his head back, his throat working violently as he gulped down the golden liquid. Tarek narrowed his eyes, coldly watching the scene unfold. Heavens, look at that. It's impossible. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. White smoke rose from the wound on Tycho's arm, and the bleeding stopped abruptly. The flesh squirmed, drawing toward the center, and in an instant, only a faint red mark remained. He's already stopped bleeding. The wound is healing. Tarek pressed his fingertip against his jaw, a flicker of interest crossing his eyes. Interesting. Tycho put down the glass, his face flushed with excitement. Your Majesty, may I ask you to personally witness the moment this miracle heals your noble wounds? Tycho knelt on one knee, holding the glass up with both hands. Your Majesty, please have a taste. Tarek looked down at the liquid in the cup. Very well, since it is such a precious drink. He turned his head slightly, his gaze falling on the woman beside him. Then let Princess Blaze drink it first. Estella's pupils trembled. What? A clamor of discussion broke out in the hall. What is His Majesty saying? To waste such a precious potion like that? Tarek's voice was steady. It is well known that the one who saved Prince Tycho's life was Princess Blaze. A faint, imperceptible smile played on his lips. Let her have the first sip. Surely none of you have any objections? Tycho bowed his head. That is perfectly reasonable, Your Majesty. In fact, I have been looking for an opportunity to thank Princess Blaze for saving my life. A cold smirk curled his lips. Who would have thought things would proceed so perfectly? I can finally have my revenge on that woman. Estella took the glass, the golden liquid swaying as her fingertips trembled slightly. She looked down at the man kneeling before her. Tycho looked up, his eyes full of mockery. Let's see how long you can stay so smug. Suddenly, Estella tilted the glass. The golden liquid poured out, drenching the top of Tycho's head with precision. The viscous potion flowed down his hair, splashing onto his forehead and collar. Tycho froze, his pupils shrinking in extreme shock. Estella looked down at him with an expressionless face. Estella parted her lips slightly. Oh dear. Tycho jumped to his feet, the liquid dripping down his cheeks. What on earth do you think you're doing? You have no idea what a precious thing you've just wasted. Estella let go of her fingers, and the empty glass wobbled. My hand slipped. Look at his face. Terrified shouts broke out from the crowd. Vituato's brow furrowed, cold sweat breaking out on his temples. Your Majesty, that's Prince Tycho's hair. Clumps of Tycho's hair were falling out, piling up on the cold floor. Estella held the glass. Didn't you say this was the elixir of life? If that's the case, shouldn't it make you grow even more hair? A broken roar squeezed out of Tycho's throat, his jaw clenched tight. You lowly witch. Tycho lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow, the red spots on his scalp twisting with rage as he dove toward Estella. His eyes were bloodshot as he suddenly pulled out a short blade. The cold light drew an arc in the air. I'm taking you to hell with me. Estella's pupils contracted as she froze in place. She closed her eyes tight and let out a muffled groan. The sound of clashing metal shattered the air, and sparks exploded before her eyes. Vituato's eyes widened, cold sweat sliding down his sideburns. He couldn't squeeze out a single word. The surrounding nobles retreated, their faces pale. Your Majesty! Estella opened her eyes, her pupils trembling with shock as she witnessed what had happened. A cold sword blade was pressed against Tycho's throat. Tyrant held the long sword, looking down at the man, collapsed on the ground. You have quite the nerve. Tycho sat on the floor, his hands propped behind him, his body shaking uncontrollably. Your Majesty! Tarek's eyes were like ice. You truly are insane. Look closely, Princess. Those people you go to such lengths to save will only bring you trouble. Tarek's expression settled, his voice devoid of emotion. I should have let me kill them all from the start. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Servants holding wooden crates froze in place. Tycho was pinned down on the red carpet, the back of his head hitting the floor with a dull thud. My hair. Don't touch my hair. Estella stroked her chest, her fingertips trembling slightly. That was close. If it wasn't for Tyrant just now, that I might have lost my life. She raised a hand to touch a red mark on her cheek, her gaze following his back. Tyrant stood in the center of the hall, long sword in hand. Vituato stepped forward quickly and bowed for instructions. Your Majesty, how should we deal with this man? Tyrant's eyes remained cold. Make him disappear from my sight forever. As you command, Your Majesty. Tycho was forcibly dragged away by guards, his legs kicking wildly against the floor. Let me go. Don't touch my hair. A guard frowned. Calm down. You don't even have any hair left on your head to grab. Tyrant sheathed his sword with a crisp metallic click. I'm tired. Everyone dismiss. Estella dragged her heavy steps through the whispering crowd. I'm exhausted too. Tyrant suddenly spoke up, stopping her in her tracks. Stay, Princess. Estella's body stiffened. She gave a dry laugh. I'm tired as well. May I be excused? After all, I nearly lost my life just now. Vituato took a heavy step forward, blocking her path. This is His Majesty's order. Estella grit her teeth. This guy is like a lingering ghost. Tara crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze sharp as a blade. You owe me an explanation. How did you foresee all of this? Estella lowered her eyes, her thoughts returning to that night. The dining table had been laden with sumptuous food. Tycho was gorging himself. The toxin has already spread through his entire body. He won't live much longer. A dying man has nothing to lose. He will try to drag you down to hell with him. Tyrant had been standing in the shadows of the trees, his back to her. You think he would actually dare to do that? Estella looked up at him. That is why I requested Your Majesty to let me inspect the tribute Tycho brought first. Tyrant turned around, his brow slightly furrowed. What would be the use of that? We don't even know what it is. Estella's gaze was firm. It doesn't matter what it is, because it is bound to be something extremely dangerous. Estella stopped and turned toward Tarek. As I said before, we cannot ignore what Tycho demonstrated. The bleeding truly stopped. Everyone present saw it with their own eyes, including not myself. Estella lowered her eyes, her fingertip lightly touching her lip. If I tell him the truth, he'll definitely think I'm crazy. In the original novel's plot, a servant had accidentally knocked over that glass of wine. The liquid splashed onto a fruit bowl, and the fruit instantly rotted and withered. She cleared her throat and avoided Tarek's gaze. I don't know. My hand just slipped. Who would have thought that so-called elixir would have such a side effect? Tarek's brow furrowed as he stared at the woman before him. What? Estella's heart raced. He doesn't believe a word I'm saying. Tarek took a step forward, his voice low. If I hadn't stopped him just now, he would have killed you outright. Estella looked up, their eyes meeting. As long as your majesty is safe, that is my primary concern. Tarek looked down at her, his gaze searching. So you value my life so much, yet you treat your own as if it were nothing? Estella lowered her eyes and folded her hands in front of her. Since I came here as a hostage, doesn't my life belong to your majesty anyway? Tarek was silent for a moment before closing his eyes. Very well. He suddenly reached out, cupping the back of her head and pulling her whole body against his chest. Estella crashed into his embrace, her pupils dilating in shock as her breath hitched. Tarek leaned down close to her ear, his tone cold and forceful. From now on, whenever you feel like throwing your life away, you must obtain my permission first. He raised his hand and pinched her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. You said it yourself. Your life belongs to me. Tarek stood amidst a cluster of white flowers, a faint, lingering smile on his lips and depth in his eyes. Birdsong pierced the morning as sunlight filtered through the curtains, spilling over the messy bed. Estella stared blankly ahead. She hadn't slept at all last night. She lay on her back, staring at the ceiling. Not only did I almost lose my life, but someone also told me I was his woman. Well, those weren't the exact words, but still. She was worried about the coming situation, but since she rarely had a whole day free, she had to make the most of it. Developing an antidote for Daisy, tending to the seedlings, experimenting with Tycho's potion, reading. There was too much to do. Estella stood before a carriage, looking at the stacked wooden crates. Viduato had recently helped her obtain quite a lot of key materials. A maid looked puzzled. Were all these, Your Highness? Estella turned around. I can finally start my research. The most important thing right now is the forbidden drug Tycho left behind. Fortunately, Tarek allowed me to take it, so I could continue my experiments. She stood at the lab bench, dripping the potion into a test tube. By utilizing the growth-accelerating properties of this forbidden drug, she was developing a new medicine that could make plants mature rapidly. Estella held her breath as she tilted the test tube, the transparent liquid flowing toward a seedling. Grow quickly, little sprout. She pressed her hands together and closed her eyes in prayer. Then, she peeked through a crack in her eyelids. A bright green shoot suddenly burst from the soil. The leaves unfurled. It worked. Estella let out a low laugh, her shoulders trembling with excitement. A frantic knocking came from the door. Her maid, Layla, stood there. Your Highness. Estella turned her head sharply, her eyes bloodshot and a strange smile on her lips. Layla. Layla stepped inside, but after seeing the state of the room, she recoiled in fear. Your Highness, what on earth are you doing? You look terrifying. Estella put down the test tube and awkwardly scratched her hair. I'm just a bit sleep-deprived. What happened? Layla calmed her breathing and pointed outside. It's Lord Viduato. He's here. Estella's brow furrowed. He picked the busiest time to come. She threw on a light purple robe, pulled the collar tight, and walked quickly to the door. Estella stopped and looked at his back. Lord Viduato, to what do I owe this honor? What's going on? Why does he look so depressed? Viduato's head was bowed, his hands clenched in front of him. His voice was raspy. Your Highness. Estella's heart tightened. He looked as if he'd lost his soul. Estella handed over a folded paper, her fingertips gripping the edge. Is this for me? Thank you for keeping your promise. Daisy took the folded paper, her eyes sparkling. Estella leaned in close. This is our little secret. If you can keep it well, I'll give you a gift. Remember our promise from last time? Daisy clutched the paper tightly as cheers echoed through the room. Thank you. This is wonderful. Estella watched Daisy, The herbs were growing wildly under the influence of the potion, and medical research was progressing rapidly. But the real danger wasn't here. It was the fire that would be caused by the rebels. She could see Viduato roaring in the flames, his arms wrapped tightly around the girl in his embrace. To prevent all of this, she could never let Daisy be left alone. Estella looked serious and put her index finger to her lips. Daisy, listen carefully to what I say next. Daisy stopped what she was doing and looked up. What is it? Night fell, and the dining room was brightly lit. Daisy sat alone at the massive dining table, with Viduato sitting opposite her. A feast of dishes lay between them. Daisy took a deep breath and gripped her silver spoon. The fairy lady taught me what to do. She dipped the spoon into the thick soup and stirred gently. Viduato put down his knife and fork, watching the girl across from him. Daisy, you don't seem to have much of an appetite. Did something happen? Daisy lowered her eyes and let out a heavy sigh. It's nothing. Stage 1. Operation Sigh begin. Cold sweat broke out on Viduato's temple. Your sighing is so heavy it's about to pierce through the floor. Daisy calculated in her head. Is it working already? Viduato looked solemn. I heard you've been leaving food lately. Even if you don't have something on your mind, you shouldn't do that. Daisy put down her spoon, her voice tiny. Because eating alone doesn't taste good at all. Viduato froze, the food on his fork suspended in midair as he fell into silence. He eventually put the food into his mouth. Since Papa is very busy at lunchtime, didn't you promise to be a good girl and eat by yourself? Daisy clutched the necklace on her chest. I don't think I ever promised that. This isn't working. Move to the next plan. She kept stirring the soup in her bowl, the metal clinking against the porcelain. The sound was sharp. Viduato put down his utensils, his gaze becoming sharp. Daisy, don't play with your food. Eat properly. Other children are never picky about their food. Daisy suddenly looked up. Am I not your only daughter? I've heard your friends say. But Papa, you don't have any friends at all. The fork in Viduato's hand slipped, clattering against the plate. What nonsense are you talking about? Lord Cain, Lord Snake, they're all my friends. He covered his mouth and coughed to hide his embarrassment. Daisy lowered her head, her voice tearful. Then, am I the only one who doesn't have any? Viduato leaned forward. Doesn't have what? Daisy slammed her hands on the table and stood up, screaming, friends. Why don't I have any friends? Stage 2. Operation Only I Have No Friends is officially launched. Viduato pressed his hand to his forehead and let out a long sigh. When you grow up, you'll make friends. First, you have to ensure you're healthy and build up your strength so you can play with them. Daisy turned her head away, looking displeased. Papa always says the same thing. Estella rested her chin on her hand. Usually, stage 2 should work. Just in case, there's one last move. She suddenly pushed back her chair and ran for the door. She slammed the door hard, creating a loud bang. Operation Slam the door and shout, I hate Papa. Viduato froze in his seat, his face instantly turning pale. Daisy, Estella sat at the table, taking a small sip of tea. So, you want to hold a tea party for Daisy? Viduato put down his teacup, looking exhausted. Yes. A small smile played on Estella's lips. Everything is going according to plan. Viduato looked pale and utterly dejected. Daisy actually said she hates me. Estella put down her teacup. In that case, why don't you host a tea party yourself? Is there some difficulty? Viduato looked at the desserts on the table. A tea party usually requires cakes and cookies, right? I've only ever given Daisy healthy food. I'm worried those sweets won't suit the guests' tastes. Estella tapped the rim of her cup. If that's the case, leave it to me. Viduato looked up suddenly, hope in his eyes. Do you have a solution? Estella's expression was calm. Of course. Viduato pressed his hands together in admiration. As expected of your highness, you truly are an amazing person. I realized it during that incident with Prince Tycho. Would you be interested in joining the Imperial Guard? Estella turned her face away to avoid his burning gaze. That won't be necessary. Please don't look at me like that. It makes me very uncomfortable. She put down her teacup, a curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. However, this isn't free. I have a request as well. Viduato froze. A request? Estella's smile deepened. You didn't think this was for free, did you? There is nothing in this world more expensive than something free. Estella set down her teacup, the bottom clinking softly against the saucer. I will think carefully about that wish and then tell you. Viduato stood up and bowed. Then, I shall take my leave. Very well. Viduato gripped the doorknob, but then suddenly paused. Ah, did you receive the things I asked you to find? Estella replied, I did. Thanks to you, the experiments are going smoothly. Estella turned her head, her gaze calm. I think I'll soon be able to give you a good report regarding Daisy's treatment. Vituato froze for a moment, then gave a deep bow, tears welling in his eyes. Thank you so much. Estella watched his back. He is a good father. She turned and pushed open the heavy wooden door, disappearing into the light and shadow. Tarek sat alone at his desk, flipping through documents. The nib of his pen scratched lightly against the paper. Vituato stood to the side, his body stiff. Tarek's brow furrowed, and his foot tapped lightly. You're noisy, Vituato. Vituato flinched. Tarek didn't even look up, his voice cold. Get out. Vituato apologized repeatedly, bowing as he backed away. Tarek put down his quill and cleared his throat. I heard you're hosting a tea party for your daughter. Vituato stopped, looking shocked. How did your majesty know about that? Tarek leaned back. The whole palace is buzzing with talk. Vituato looked panicked and immediately gave a deep bow. I'm terribly sorry. I will deal with it immediately. Quiet. Tarek tapped his finger on the desk. I can overlook you hosting a gathering without permission, but before that, shouldn't you give me something? Vituato froze, cold sweat sliding down his sideburns. What? He lowered his head to avoid that icy gaze. As the captain of the guard, to have kept something from his majesty, and even to invite the children of nobles who might become enemies. No wonder his majesty is angry. I'm not fit to continue in this position. Vituato dropped to both knees and held up his sword with both hands. It has been an honor to serve you. It has been my honor. Tarek's temple throbbed. What kind of person do you take me for? He snatched the sword and tossed it aside with a crisp metallic clang. Tarek took a deep breath. The invitation. Vituato looked up blankly. Huh? Tarek held out his hand, his gaze shifting to the side, a slight flush on his cheeks. Give me an invitation. Vituato froze in place, utterly incredulous. What did you say? The carriage slowly came to a halt. We're here. Layla peeked out, marveling at the building before them. Your Highness, this manor is magnificent. Estella stepped down from the carriage. It is. She lightly touched the brim of her hat, hiding the emotions in her eyes. Layla, you go and prepare first. Layla nodded and, carrying the luggage, walked quickly toward the manor. Estella paused by the flower bushes. I have one more place to go. I need to make sure my wish was heard. Estella stopped and pulled her hat lower, shadows obscuring her eyes. A heavy vibration came from ahead, and a massive dark shadow loomed over her. A giant elephant raised its trunk and let out an ear-splitting trumpet. Estella stood still, looking up at the behemoth. Have you been well? The giant elephant ceased its intimidation, and its body shrank. A small, pure white elephant sat obediently among the flowers, letting out a crisp cry. A week ago, Vituato had walked ahead with Estella following behind. They stopped before a massive iron cage where a white elephant was trapped in a narrow enclosure. Vituato stopped. I only brought you here because you requested it, Princess, but Estella let out a soft sigh. Has this child been kept in such a narrow place this whole time? The white elephant rubbed its trunk against the iron bars, letting out a dull trumpet. Vituato looked helpless. We can't exactly let it run wild around the palace. Estella reached out to touch the cold iron bars. Does His Majesty have no intention of taking care of it? Vituato shook his head. I don't think he's even considered it. Estella withdrew her hand, her gaze turning cold. That cold-hearted man really has no compassion for this creature. She turned to look at Vituato. Then what about Prince Tycho? Doesn't he want to send it back to its homeland? Vituato looked troubled. No, I asked him from the very beginning. Tycho had gripped his glass, his knuckles white from strain. Do you know how His Majesty treated me? He recalled the man's icy words. This useless burden. Throw it away or kill it. Do as you please. The white elephant curled up in a corner of the iron cage, a heavy chain locking its ankle. Its skin was covered in scars, and its eyes were hollow. Vituato looked at the beast in the cage and sighed. So in the end, we had no choice but to lock it up. Estella watched the white elephant, her eyes full of resentment. How irresponsible to bring it back without being able to take responsibility. She turned to look at Vituato. So, what do you think should be done with it? Vituato avoided her gaze. It has no use here. The amount of feed it consumes is staggering. We've been at a loss as to what to do. He paused, looking a bit hesitant. And there's a noble who wants its hide. Estella's voice suddenly rose. Absolutely not. She took a step forward, shielding the iron cage. It was forced away from its family to come here and has already endured so much pain. Estella's brow furrowed, her voice trembling. And they actually want to skin it? This cannot be allowed. The white elephant hid behind the iron bars, its body shaking slightly as it let out a weak, mournful cry. Vituado rested his hand on his sword hilt. Then does the princess have a better idea? Estella turned her face, a shallow smile on her lips. That promise I made earlier. I'm asking to redeem it now. The white elephant raised its trunk and let out a cheerful trumpet. Estella reached out and stroked the tip of its trunk. I'm glad to see that you're doing well here. Daisy came running, holding up her skirt and calling loudly for the princess. Vituado followed closely behind and bowed. Estella knelt down. Daisy, have you been well lately? Daisy nodded vigorously and answered loudly, yes. She leaned in curiously. But princess, why are you wearing your hat so tightly? Estella's expression faltered, a drop of cold sweat breaking out on her temple. Oh, she pulled the hat lower. Because I don't want to get a tan. Daisy tilted her head. Aging? Is it something you can eat? Estella thought to herself. Actually, it's because someone doesn't want me to be here. Daisy ran toward the white elephant, waving cheerfully. George, have you been well lately? Estella looked at Vituado. Although it was only temporary, Daisy had already developed an affection for it. Daisy hugged the elephant's hide tightly, her cheek pressed against the rough skin. I like George the best. Vituado looked troubled. But we don't have a stable here, and its size is just too large. Estella's tone was decisive. I don't plan on letting them stay for long anyway. Vituado looked serious. Is that so? Estella turned around. I won't let that happen. So, I'll leave him in your care today. Vituado bowed. I will make the preparations. Daisy suddenly stopped her movements, her back stiffening. Estella noticed something was wrong. Daisy, what is it? Daisy pointed at the white elephant's back, her voice trembling. Why are there so many scars on George? Estella looked down. The elephant's skin was covered in crisscrossing red marks. This child must have been whipped countless times before coming to the Empire. The whip had drawn arcs in the air, falling heavily on the elephant's back and tearing the flesh. Those people had vented their violence under the guise of discipline. Estella lowered her eyes, her expression sorrowful. It seems this child met some bad friends in the past. Daisy had been bullied all this time. She gently stroked the elephant's trunk, her eyes rimmed with red. It was too cruel for those friends to bully her like that. Estella leaned down and looked into Daisy's eyes. So, from now on, Daisy, you have to be his real best friend. Daisy nodded vigorously and responded loudly. I will take good care of George. The white elephant raised its trunk and let out a cheerful cry. Estella was a bit curious. By the way, why call him George? Daisy spread her arms and explained as if it were obvious, Mr. Elephant. The abbreviation is George. The white elephant froze in place. Daisy clapped her hands and laughed. It seems George likes this name too. He's happily swinging his trunk. Estella raised an eyebrow. Is that so? The white elephant screamed in its heart. But I'm not a mister at all. Daisy gently stroked the trunk. George, from now on, I'll always be with you, okay? Estella took Daisy's hand, a gentle smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. I hope this will be a happy ending. Daisy, it's time to get ready for the banquet. Let's go. Daisy waved reluctantly. Okay, George, goodbye. Estella took a deep breath. Then I must also give it my all. Inside the banquet hall, people were moving about. The attendants whispered among themselves. Is that the rumored Princess Blaze? I heard she saved His Majesty recently, but I can't believe it. She looks so gloomy. Layla stopped in her tracks, her gaze cold. Excuse me, I can hear every word you say. So, please lower your voices, shall we? Layla was furious inside. How dare they talk about the princess like that? Estella turned around abruptly, the knife in her hand flashing with a faint light. Time is short. Let's begin immediately. She skillfully sliced the ingredients, her movements efficient and neat. A look of unquestionable determination was in her eyes. The chef held the recipe sheet with a hesitant expression. Princess, are you sure we just need to follow this? I've never seen this kind of cuisine before. Estella looked into his eyes. As long as you measure the grams accurately, you can make anything. A light flashed in the chef's eyes as he nodded vigorously. Understood. Thank you very much for your guidance. Estella turned around. In the world of cooking, measurement is everything. Now let's start making those delicious, healthy, and sweet desserts. In the world I used to live in, There are thousands of recipes pursuing health. No sugar, no water. Although making them isn't difficult, the banquet is imminent. We must speed up. Inside the kitchen, it was steaming hot. The chefs bent over, gasping for breath, sweat sliding down their cheeks. Estella raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. It's finally finished. She looked at the exquisite finished products. Do we amateurs really do it? The three-tier dessert stands were radiant, filled with crystal-clear jellies and mousses. The chefs looked on in amazement. I can't believe these perfect desserts. That came from our hands. Estella spread her arms, showing everyone the results on the long table. These are all healthy desserts. Please, everyone, you must taste them yourselves. A young attendant nervously rubbed his hands. Can we really eat something so precious? Estella said calmly, if we don't test them first, how can we serve them to the distinguished guests? There is plenty, so please try as much as you like. The attendant swallowed hard, picked up a piece of reddish fruit with a fork, and put it in his mouth. Sweetness instantly burst on his tongue, as if he could hear celestial bells ringing in his ears. The chefs held their cheeks, their eyes full of enchantment. So delicious, it's literally the taste of an angel. Estella showed a satisfied smile. Very well, start decorating the venue. Sunlight flooded the flower-filled garden. Daisy held a dessert stand and turned lightly among the flowers. Hello, everyone. My name is Daisy. Ramus. She bowed to the guests, her smile bright as a flower. Thank you very much for taking the time to attend this gathering today. The young children sat around the circular table, staring curiously at the exquisite desserts, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Daisy bowed. Please, everyone, enjoy yourselves. Estella covered the corner of her mouth with a folding fan, her eyes full of doting. Daisy is just too cute. It's heart-fluttering. The guests sat around the circular table and nodded to Daisy. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Daisy. Although these compliments sounded sincere enough, they gathered here clearly for another purpose, because there were people here they were more interested in. Vituato clenched his fists, tears sliding down his cheeks. My daughter is the cutest child in the world. The surrounding nobles quietly glanced sideways, trying to leave a good impression on this confidant of Tariq. Most of these children came from the prestigious families mentioned in the original book. I believe they will become good friends for Daisy. Estella hid behind her fan, scanning the scene. Hello, sorry for being late. The children let out a burst of exclamation, staring at the exquisite desserts on the table. They're so cute. The eldest son of Count Snake stepped forward. I am Boris Snake. Boris knelt and took Daisy's hand, kissing the back of it. It is an honor to meet you, Miss Daisy. Why? Is that child here? If he is present, then that means. Estella hid behind her fan, her gaze crossing the crowd to lock onto two figures in the distance. Count Snake bowed to Vituato. Captain of the Guard, I am sorry for only coming to greet you now. Vituato straightened his back and looked down at the man before him expressionlessly. Vituato looked down at the man. Thank you very much for coming. That culprit who caused the fire and killed Daisy, Lord Snake. He was the prime suspect. Count Snake. In the original novel, he was the character that made me feel the most frustrated. As an important witness to the Daisy fire incident, many innocent people lost their lives because of the testimony of this snake-like man. The rope loops on the gallows hung quietly. The wooden frame was stained red with blood. That was the place where countless wronged souls vanished. Count Snake looked at Vituato. She's a lovely daughter. Isn't she, Captain of the Guard? Vituato straightened his back and spoke flatly. Thank you, Lord Snake. A smile hung on Count Snake's lips. I didn't know the captain of the Royal Guard would be interested in social activities. Vituato smiled and said, I think Daisy needs friends too. This man known as the Snake refused to call Vituato Lord. The reason lay in the difference in their origins. For someone of such lowly blood, Count Snake turned his head, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes as he looked at the tea party. Are you calling this a tea party? A smile hung on Count Snake's lips. To a snake born of a prestigious family, Vituato was nothing more than a watchdog. He was just a fallen noble who needed to regain his glory. Daisy spoke up. Please enjoy yourselves before the tea gets cold. The children sat around the circular table. I've never eaten snacks like this. The color of this tea is so beautiful. It smells like the fresh scent of oranges. How is this made? It smells so good and tastes wonderful. The noble ladies covered their mouths with handkerchiefs surprise in their eyes. I can't believe my child actually ate so many snacks. I'm also curious about what it tastes like. Estella stood to the side, a hint of a smile between her brows. I'm glad it suits everyone's taste. A girl pointed at the 3-tier stand on the table. Who made such cute and delicious snacks? Daisy was about to speak. Oh, the girl asked. Was it made by a fairy? Estella suddenly crossed her arms and shook her head desperately, signaling no. Daisy blinked, looking confused. It wasn't a fairy. It was made by Her Royal Highness the Princess. The room instantly fell into a dead silence. The guests' faces turned pale. Her Royal Highness? That's impossible. Estella froze in place, her face ashen. It's all over. Daisy put down her teacup and pressed her hands on the table. I don't think so, but she reached out and picked up a snack, her finger brushing over the blueberry on top. The person who made this is... A smile hung on Boris's lips as he stared at Daisy. The princess of the Blaze royal family could never make something like this, right? Estella froze. That was Boris. He gripped his hem tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. That's right, that's how it is. Estella held her breath, her pupils trembling violently. Daisy puffed out her chest, her expression serious. The cursed princess of Blaze made these for me with all her heart. A burst of terrified sobbing broke out among the guests. The nobles turned pale and covered their mouths and noses. The nobles suddenly stood up, knocking over the chairs behind them. What did you feed the children? Spit it out. Spit it out now. The children were so scared they burst into tears. The scene fell into chaos. Daisy was puzzled. Why is everyone acting like this? Am I going to die? Estella gritted her teeth. This is trouble, Miss Daisy. Did that cursed Blaze princess really make these for us? Boris pointed at the desserts on the table, his face pale. I can't believe you actually poisoned the desserts. Daisy waved her hands urgently. No, there's no poison. I just wanted the princess to make such delicious desserts. Boris's eyes were cold. That's right, desserts made by a cursed princess. You actually made us eat them. Daisy gripped her skirt and argued loudly. That's not true. The princess isn't cursed at all. Boris looked down at the younger girl, his pupils flickering with a strange light. It seems the adults have told a lot of lies, so as not to scare the fragile Miss Daisy. He leaned close to Daisy's face with a mocking smile. Let me give you a piece of advice. This world isn't some pure and beautiful fairy tale. Boris snatched the cake from Daisy's hand. He carelessly threw it on the ground. No, that was specially made for me, by the princess. Daisy watched helplessly as the cake fell. Boris looked down coldly at the remains. I can't believe you'd eat something like this so recklessly. You'll die if you eat it. Please cherish your life. What a brazen brat. Boris turned to leave. Estella's forehead broke into a cold sweat. Now is not the time to daze. I must get to Daisy's side. In your eyes. Tarek's voice rang out low and deep. Estella suddenly looked up, her pupils contracting sharply. Tarek bent down and reached out to pick up the mud-stained cake. Does this look like a ball to you? He straightened up, holding the broken dessert between his fingers, staring coldly at Boris. Your Majesty. Boris froze in place, his face turning pale instantly. Boris lowered his head and bowed, his body trembling violently. It is an honor to meet you. Tarek looked down at him. Don't make me say the same thing twice. Can't you see? Boris was stunned, his pupils contracting with fear. Tarek held the broken cake before his eyes. Does this precious food look like a ball to you? I'm asking you a question. Boris's back went rigid, cold sweat sliding down his temples. Your Majesty. Count Snake stepped forward quickly and pressed down on Boris's shoulder, forcing his head lower. My son is young and ignorant and has disturbed the imperial presence. I'm deeply sorry. Tarek turned his face, his gaze icy. So, he is your son, Count Snake? Count Snake's expression was awkward. It is Snake. Punto your majesty. Tarek turned around. Whether it's Snake or a nail, I don't care about your name. He's picking a fight on purpose. Viduado stood to the side, watching the Emperor's back. Is this how children are taught in the Count's house? Tarek held the broken muffin, his gaze cold. Are you teaching him that he can throw away precious food at will? Count Snake's mouth twitched as he lowered his head to avoid eye contact. I just always tell them to be careful. After all, there's a risk of poison being mixed in. Tarek took a step closer, his tone grim. Are you saying there is poison in this muffin? Count Snake turned his head slightly, his peripheral vision sweeping toward the distance. I cannot say there is absolutely no such possibility. After all, I have heard many terrible rumors. That snake-like bastard. Estella gritted her teeth. Her temple throbbed slightly. Tarek lowered his eyelids. Are you talking about the rumors regarding the princess of the Blaze family? Blood from the battlefield flashed in his mind. Have you not heard how she saved my life amidst betrayal? Count Snake was at a loss for words, cold sweat sliding down his cheeks. That is. He suddenly clenched his fists and lowered his head deeply. I am deeply sorry, Your Majesty. Tarek's tone was indifferent. The one you should apologize to is not me. Count Snake turned around and bowed to Estella. Princess Blaze, I am very sorry. He pressed down on the back of Boris's head, forcing his son to bow in apology with him. Viduato walked to Daisy's side and leaned over to press her shoulder. Daisy, are you all right? Daisy lowered her eyes and nodded gently. Tarek turned his face, a mocking smile on his lips. If you have the leisure to throw away food at will, it seems I have already achieved the prosperity of a nation. The setting sun of the battlefield flashed in his mind. Corpses were everywhere. I once survived on the battlefield by eating grass. Yet you, in your luxurious castle, squander fine wine like bathwater. Boris kept his head down, his voice thin as a mosquito's. I just want to be a good friend. Daisy gripped her skirt, her fingertips sinking into the fabric. Friend? Someone who hurts my friend is a bad friend. Daisy puffed out her chest and looked directly at Boris. Anyone who speaks ill of me is not my friend, just a bad person. Boris froze in place, his pupils trembling with shock as if he had suffered a heavy blow. As expected of Daisy, Viduato held up a banner in the back and waved it vigorously. Estella held her heart with both hands, her eyes full of admiration. Count Snake let out a roar of anger, his hands suddenly clenching. How can I possibly stay calm? The woman beside him whispered, please calm down. A red light flickered in Count Snake's eyes, and he gritted his teeth. Those guys, they dare to shame me in front of other families. The woman leaned close to his ear, a mocking smile on her lips. In that case, how about writing a letter to my brother? Count Snake's expression changed slightly, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, revealing a cold smile. That's a good idea. A full moon hung in the night sky. Daisy lay in bed, fast asleep, holding a small brown bear. Moonlight fell on the bedding. Viduato gripped the metal doorknob and gently pressed it down. The door made a faint sound. He walked out of the room and looked at Estella, who was waiting in the corridor. How is Daisy? Estella stood outside the door. She just fell asleep. I'm sorry for ruining the gathering. Tiredness showed in Viduato's eyes. Daisy doesn't want you to blame yourself. Highness. Estella looked up. Did she really say that? A hint of gratification was on his lips. Yes. Before I knew it, my little daughter had grown up so much. Viduato looked at Estella. This is all thanks to you, Highness. Thank you for being willing to spend time with her. He bowed deeply. I hope you can continue to be her friend. I also entrust Daisy's treatment to you. Estella looked at the closed door. Daisy. Viduato suddenly turned his head. I didn't know you hadn't left yet. Tarek's expression was indifferent. The carriage I was taking broke down. It seems I'll have to trouble Princess Estella today. Estella looked at Viduato. When Daisy wakes up, can I take her for a tour around the city? Fresh air is good for her condition. Viduato looked troubled. We need to request His Majesty's permission first. I grant it, Tarek said as he stepped inside. Estella's pupils trembled slightly. Your Majesty? What? Estella froze in place. This was too sudden. Absolutely not. Inside the carriage, there was dead silence. Estella looked down, staring at her hem. This is so awkward. She quietly lifted her eyelids and glanced at the man opposite her. Tarek had his eyes closed, his eyelashes very long. Is he asleep? Estella looked at his profile. Why did you have to take my carriage instead of Viduato's? The food tasted good. Estella was stunned. What did you say? Tarek opened his eyes. That cake. I ate it. Estella's pupils trembled. He didn't eat the one that fell on the ground, did he? Estella suddenly straightened her back. Heavens, Your Majesty, why did you eat that? Don't you know the ground is full of bacteria? She waved her hands, gesturing. There's so much food. Why pick up and eat what was on the ground? Tarek's expression was indifferent. I find that you quite enjoy lecturing people. Princess, if merely eating something off the ground could kill me, I would have been dead long ago. Estella frowned slightly. I know your body is strong, but that doesn't mean you should go out of your way to eat dirty things. Tart denied it. No, that was very good food. Estella froze in place, her breath hitching slightly. Her cheeks flushed red, unable to argue. For some reason, the cold night air felt pleasant today. She coughed lightly to hide her inner agitation and cast her gaze into the distance. Sunlight fell on the red tiles of the manor. A new day had arrived. Now you have to drink this whole cup. Daisy held the water cup and gulped down the medicine, her throat making a gurgling sound. Estella picked up a red candy and stuffed it into Daisy's mouth. How do you feel? Do you like it? Daisy showed a smile. Yes, it's very delicious. Estella's eyes were gentle. As long as you take your medicine obediently, you'll get a candy. Has your coughing been better lately? Daisy nodded vigorously. The coughing has decreased. Even if I run, I don't get out of breath like before. Estella took her hand. That's wonderful. Shall we go for a tour of the city now, as promised? Daisy held back firmly. Okay, princess. Estella put on her sun hat, but her expression suddenly froze. How did things turn out like this? A huge white elephant stood on the street, raising its long trunk and letting out a cry. Passers-by fled in terror. That's a monster. A monster has appeared in the city. Daisy spread her arms and stood in front of the elephant, arguing loudly. He's not a monster. Daisy pointed at the massive creature. His name is George. Look at his cute feet. They feel as soft as jelly. Estella remained silent. The passers-by stared with wide eyes. Daisy, this time even I can't help cover for you. She gently soothed Daisy. All right, let's say goodbye to George here. Daisy turned her head. Why? Can't George go shopping with us? Estella lowered the brim of her hat. The streets ahead will get narrow. George won't be able to get in. Daisy showed a smile. It's okay. I'm very happy just being able to go shopping with the princess. George, wait for me here for a bit, okay? The elephant raised its trunk and let out a parting cry. The market was bustling with people, and the stalls were filled with fresh fruits and vegetables. Estella led Daisy into the crowd, her gaze scanning the noisy street. The real purpose of coming here was to investigate the market. Her eyes became sharp, especially in this area. There was a hidden black market. Drugs, gambling, human trafficking. This was the Black Street. Vast amounts of capital flowed into its unfathomable depths, making it difficult for even the imperial palace to intervene. Count Hinnek conspired with the Black Street network, and his brother was the head of the Black Street market. Estella stopped and looked at the sign ahead. Daisy, we're here. Daisy turned her head, but her gaze was drawn to another place. Princess Blaze, look over there. There's a toy shop. We can't go there. Daisy stopped in her tracks. Why not? Estella's expression was grave because that place was exactly the entrance to the Black Street. Flames consumed the house, and fire snakes licked the night sky. Daisy died. Estella withdrew her thoughts and looked at the girl beside her. We're here to visit the dress shop today. Let's go to the toy shop next time. Daisy showed a smile. Okay, princess. The doorbell of the dress shop jingled. Daisy changed into an orange-red puffy dress and twirled lightly in front of the mirror, the hem making a rustling sound. The shop assistant clasped her hands. You look so dazzling. You're like a little fairy. Daisy's eyes lit up. Really? Estella, I'm going to change into another one. I'll be right back. Estella smiled and nodded. Okay. She really seemed to like these clothes. The teacup clinked against the tray with a crisp sound. Please enjoy some black tea while you wait, Highness. Estella sat on the bench and adjusted the brim of her hat. Thank you. I'm not thirsty. She turned her head, her gaze falling on the wall clock. The second hand ticked mechanically. Tick-tock. Changing clothes was taking too long. Estella looked out the window. Isn't that Count Hinnek? And Boris. Count Hinnek had a gloomy expression as he led Boris toward the end of the street. Why would those two enter the toy shop? Estella suddenly gripped her skirt, her knuckles turning white from the force. An ominous feeling surged into her heart. She walked quickly through the corridor, the soles of her shoes hitting the floor with a rapid clack-clack. I checked the date. That fire accident shouldn't happen today. It shouldn't happen today. Estella suddenly pulled back the curtain of the fitting room, the fabric swaying violently in the air. Miss, what happened? She looked around, her eyes trembling with terror. Daisy? Where is Daisy? The fitting room was empty, with only a gorgeous empty shell remaining. That young lady said she was going to the restroom. Estella turned to stare at the shop assistant. I thought you accompanied her. The assistant looked confused. What are you saying? I've been here serving you. A scream tore through the air, coming from deep within the street. The scream tore through the long street. Estella suddenly turned her head, her pupils reflecting the red light in the distance. Fire? How can it be now? A heat wave rolled in. Fire snakes instantly consumed the roof of the toy shop. Wood crackled in the flames, and thick black smoke rolled. Rising into the clouds, the entire building was engulfed in a sea of fire. Broken beams crashed to the ground, splashing countless sparks. Estella's face was ashen. Daisy, a guard, Dot looked at the man beside him. "Captain, are you sure we don't need to follow them?" Viduato stroked the elephant. "They'll be fine. I trust the princess. Besides, George needs someone to stay and look after him." He lowered his eyelids. "Daisy treats the princess as a friend. I can't go and get in the way. She won't leave me forever, right?" Viduato stood in the middle of the street. Watching the elephant let out a low cry. The guards behind him stood by. A guard suddenly turned his head and let out a short cry of surprise. "Captain!" Viduato turned his face, his expression freezing. Billowing black smoke rose in the distance. That was the direction where Daisy was. Fire snakes instantly consumed the distant roof, and thick smoke obscured the sky. Viduato's eyes were full of horror. "No!" He suddenly charged out, leading the guards toward the fire. Their boots stomped heavily over the stone pavement. "Captain!" The guards staggered as they rushed forward. "Miss Daisy, she's trapped inside." Viduato's pupils contracted sharply. "What?" The moment Miss Daisy stepped into the building, an explosion occurred. Statues collapsed and blocked the entrance. She was trapped in the center of the sea of fire. Viduato stared fixedly at the burning ruins. Someone deliberately caused this explosion to trap Daisy in a dead end. Viduato suddenly waved his hand forward. "Assemble all nearby soldiers and block off this area. As soon as the royal guard arrives, take over immediately." Daisy curled up in the thick smoke, covering her nose and mouth, coughing violently. Fire snakes licked the surrounding wood. A teddy bear doll rolled at her feet. He looked at the subordinates behind him. "Evacuate the nearby civilians. Send the elderly and children to the shelter. Go." "Yes." The guards took the order and dispersed. The fire was too fierce. This water was not nearly enough. He picked up a metal bucket and splashed cold water onto the blazing ruins. The water instantly evaporated in the flames, making a sharp hissing sound. "Damn it, the entrance is completely blocked. We must wait for reinforcements to arrive." Viduato wiped the water off his face and suddenly turned to look at the back of the figure in the distance. Princess Blaze. Estella lowered the brim of her hat and quickly left, moving against the crowd. Her footsteps echoed urgently on the chaotic street. Is she going to abandon Daisy and run for her life? Not only did she fail to take care of my daughter, but now she's actually running away? Viduato clenched his fists tightly, his nails sinking deep into his palms. "Trusting you was truly a mistake." Estella, she turned around and rushed again toward that impassable sea of fire. The entrance was completely inaccessible. "We can only wait for the cavalry. Get out of the way." A cold voice came from behind. Estella had returned, carrying a heavy wooden bucket. Water splashed onto her soaked skirt. Viduato picked up the water bucket, and the ice-cold water poured over his head, soaking his military uniform and hair. He gritted his teeth, his eyes reflecting that scorching firelight. "Captain!" The guard cried out. "This is too reckless. You can't possibly move all the rubble in the fire. Just wait a few more minutes. I said, get out of the way." Viduato's voice was icy. "Every second, Daisy's life is slipping away." Viduato strode toward the fire, his boots stomping heavily on the ground. "Captain!" The guard called out in low voices behind him. A heat wave hit him, and he turned his face to avoid the flying sparks. A sharp trumpeting sound suddenly tore through the air, deafeningly loud. What is that? Some kind of huge shadow was rolling toward them. "Everyone, get out of the way." The elephant's heavy footsteps shattered the floor tiles. Estella was leaned over, riding on the elephant's back, her long hair flying wildly in the wind. "Lord Viduato, please move." Viduato froze in place, letting the sparks fall on his uniform. "Princess Blaze." Estella gripped the reins, her gaze cold and determined. "All right, George, prepare the water cannon." The elephant let out a earth-shaking trumpet. Its trunk coiled high and aimed at the raging fire. Fire! A massive jet of water erupted from the trunk. 50 liters of accumulated water poured out instantly, crashing into the flames like a waterfall. The fire snakes were quickly extinguished under the water pressure, and thick smoke rose with a sharp hissing sound as the charred wood splintered in all directions. Estella stabilized her center of gravity and patted the elephant's back. Very good. Next is the meatball charge. George. The elephant lowered its head and charged, its massive body slamming into the charred wall. Rubble flew in a loud crash. Estella sat firmly on the elephant's back, directing the giant beast as the debris blocking the entrance completely collapsed under the continuous impact. A gap leading inside was revealed. Daisy was curled up in the corner of a table, her hands tightly covering her mouth and nose. Tears left streaks on her dusty face. She looked toward the entrance in terror. Estella leaped off the elephant, her skirt fluttering through the smoke and dust. She rushed past layers of white flowers, moving through light and shadow toward the young child. Daisy looked up, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Fairy, miss, I knew you were a fairy." Estella leaned down and pulled the trembling child tightly into her arms. Daisy buried her face in Estella's shoulder and let out a small whimper. "Miss Fairy." Estella patted her back, her movements gentle and restrained. "It's all right now. Everything is fine." Estella gripped Daisy's hand firmly. She had stayed calm and done exactly as she had been taught. Estella felt truly proud of her. Daisy had used a wet towel to cover her nose and mouth to breathe. It was a drill they had practiced repeatedly for fire emergencies. Rapid footsteps approached. Daisy looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. "Papa." Eduardo rushed forward and pulled his young daughter into his arms. "I'm so glad you're safe, Daisy. Thank goodness." The man who wouldn't shed a single tear, even if he were stabbed, had broken down so easily the moment he saw his daughter. Estella let go, her skirt swaying gently in the ashes as she silently backed away to give the embracing father and daughter space. He was a father, after all, just like every other father in the world. Estella turned and walked toward the light at the exit of the ruins, her expression hidden in the shadows. "I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Cry all you want until you're no longer afraid." A full moon hung over the estate. Lamplight peeked through the curtains, illuminating the silent night. Estella sat by the bed, reaching out to gently stroke Daisy's forehead. "It's all right, dear," she said softly. Daisy curled up under the covers, let out a soft whimper. Estella stood and walked to the window, gazing at the night sky through the glass. She wondered how long the interrogation would last. Count Snake was also attending the meeting, but unfortunately, he was only there as a witness, not a suspect. Count Snake stood before the interrogation window, a deep smile on his lips. His red pupils glinted with malice as he adjusted the collar of his purple suit. His expression was composed. I indeed saw him wandering the street in front of the toy shop with his son. Estella frowned slightly. He was definitely involved in that accident. If she didn't find solid evidence, he would surely slip away like a snake. Estella's gaze grew determined. She had to find evidence while he was off his guard. The door hinges creaked slightly. Estella put her index finger to her lips. "Shoo," she whispered. She just fell asleep. Eduardo froze at the door and withdrew his step. His gaze fell on the sleeping Daisy. It seemed the interrogation would continue for a long time. Estella stood and walked to the outer room. Did they catch the real culprit? Eduardo lowered his head and slowly shook it. His Majesty ordered that the interrogation not stop until the killer is found. What did the suspects say? The witnesses' testimonies are surprisingly consistent. It's as if they were coordinated beforehand. They all say the young lady walked into the toy shop alone. Estella stood up abruptly. "That's impossible. It's definitely a lie. Someone must have lured Daisy out." She stared into Eduardo's eyes. What does His Majesty think? Rather than searching one by one, he is inclined to arrest everyone and then... "Enough," Estella interrupted, raising her hand. "I should have known I wouldn't hear anything else from him except killing everyone." She allowed a soft sigh. "It seems we can only ask Daisy directly." Eduardo clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the force. "Absolutely not." Eduardo slumped into a chair, covering his face with his hands and letting out a long sigh. "If that's the case, we have no way of questioning her." Estella remained silent. The sound of gears turning echoed in her mind. She felt like she was missing something. Those testimonies were like mismatched gears grinding against each other. The witnesses were unanimous. The young lady entered the toy shop alone. This was impossible. Daisy would never go off alone for no reason. Estella's pupils narrowed, and her gaze fixed on the empty air. Could it be? She stood up suddenly, her skirt tracing an arc in the air. We must leave now. Where to? The corners of Estella's mouth curled up, a cold light flashing in her eyes. To hunt. To drag out the real culprit. The old snake, Count Snake. On the empty street, the sound of chains echoed. A shop clerk wrapped in a dark cloak walked quickly across the stone pavement and pushed open a heavy wooden door. He stopped and looked around warily. After confirming he wasn't being followed, he let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind. A white cloth was pressed firmly over his nose and mouth. The clerk's pupils shrank as he struggled desperately. His body was dragged into the dark room and pressed into a wooden chair. Ropes were quickly wound around his shoulders. He was bound so tightly he couldn't move. His hood was roughly pulled back. Estella looked up, meeting his cold eyes. "What on earth do you want?" Estella threw back her cloak, her purple eyes looking straight ahead. "I want to ask about the fire." The clerk slumped in the chair, his body trembling violently. "I've already been interrogated. I told them everything I know. You once said you asked another employee to take Daisy to the restroom, right?" "Yes, that's everything. You must believe me." The clerk screamed in defense. Estella reached out and took off her winter hat, her long hair falling over her shoulders. "Do you recognize me?" The clerk's pupils shrank and his teeth chattered. "You're that cursed." "That's right. I am the cursed princess." Estella leaned in close. "Do I still look like an ordinary guest to you now?" The clerk shook his head frantically, his face as pale as paper. "Good. It seems we've finally reached an understanding." Estella's lips curled into a smile. "Eduardo and I were wrong in our initial assumption. Someone intentionally misled Daisy, but we've been looking for the truth in the wrong direction. Who exactly took Daisy to the toy shop? We kept staring at the wrong details, which is why the investigation fell into chaos." Estella lowered her eyes. "I'll ask you in a different way this time. Don't disappoint me." She suddenly grabbed the clerk's collar, her fingers tightening. "Why? Why did you tell Daisy the restroom was outside?" All the witnesses said Daisy entered the shop alone, so everyone jumped to the conclusion that there must be an abductor, guiding her from the shadows. "You ask why?" Estella let go of him. "Because your testimony said someone escorted her. But from the beginning, there was no abductor at all. The restroom in the toy shop is clearly inside the shop, yet you deliberately pointed her outside. While we were busy searching for a non-existent kidnapper, you took the opportunity to escape and destroy all the evidence, didn't you?" "No, it wasn't like that. The clerk slumped in the chair, his voice trembling so much it was almost inaudible. Estella leaned close to the clerk's ear, her voice low like a storm. "If you don't tell the truth, I'll let you taste the wrath of a mammoth." The clerk was so scared he collapsed to the ground, kowtowing frantically for mercy. "I'm sorry. Please forgive me." Eduardo stood to the side, watching the scene. She really was terrifying. The palace was brightly lit. Officials knelt on the cold floor tiles, their bodies trembling with fear. "I am worried about your Majesty's health. Why don't we end the interrogation for today and continue tomorrow?" Tyrant sat on high, his silver hair falling over his forehead, looking down with cold eyes. He was silent for a long time. Since everyone is tired, the officials felt a surge of relief, their tense shoulders relaxing. It was finally over. "Dig a large pit in the ground," Tariq said slowly, his tone flat and devoid of any emotion. "Bury them all." "What?" "Your Majesty." The officials looked up sharply, their eyes filled with horror. "Please have mercy. I am innocent." An official wailed on the ground, cold sweat soaking his clothes. Count Snake walked down the steps, his leather boots clicking against the stone tiles. "His Majesty's will is the law of the Empire." The official reached out desperately, trying to grasp at a final straw. "No, even you? Lord Snake, please help me. Please reconsider your decision, Your Majesty." The pleas echoed in the empty hall. Tariq remained unmoved. "It's a pity. We didn't manage to kill that little girl this time." A flash of coldness appeared in Count Snake's eyes. "As long as I'm not caught, there will be plenty of opportunities to get rid of her later. But first, I have to deal with Princess Blaze. Then let it be done according to His Majesty's decree." Count Snake straightened up and was about to turn and leave when wait. The doors were suddenly burst open. The heavy wooden doors slammed against the wall with a loud bang. Count Snake turned back in shock, his pupils shrinking. "What?" Estella was panting, her long hair slightly disheveled. Eduardo followed closely behind into the hall. Both were covered in the dust of their travels. "What are you doing here, Princess?" Tariq, sitting on high, asked. His cold gaze swept toward the door. Your Majesty. Estella lifted her skirt and stepped into the hall under everyone's gaze. A determined light burned in her purple eyes. We have found the real culprit. The full moon hung at the top of the spire. Tyrant looked down at the center of the hall from his high seat. You found the culprit? Estella bowed slightly. Yes, Your Majesty. The killer is among them. Rather than wasting time identifying them one by one, though it's better to throw them all into a pit and execute them. Your Majesty, please distinguish right from wrong. Estella looked straight ahead. Do not let the innocent be sacrificed in vain, because every life that is precious. Beside her, an official let out a broken sob. Tariq rested his cheek on one hand, his silver hair hiding the dark undercurrents in his eyes. He was silent for a long time. You had better bring solid evidence. Princess. Estella's gaze was firm. I promise you I will. First, I have brought the first witness. The heavy wooden doors were pushed open with a grating sound. A shop clerk in a purple dress entered the hall, her head lowered and her hands folded anxiously in front of her. Count Snake's eyes glinted with mockery. We have already interrogated her, haven't we? It seems Her Highness the Princess is being somewhat unreasonable. Public opinion still favored Count Snake. He must have felt completely safe right now. Estella turned her head, a hint of coldness in her purple eyes. But I've only just begun. The clerk's hands trembled as she clutched a yellowed slip of paper. It was like this. I received the instructions on this. Open it, Estella said coldly. The handwriting on the paper was scrawled. Guide the girl named Daisy. When she asked for the restroom, I'll take her to that toy shop. Your Majesty, that woman's testimony is completely different from what she first said. An official pointed at the clerk and questioned loudly. Silence. Tariq sat on high, his gaze like a blade beneath his silver hair. Then, who instructed you? The clerk trembled violently and let out a cry. I was just a messenger. I have no idea who the client was. I didn't know this accident would happen. I'm sorry. She covered her face as tears streamed down. The person next to Count Snake scrutinized him. That woman had no reason to kill Daisy. Clearly, the person who wrote that note was the real culprit. The tide of opinion had shifted. Count Snake's brow furrowed. He had to do something. We need time to re-examine the evidence. This witness's credibility. That is questionable. He suddenly pressed down on the table, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Your Majesty, this woman is clearly fabricating a culprit to clear her own name. She overturned her previous testimony. Who knows if this note is just another lie? Count Snake turned to face the Emperor. The evidence provided by the princess is insufficient. Tariq leaned back against his chair, his eyes searching. Then what do you think should be done? A smile curled on Count Snake's lips, his eyes cold. I believe the best way is to execute this woman and all the suspects. The clerk suddenly shrank back, her body trembling under everyone's gaze. The official's eyes widened in terror. Your Majesty, I am innocent. Tariq composed himself, his gaze falling on Estella. Is this all your evidence, Princess Blaze? Estella stood in the center of the hall, her purple eyes looking directly at the high seat. No, Your Majesty, I have more evidence. Since the real culprit insisted on hiding, her lips curled into a smile and a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Then I must present the second piece of evidence. The second piece of evidence? Count Snake's brow furrowed. Estella waved her hand, and a bag of heavy rubble was dumped onto the stone floor. Wood chips and iron nails flew everywhere, kicking up clouds of dust. How dare you bring trash into the palace? The nobles covered their noses and mouths, coughing violently. Look closely. This isn't trash. These are fragments from the fire scene. Everyone knows someone deliberately caused an explosion. To block the exit, she picked up a small cloth bag. A pungent smell emanated from the rubble. There is a smell of gunpowder on these fragments, and the scent is very strong. Even if the killer changed their clothes, that smell would still cling to their body. Estella looked around the room, her gaze locked onto someone in the crowd. Count Snake let out a cold laugh, his eyes full of disdain. So, do you intend to learn from a dog and sniff around everywhere? A burst of laughter erupted in the hall as the nobles whispered to each other, mocking her. Who does she think she is, trying to catch someone with her nose? Exactly, Estella said calmly, her voice rising above all the mockery. She raised her index finger, a cunning glint in her purple eyes. A human nose indeed has difficulty distinguishing this scent. So, let's play a quiz game. She waved a pointer toward animal patterns in the air. Gorilla, dog, rat, elephant. Who has the keenest sense of smell? The nobles below whispered among themselves. It should be a dog. I think it's a rat. A gorilla. That looks smarter. Estella rang a bell. The correct answer is number 4, the elephant. So, what are you trying to say? Count Snake sat at the long table, his red eyes full of impatience. Estella pressed her hand to her cheek. You should be arriving soon. On my count, right about now. Heavy footsteps approached from afar. The ground began to vibrate violently. The water in the cups on the table rippled, accompanied by a dull roar. Is it an earthquake? The nobles stood up abruptly, their faces pale, hands gripping the table. What on earth is that? Count Snake's eyes widened, and cold sweat dripped from his temples. A massive elephant trunk smashed through the door, followed by a deafening trumpeting. A huge body squeezed into the hall, its tusks gleaming coldly under the lights. The detective has arrived. Estella gently stroked the elephant's trunk. An elephant's sense of smell is far more developed than a human's. He will surely find the scent we cannot detect. The residual smell of explosives. She turned, her gaze sharp as a saw. The person this elephant points to is the real culprit. Estella's lips curled up, her eyes cold as she stared directly at a trembling back ahead. Whispers filled the hall. The giant elephant took heavy steps, moving through the crowd, its long trunk constantly twitching in the air. All right, Detective George, begin your work. The giant elephant let out a long trumpet. Its trunk approached 2 officials, sniffing them carefully, then tossed them aside in disgust. It wasn't these 2. The sound it made seemed to declare that it shouldn't even waste time on them. The 2 officials slumped to the ground, panting heavily, grateful to have escaped with their lives. The giant elephant continued to move forward, its trunk tracing an arc in the air before finally stopping at one spot. It inhaled sharply. Count Snake's Adam's apple bobbed, and cold sweat dripped from his temples. The elephant's trunk hovered over his head, making a dull, sniffing sound. He sat frozen in his seat, his heart pounding against his ribs. His hands gripped the armrests so tightly his knuckles turned white. The trunk slowly moved away, passing over his shoulder. Count Snake breathed a long sigh of relief, his tense shoulders. That relaxing. Good, it's moving away. Suddenly, the trunk swung back, slapping him hard across the face. Count Snake's pupils shrank. He opened his mouth in terror. The giant elephant let out a deafening trumpet, and its trunk pressed firmly against his cheek, as if announcing to the whole room, the real culprit is this man. W, what are you doing? Count Snake screamed, leaning back so far he almost fell off his chair. Oh dear, it seems Lord Snake has a very strong smell of gunpowder on him. Estella chuckled, her purple eyes full of mockery. Your Majesty, this is absolute nonsense. Count Snake slammed his hand on the table and stood up, shouting at the giant elephant. Are you going to believe a beast? What could a beast possibly know? Count Snake's face was distorted. Can't you all see? Princess Blaze. That is framing me. He spoke rapidly, his voice sharp with fear as he struggled against everyone's scrutiny. This is all a lie she made up. Tariq casually tossed a thick ledger onto the stone floor with a dull thud. The pages fanned out as it rolled. This is the ledger of the Black Jessica Detective Agency. Count Snake's pupils shrank as he stared at the ledger on the ground. His face instantly turned pale, and his breathing stopped completely. Your name is recorded in it. Tariq leaned forward slightly, his presence looming over the entire hall. Did you hire them to murder Daisy, Lord Snake? He questioned word by word, his voice echoing in the hall like a death sentence. A wild wind swept through, thunder shattered the silence of the tower, and lightning tore through the sky, striking the stone tiles and kicking up dust. Count Snake's hands gripped the table, his knuckles white from the force as his body shook uncontrollably. Why? He suddenly slammed the table and stood up, his eyes bloodshot as he roared at the person in front of him. Why help the person who destroyed your family? Eduardo stood to the side, shadows covering his eyes, his expression unreadable. Eduardo, Lamos, isn't he your enemy, princess? Why save the daughter of your enemy? If nature had taken its course, that girl would be dead by now. Count Snake's mouth twisted into a crazed, chilling smile. A cold light flashed as a sword was drawn. Eduardo held the sword against the other man's throat, the blade trembling violently as anger flared in his eyes. Say that again. Count Snake's lips curled in mockery, letting the cold blade press against his skin. As you wish, Eduardo. You come from a lowly commoner family, climbing to a high position with nothing but a dirty sword. No wealth, no background, only brute force. How are you any different from a butcher? Count Snake's gaze became even more insane. People with such low blood dare to play noble here. It makes me sick. Shut up. Estella rushed forward and delivered a resounding slap, the force of which made him turn his face away. You would kill an innocent child just for this pathetic sense of inferiority? Estella looked at him, her brow furrowed with disgust. What kind of noble are you? Estella clenched her fists, her chest heaving with rage. This is truly infuriating. She swung her arm again, and the sound of slaps exploded one after another, crisp and loud. Count Snake's cheeks quickly swelled. Spare me. He let out a weak plea, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he slumped under the continuous blows. Layla stood up in terror. Stop. You'll kill him, Highness. Please calm down. Layla hugged Estella's waist tightly, trying to stop the one-sided beating. Quick, stop. Let me go. Estella struggled fiercely, her eyes sharp. A guy like this deserves a few more hits. Tariq rested his chin on his hand, a hint of a smile on his lips, his eyes full of amusement. How interesting. Estella, that issued a final warning. You bastard, if I ever see you again, you're dead. A pen moved rapidly across the paper, making a scratching sound. I acted purely for justice. I didn't expect any reward. But why? For what reason? What did I do to deserve staying here and working overtime all night? Tariq flipped through the documents in his hand, looking at her with a cold gaze. Why are you making that face? Tariq closed the documents and pointed to the long sofa behind him. That is the best bed in the Empire. Do you have any complaints? No, of course not. Estella knelt on the floor. The best bed? My foot. He was sitting at a comfortable desk, so of course he didn't care, while she had to crouch on the floor. Her legs were almost numb. What was worse was that the bastard Tariq had sent Eduardo home on a day like this. Since he sent Eduardo away, he should do his own work, making her work overtime in his stead. What kind of logic was that? Estella stretched. Finally, she could go home. She rubbed her aching shoulders. She suddenly stopped. Why was it so quiet now? Is he slacking off while I'm working so hard? Estella tiptoed toward the sofa, her shoes making a faint rubbing sound on the thick carpet. Your Majesty? She leaned down and whispered tentatively. Tariq's eyes were closed, his breathing steady and deep. He really was asleep. Tariq was a suspicious man who never slept in front of anyone. Did this mean he had started to trust her? Estella gazed at his face. He must be exhausted from investigating the case. As expected of a male lead, his looks were indeed flawless. Sleeping, he looked like a statue. She knelt by the sofa, her gaze lingering on Tariq's face. Most of her resentment had vanished, leaving only the sound of quiet breathing in the empty room. Estella pressed her hand to her chest, her heart pounding. Oh my God, calm down. If I keep looking, I'll be sucked in. I have to leave now. She braced her knees and stood up slowly. Wait, now might be the best time. Estella looked back at Tariq's sleeping face. She pulled a hard object from her bosom, her fingertips touching the cold edges. I'm gonna put this back where it belongs. Suddenly, Tariq snapped his eyes open, his pupils shrinking as they flashed with a chilling light. He reached out and grabbed her wrist with immense force. A black object fell heavily to the floor with a crisp sound. So you're no different from the others. Estella frowned, struggling to pull her arm back. Your Majesty, please let go. Tariq sat up, his gaze locked on the shadow on the floor. Why? To kill me with that thing? What are you talking about? Estella's face was pale, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. This is a misunderstanding. I can explain. Estella said hurriedly. Misunderstanding? Tariq snorted coldly. I indeed misunderstood you. I was naive enough to think I could trust you. Tariq's fingers suddenly tightened, his knuckles turning white. Estella let out a cry of pain. That's enough. See for yourself. Estella shook off his grip and pointed to the object on the floor. How could I kill you with something like that? She leaned down and picked it up, her fingertips touching the cold metal frame. It was a brooch. I almost lost a wrist just to give you this gift. Estella sighed and rubbed her reddened skin. A gift? Tariq repeated in a low voice, his tone filled with confusion. I noticed you never wear accessories, even though you have countless treasures. You even gave your tributes to the soldiers. Where did you get the money to buy this? Tariq looked up, scrutinizing the woman before him. I'm not as poor as you think. I spent all the reward money your Majesty gave me to buy this. Estella turned her head away, her eyes slightly red. All the reward money? Tariq looked down at the brooch in his hand, his fingers stroking the metal edge, looking somewhat dazed. That's right. Sell it or throw it away, as you wish. Estella adjusted her sleeves, her movements showing a hint of spite. Anyway, the work is done. I'm going home now. She pulled down her sleeves to hide the red swelling on her wrist. Her pulse throbbed beneath her skin. Oh, and one more thing. Estella stopped and looked back at the sofa. It's very uncomfortable to look at people while sitting like that, so please lie down and get some proper sleep. She turned and walked toward the door, her skirt swaying with her steps. The sound of her shoes tapping on the floor faded until the heavy wooden door finally closed. Tarek sat alone in the empty room, staring down at the blue brooch, a faint blush appearing on his cheeks. A gift? Outside, the white palace buildings stood tall as birds flew past the spires. Tarek sat at his desk, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the surface. Eduardo stood before the desk, observing. That was His Majesty's habit when he was troubled. He straightened his back and broke the dead silence in the room. Is something bothering your Majesty? Tarek didn't look up, his finger pressing down on a document on the desk. He pointed to a spot. This. Eduardo looked down. It was the report submitted by Estella Blaze. He flipped through the pages, his tone full of admiration. This is the princess's report. It is perfect as always. The tapping of Tarek's finger stopped abruptly, and his gaze became even colder. Eduardo, since the atmosphere was wrong and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Was this not the answer he wanted? I mean this. Tarek curled his finger and tapped the object sitting on the report, a blue sapphire brooch. It sparkled under the light, reflecting a dazzling glow. Eduardo picked up the brooch to examine it closely. This is a popular style lately. The craftsmanship is excellent. It must have been very expensive. He set the brooch down and looked at Tarek. As far as I know, no one in your Majesty had a hobby of collecting sapphires. Is this a gift? Eduardo leaned in. Do you need me to investigate its origin? Tarek crossed his hands and rested his chin on them, his gaze locked on the gem on the table. If someone spent their entire fortune just to buy a stone, what would that mean? His entire fortune? Veduardo stood frozen in place. If it were an investment in a director, that would be one thing. But if it was a gift for someone else, there could only be one reason. Veduardo's expression turned solemn as he straightened his back. Your Majesty, I understand perfectly what this means. Tarek tilted his head slightly, a probing look in his eyes. What does it mean? At that, Veduardo suddenly clutched his chest, his cheeks flushing crimson. A marriage proposal, he declared loudly. What? Tarek's pupils shrank. His fingertips suddenly tightened, and his breath hitched for a moment. Estella held up a test tube. The liquid inside was boiling, emitting purple bubbles. From outside the door came an urgent cry. Your Highness, please look this way. Estella whipped her head around, the test tube nearly slipping from her hand. Her breath caught. Your Majesty? Tarek scanned the room, his gaze sweeping over the cluttered lab bench. You're not a wizard. What are you doing hiding in here? Estella set down the test tube and smoothed out her purple gown. It's just a personal hobby. A hobby? Tarek leaned down, getting close to a pot of withered plants. This thing looks truly bizarre. That is the product of a failed experiment. Estella walked up behind him. Your Majesty, what brings you to such a humble place? Tarek straightened up, raised his hand to his lips, and coughed softly. About yesterday. He avoided her gaze as a blush crept onto his cheeks. His voice was low. I'm sorry. Estella stood frozen, her pupils trembling. What? Did he just apologize? The great Tarek actually apologized? This is my thanks. Tarek handed over a letter, his fingertips steadily gripping the edge of the envelope. He was actually paying back a favor. Estella took the envelope, her fingertips brushing the thick paper. What is this? Open it and see. Tarek placed his hands behind his back, his tone flat. Estella tore open the envelope and scanned the paper. Her breath instantly stalled. It was a deed of transfer for the ownership of a sapphire mine. She looked up sharply, her voice trembling with disbelief. Are you really giving this to me? Yes, Tarek replied with a firm answer. Was he crazy? Estella gripped the document tightly. Was it because he already owned the entire mine that he no longer needed that brooch? Her brow furrowed as she fell into a chaotic whirl of thoughts. Why that expression? Tarek noticed her silence. He suddenly leaned in close, closing the distance between them. Could it be that you were actually expecting a marriage contract? What? Estella let out a sharp cry, nearly dropping the document. I heard that spending one's entire fortune to gift gems is for a proposal. I didn't know that you harbored such thoughts about me, Princess. That's... Estella stared down at the document, her face flushed bright red and her breathing becoming rapid. It's absolutely not for that kind of thing. Her scream pierced through the roof, startling the maids hanging laundry in the courtyard and sending birds into flight. In a dim room, Croco, the manager of Blackstreet, bit down on a cigar, smoke rising around him. So, that's how things turned out. Count Snake had been dragged into the interrogation room. A subordinate stood before the desk reporting, "I don't think he'll make it out alive. As for that female employee, we've already sent people to deal with her." Croco removed the cigar, his brow furrowed. "I hope that Snake keeps his mouth shut in there." The Countess and her son were sent to the countryside villa. The subordinate continued, flipping through records. She should have just stuck to the business of handsome men, but she married a foolish noble. Now, she has to fend for herself. Croco's eyes were cold as he stared into the void. "What about that bitch? We've already planted an informant near Estella." Croco crushed his cigar into the ashtray, extinguishing the embers. "Well done." He exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, the haze blurring his stubbled face. "We'll meet soon, Princess Blaze." Dressed in a deep blue, off-the-shoulder gown, Estella moved through the purple flowers, her cold gaze scanning the venue. "Let's see where the next target is. I've been wanting to meet you." Rosaria approached, lifting her skirts with a fake smile on her lips. "Princess Blaze." Rosaria pressed her hands together against her cheek, smiling brightly. "Just call me Rose." The kingdom of Landvich was situated on a peaceful island, accumulating wealth through tourism and shipbuilding. That was her next target. In the original fate, Rosaria would drink poison but narrowly survive, after which she would frantically pursue Tarek. Rosaria giggled behind her hand as she socialized among the nobles. Ultimately, she was executed for offending the emperor. Truly a miserable fate. Estella sat at the table, looking at the woman humming a little tune beside her with eyes full of coldness. "Please have some tea. I brewed it myself." Rosaria picked up her teacup, the rim clinking sharply against the saucer. Being able to enjoy a tea party here is all thanks to the merciful Emperor Tarek. Rosaria held her hands to her heart, looking entranced. Rose is truly so moved. Estella observed her. She actually thought Tarek was merciful. Rosaria's cheeks flushed. "Whenever I see His Majesty," Rose's heart skips a beat. "Oh my," a noble lady giggled behind her hand. "His Majesty seems to pay special attention to you, Princess Rosaria. Why not take this chance to become lovers?" "I'd love to," Rosaria said, lowering her eyes bashfully. "But I'm not worthy of His Majesty yet. Just thinking about it makes me blush." Estella sat to the side, her brow betraying her exhaustion. "Good luck, Rosaria." By the way, another noblewoman leaned in to look closer. "Are those earrings pearls that can only be found in the kingdom of Landvich?" Rosaria raised a hand to brush her earlobe, her lips curving upward. "That's right. It's a very rare color. My father knew I liked them, so he specifically sent someone to deliver them." She took an exquisite wooden box from beneath the table and popped it open. Inside lay several large black pearls. "My kingdom also sent some black pearls to give to the ladies here." The crowd gasped in admiration. Rosaria turned her head, her gaze locking onto the person beside her. "Especially you, Princess Blaze. I particularly want to give one to you." She pinched a pearl between her fingers and held it before Estella. The pearl was as black as ink, reflecting a cold luster. Rosaria narrowed her eyes, her smile deepening. "Isn't the color of these pearls beautiful?" In the original work, Rosaria had always been wary of her. After all, the emperor had never looked at anyone else with such interest. "She always looked down on me from a height." The beloved princess versus the loathed princess. Estella stood with her back to her as they stood side by side. Rosaria wore a smile. She only saw me as a tool to highlight her own radiance. The blackness of these pearls. Rosaria pinched a black pearl and held it to her chest, where it reflected a dark light. She tilted her head and smiled, her eyes locked on the other's face. "Doesn't it look just like Princess Blaze's eyes?" Estella remained silent, her pupils trembling slightly. She had intentionally brought up these black eyes, the symbol of the cursed princess. She was clearly trying to humiliate me. "Oh my." Rosaria suddenly grabbed the other's hand. "There's actually dirt under your fingernails, and your skin is so rough." She leaned in a look and let out a gasp. "Is it because His Majesty doesn't give you food that you have to farm for yourself?" The surrounding noble women covered their mouths and whispered, their murmurs rising in the air. Estella allowed herself to be pulled, her eyes full of coldness. Rosaria patted her own cheek. "Mother always said a woman's elegance stems from her hands." She put on a confused look. "I'm not accusing you of being inelegant, Princess Blaze." Estella responded with a smile. "It seems the kingdom of Landvich only teaches its daughters to focus on appearances." Rosaria froze. "What did you say?" "In the kingdom of Blaze, we are taught that the most important thing isn't one's face or hands? Estella tilted her head, a smile on her lips. It's a beautiful heart. Makeup can cover a face, and hands will grow rough with the seasons. She looked the other straight in the eye. But honing one's mind requires much more effort. Rosaria stiffened, her pupils trembling. Estella reached out to fiddle with the pearls in the box. These pearls from the kingdom of Landvich can hardly be called gems. They are merely secretions produced by mollusks to protect themselves from foreign objects. That is what a pearl is. She looked at the shimmering spheres in the box. Some clams even die in the process of producing them. This luster only forms after enduring decades of pain. And so, as Stella lowered her eyes, her fingertips lightly touching a pearl, a shiny pearl is born. You just said dirt is filthy, right? Rosaria turned her head, her earrings swaying with the movement. They made a faint clinking sound. Since these pearls are made of secretions, Estella leaned in close, her breath brushing past the other's ear. Are they really clean? Rosaria froze, her fingertips pressed against her chest. Her pupils shook with shock and horror as a thorn-like pressure enveloped her. Estella boarded her carriage and changed into a dark cloak. Should I have held back a little? No. That kind of smile and mockery was truly infuriating. She couldn't just let it slide. Estella calmed her breathing, her gaze turning cold again. Next, let's handle this. She took a letter from her bosom, her finger tracing the envelope. A smile played on her lips. The carriage wheels turned with a heavy creak as it slowly pulled away from the palace. Estella raised a hand to cover her nose and mouth, her brow furrowed. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of rot. This was an abandoned street, the slums. The carriage stopped by the broken stone road. You go on ahead. Don't worry about me. Estella walked deep into the alley alone, her cloak hiding her figure. That sapphire mine Tyrant gave her needed someone to help her double its wealth. To that end, she had to meet that person. Footsteps echoed in the empty alley. She stopped in front of a general store where a brown-haired man was standing with his back to her, organizing goods. Welcome. Is there something you need? Estella lifted a corner of her hood, a smile on her lips. A white worm is eating an apple in a wavy pattern. The man stopped what he was doing. He turned his face slightly, his pupils contracting. That was the code. He remained silent for a moment before turning to face the mysterious visitor. What you're looking for? That is inside the shop. Please follow me. That sentence was the signal for a trade. Estella followed him into the dim interior. The real business was about to begin. The brown-haired man closed the door and turned around, his eyes filled with alertness. What kind of information do you need? Estella threw back her hood and looked him straight in the eye. Diller, I need you. Diller stood frozen, his brow furrowed. I don't understand what you're asking for. Estella calmly repeated herself. I need you. A bead of cold sweat formed on Diller's temple as he looked away. I only deal in information. I'm afraid I can't provide what you want. Estella took a document from her bosom and pressed it onto the table. Then how about this? I will give you 20% of the profits from this mine. She flipped open the parchment, revealing the seal inside. It was the deed of transfer for the sapphire mine, clearly stamped with Tarik's seal. Diller stared at the document, his pupils shaking violently. Entrusting such a massive mine to me. Trust is the most important thing, right? Why choose me? Estella's expression was cold. Have you heard about the fire on the main street a few days ago? Diller nodded. I heard. Count Snake was accused of arson. Estella pressed further. What else do you know? Selena doesn't work for us. Diller's expression was tense, his body trembling slightly. I know that woman works for the Snake office. Estella's gaze was icy. You know very well that's not what I'm asking. Who is the man behind Count Snake and Selena? Diller remained silent, cold sweat dripping from his temple. Croco. In the world of intelligence, you are the only one who can rival Croco. Estella closed and step by step. If I just wanted this bit of news, I could have just bought the information. Diller, I think you misunderstood. She leaned in, her eyes full of chilling intent. Do you think I only know your name? I also know one more thing. Estella lowered her voice. You and Croco are related by blood. Diller suddenly stiffened. His pupils shrank violently with fear. Croco had a brother that no one knew about. Diller, you are that brother's son. To monopolize the trade market, Croco personally murdered his own brother and even intended to pull the family up by the roots by getting rid of his brother's entire family. Diller had narrowly escaped from a pool of blood. He clutched the front of his shirt, gasping for air. The desire for revenge was what kept him alive. In the original timeline, Diller would eventually rise up and crush Croco, becoming the leader of the Empire's most powerful merchant guild. Like a giant shark, he would devour that crocodile. Although that was something that would happen much later, I plan to give him a hand and speed up the process. I need to use his merchant guild to distribute the medicine I've developed. Only then can I escape my status as a hostage and win my total freedom. Estella looked out the window. Night had shrouded the rooftops, and starlight twinkled in the sky. Estella returned to her chambers. Her finger lightly tapped the red apples in the basket. What are these? The maid set down the fruit basket with a curious look. As you can see, just some delicious apples. Estella picked up a red fruit, the corner of her mouth lifting. This was also the signal that the deal with Diller had been struck. Any news while I was out? The maid handed over a gold-stamped letter. We received an invitation. It's for a banquet hosted by His Majesty. Estella took a bite of the apple. Must I attend? The messenger also left a message. As long as the sapphire mine is mentioned, you'll naturally understand. So I have to work as much as I was paid? Estella's brow furrowed slightly. He really is a man who doesn't like to lose out. Besides the invitation, they also left these gifts. The bright moon hung high as the palace was lit up brilliantly. In the banquet hall, glasses clinked as nobles talked in low voices. The air was thick with the scent of perfume and fine wine. Princess, you are truly radiant tonight. This gown was practically made for you. Rosaria wore a triumphant smile, her eyes scanning the room. You're too kind. You all look lovely tonight as well. Suddenly, a gasp rose from the crowd. Oh my God, look over there. Everyone's gaze instantly turned toward the entrance. She's truly beautiful. A low whisper of praise echoed. Rosaria stopped in her tracks, her pupils trembling slightly as she stared at the entrance. She murmured in a voice full of disbelief, "Princess Blaze?" Music flowed through the banquet hall as guests gathered in small groups. Has Princess Blaze always been this pretty? It seems fine clothes really do. That make the person. Estella lowered her eyes and let out a sigh. Why did Tyrant give me such a flashy dress? Layla was also overexcited. There were so many accessories it was exhausting. Rosaria hurried forward. Princess, this outfit suits you so well. Rose has been waiting for you. Rosaria took her hand and announced loudly to the crowd, "Everyone, Princess Blaze has arrived." She dragged Estella through the crowd and stopped at a long table covered in wine glasses. Rosaria pointed to a young man beside her. "Let me introduce you. This is the second son of Count Bruni." The man bowed respectfully. "It is an honor to meet you." Rosaria then pointed to the other side. "And this is Baron Gake from the Lapla family." Baron Gake raised his wine glass, a smile on his lips. "Good evening, Princess." Estella stared at the man before her. Gake. He was Croco's right-hand man. Why was he here? There should still be some time before the Croco incident begins. Why had Gake already appeared in court? Estella fell into deep thought. His Majesty the Emperor arrives. The herald announced loudly. Tarek stepped into the banquet hall, his silver hair falling neatly. He wore a deep blue suit with gold trim, and the sapphire on his chest shimmered with a cold light. Long live the light of the Empire! Salutations to His Majesty. The nobles bowed their heads in greeting. A synchronized greeting echoed through the hall. Tarek looked on expressionless, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Those who cause trouble after drinking shall be hanged. Those who vomit shall be beheaded. Those who behave improperly shall be burned at the stake. The guests instantly froze, the wine glasses in their hands trembling violently. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Tarek's lips suddenly curled up into a cold smile. Enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Was he serious? Estella stared at the red wine in her glass, her stomach churning. She had completely lost any desire to drink. Gake leaned in, breaking the silence. Princess, why not head to the center of the dance floor? Estella snapped back to reality, her shoulders trembling from the surprise as she looked at the intruder. Estella lightly swirled her wine. I'm not good at dancing. Gake pressed close to the table. What a coincidence. Neither am I. I want to be alone, Estella said, turning away. But Gake didn't leave. A relative of mine runs a large merchant guild. I heard he's recently become very interested in the pharmaceutical business. Naturally, I thought of you. Was he referring to Croco? Estella stared at the dark wine. Gake tilted the bottle, pouring wine into her glass. He can offer you the best price in the entire empire. If you're interested, I can arrange a meeting with the head of the guild. Estella set down her glass. You're talking about a lion's share of trade. Gake let out a chuckle. As I expected, you're a straightforward person. Gake leaned in close, his breath brushing her ear. If you can make time to attend, I can give you more details in private. Estella looked displeased and leaned back slightly. What secrets are you whispering about? Tarek suddenly appeared behind them, his voice cold. Do you need to be this close? Your Majesty. Gake recoiled, his face pale as cold sweat dripped from his temples. Tarek stared at the man, his eyes icy. What are you so surprised about? One would think you were plotting treason. Treason? Absolutely not, Your Majesty. Gake squeezed out a stiff smile and bowed. Pardon me, I still have others to greet. Gake turned and fled with frantic steps. Estella watched his retreating back and sighed softly. I just wanted to drink a glass of wine in peace. Tarek crossed his arms and looked at the woman beside him. It seems no one wants to approach you, Princess. Estella took a sip of wine. Whose fault do you think that is? I wasn't an extroverted person to begin with. Tarek's brow furrowed. What are you saying? You're the most interesting person I've ever met. Estella was stunned. She turned to meet his gaze, a helpless smile touching her lips. I'll take that as a compliment. Oh, my Emperor Tarek. A cry came from the distance. Tarek looked down at the newcomer. Rosaria let out a gasp. Your Majesty, your brooch. This sapphire is a perfect match for your eyes. Tarek cleared his throat and brushed his fingers over the gem on his chest. Estella watched the blue light. I thought he'd thrown it away long ago. I didn't expect him to keep it. It really does suit him. Rosaria took a step forward. Your Majesty, I really loved that gown catalog you sent me last time. Was it a gift you prepared specifically because my birthday is coming up? Rosaria twined her fingers together, her eyes full of joy. Rose is truly so happy. Tarek didn't say a word. He suddenly turned and walked away. Your Majesty, where are you going? Wait, Roses. Rosaria lifted her skirts to chase after him, their figures disappearing at the end of the corridor. Estella stood in place. If Tarek sent her a gown catalog, it meant he wasn't completely uninterested. Did something happen between them that I don't know about? She lowered her eyes, her fingertips tracing the cold wine glass. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Estella retracted her gaze. Gowns swayed on the dance floor as musicians played the cello and saxophone, blowing out a melodious rhythm. Golden notes danced in the air. Princess Blaze. A maid ran over, looking panicked. What's wrong? Estella turned her head, her gaze calm. It seems Lady Rosaria has lost an earring. The maid pointed toward the gathering crowd. Is it the pair of pearl earrings she was wearing just now? Estella thought of the pink pearls. They were Rosaria's pride and joy. Rosaria stood by the steps, her hands covering her empty earlobes, her expression anxious. She pushed through the crowd. She charged straight for Estella. Princess Blaze, have you seen one of my earrings? Rosaria grabbed her arm. It's been missing ever since I talked to you. Estella looked her in the eye, her gaze icy. I haven't seen it. It's too dark now. Look for it tomorrow when the sun comes up. No. What if someone picks it up before then? Rosaria countered shrilly, her eyes rimmed with red. You don't understand. Rose's earrings are very rare. They are priceless treasures. What's all the noise? Tarek pushed through the crowd, his brow furrowed. Your Majesty, Rosaria sobbed. I lost one of the precious earrings my father gave me. Making such a fuss over nothing, Tarek snorted, his eyes full of impatience. Everyone, continue enjoying the banquet. Your Majesty, Rosaria cried out unwillingly. She suddenly reached out and gripped Tarek's sleeve tightly. Slap! Tarek shook her off with a swift, clean motion. Don't touch me, he said, his eyes full of coldness. How heartless. Rosaria clutched her rejected hand, her shoulders trembling violently. Since it was so important, you should have taken better care of it yourself, Tarek said, his voice devoid of emotion. Rosaria lowered her head, her pink hair veiling her face as she let out a faint sob. Rose just wanted to find her precious earring. Your Majesty. Rosaria slowly looked up. Please, at least allow me to search one person. Search? Tarek stopped and turned, a scrutinizing look in his eyes. Yes. Rosaria whipped her head around, her gaze like a sharp blade directed at Estella in the distance. I have a feeling. A smirk curled on Rosaria's lips, her eyes full of malice. I must search Princess Estella. Murmurs rose through the banquet hall. Estella stood in the center of the hall, looking at the nobles gathering around. Why me specifically? Rosaria puffed out her chest, her finger touching her collar. Because you've always coveted my earrings. Estella tilted her head slightly, her gaze full of absurdity. Me? Pink pearls are indeed very rare. Estella cut her off. However, I personally detest pink pearls. She raised a gloved hand and lightly touched her chin, her gaze sweeping over Rosaria's furious face. That is the truth. How dare you speak that way about a gift from my father? Rosaria took a step forward, closing in on Estella, her voice trembling with rage. Estella remained expressionless. I'm just telling the truth. Rosaria suddenly let out a cold laugh, her lips curling in mockery. I see. You're jealous of me, aren't you, princess? She spread her hands, her eyes full of arrogance. Jealous that I have everything you can't get. Estella frowned. What? This is completely nonsensical. Rosaria looked down at her, her eyes full of fanatical pride. Unlike you in this place, in our kingdom, I am loved. Rosaria suddenly reached out and grabbed Estella's shoulder. That's why you stole my earring. Estella reached out and picked up a wine glass from the table. The red liquid poured out, splashing onto the floor tiles. A pink pearl shimmered in the wine stain. The surrounding nobles covered their faces and whispered, "Oh my God, it really is the missing earring. Did Princess Blaze really steal it?" Estella stared at the pearl on the ground, her pupils trembling slightly. To dare set such a clumsy trap. Was this why she was so confident? Estella straightened up and crossed her arms. I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but I didn't put that in there. The evidence is right here. Rosaria pointed at the ground and shouted, "Don't try to deny it anymore." Estella let out a cold laugh. Logically speaking, why would I go to the trouble of stealing a precious earring only to throw it in wine and ruin it? She looked down at the empty glass. While this is my glass, anyone could have dropped an earring into it. More than 3 people came to my seat tonight, Princess Rosaria. Estella walked forward slowly. There was Baron Gake, and she leaned in close to Rosaria's ear and lowered her voice, His Majesty. If you insist on a full investigation, Estella said with a mocking smile, then His Majesty will also become a suspect. Are you sure you want to do this? Rosaria froze, a muffled sound escaping her throat as her face instantly turned pale. If that's really the result you want, Estella turned to leave, her heels clicking sharply against the floor. Then by all means begin the investigation. Where are you going? Rosaria suddenly snapped back to her senses. You can't just run away like this. She rushed forward and grabbed Estella's skirt tightly, her fingertips turning white from the effort. The silk fabric slipped through her fingers. Estella lost her balance and fell backward, her hair fanning out in the air. Tyrant reached out and caught her by the waist, holding her steadily as his chest pressed against her back. Estella froze, her pupils trembling. Her breath hitched. Your Majesty, are you all right? Rosaria ran over, clutching her skirts with a panicked look. Tyrant closed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. Princess Rosaria, did you not hear what I said just now? He suddenly opened his eyes, which were full of chilling intent. Anyone who causes a disturbance shall be executed. Rosaria's body gave a violent jolt, her face turning deathly pale. The banquet is over. Tyrant scanned the room, his voice echoing through the hall. Everyone, go home immediately. Estella leaned against his chest, her fingers tightly clutching his lapel. She let out a sigh. It seems you've taken a liking to my chest since the last time. Princess. Tyrant looked down at her. I'm sorry. Estella suddenly snapped out of it, let go of him, and stepped back, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She looked down at her gown. The chest area was soaked with wine, the fabric clinging to her skin. She let out a frustrated groan. Estella bent down, and as her fingertips touched her ankle, a sharp pain shot through her. She must have sprained it during the fall, just now. Tyrant let out a sigh, leaned down, and swept her up in a bridal carry, his arms as steady as iron. Your Majesty, Estella exclaimed, her hands pressed against his chest. You don't intend to wander around the palace like this, do you? Tyrant looked down, his gaze sweeping over her tattered hem. Estella lowered her eyes. It was indeed unseemly. Moreover, she couldn't walk at all with her injured foot. I know, but she hesitated. Am I too heavy? Tyrant began to walk, his leather boots making steady echoes against the floor tiles. In fact, you're so light it's worrying. The corridor fell into a dead silence, the sound of footsteps amplified infinitely. Estella held her breath, but another rhythm reached her ears. It was the sound of a heartbeat, heavy and rapid. She couldn't tell if it was his or her own. Is it because I long for a heartbeat? Estella blinked, her vision gradually blurring, allowing that rhythm to take over her senses. Is it because I drank too much? Estella leaned against Tyrant, her consciousness fading. Princess. A low call sounded in her ear, her eyelids heavy as iron. Unknowingly, she fell into a deep sleep. You snitch. Did you tell the teacher? 2 boys stood around a desk, looking down at the young Estella. What is this? Am I dreaming? Yes, so what? She sat in the chair, raising her youthful face, her eyes showing no fear. You messed up. You should be responsible for your own mistakes. You brat. The boy pointed angrily at the tip of her nose, waving a volleyball in his hand. Since she was a child, she could not tolerate injustice, and she never cried in front of anyone. The two boys wailed loudly in front of the teacher. Estella stood to the side with a bruise on her face. Her expression was cold. No matter how painful, sad, or foolish the situation, her pride wouldn't allow her to shed tears in public. But even for someone as strong-willed and proud as her, there was one person who could make her cry. That must hurt, my poor child. That was her grandmother. With her parents away, she was the only one Estella could rely on. Her grandmother knelt down, cupping Estella's face with warm fingertips. It's okay, baby. Estella buried herself in her grandmother's arms and wept, her shoulders shaking violently. It felt as if as long as she hid here, she could withstand everything in the world. Grandmother. Estella lay on the bed, her eyes tightly closed. Tears slid from the corners of her eyes and soaked into the pillow. Tyrant sat by the bed, reaching out to gently wipe away the tear stains with his finger. His movements were very light. Grandmother, Estella murmured as she opened her eyes, her vision blurry. Tyrant let out a soft chuckle, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. I'm not your grandmother, princess. Tyrant leaned down, his arms propped on either side of Estella, staring into those hazy purple eyes. Your Majesty, Estella sat up abruptly. What are you afraid of? Tyrant's expression was indifferent. I'm not going to eat you. Estella lowered her head and covered her cheeks. To think she had cried and talked nonsense in front of him, it was utterly humiliating. She took a deep breath to suppress the shame in her heart. Regardless, why am I in your Majesty's bedroom? Tyrant sat on the edge of the bed, his gaze sweeping over her messy dress. Did you want to wander around dressed like that? I'm sorry. Estella clutched the lace of her skirt, her fingers brushing against the delicate fabric. I ruined the clothes you lent me. Lent you? Tyrant turned his head, a trace of displeasure in his eyes. Was it not? Estella looked up, tears still clinging to her eyes. That was a gift for you. Tyrant stood up and adjusted his cuffs. I see you wearing the same clothes every day. He turned around, looking down at her from his height. Where on earth do you spend your salary? Estella wrung her fingers, her voice growing smaller. I use it for experiments, buying gifts, and many other things. Tyrant let out a light click of his tongue, his brow furrowing slightly. You should learn to spend money on yourself. Is he implying I need to dress up more? How troublesome. Estella lowered her head and let out a helpless sigh. Since you're awake, go change. Tyrant turned aside, his gaze shifting toward the door. But I don't have a change of clothes. Estella clutched the torn hem of her dress, her expression awkward. A knock came from the door. Your Majesty, the items you requested have arrived. At the sound of the attendant's voice, Estella looked up, her pupils trembling. What is going on? Two maids pushed open the door, followed by several racks filled with gowns. Silks of various colors shimmered under the light. What exactly was happening? Estella changed into a long blue dress, the hem layered like waves. She cleared her throat and walked up to Tyrant. Your Majesty, I've changed. This looks much better. Sit down. Tyrant signaled without looking back. Estella froze in place. For what? You need to report. Tyrant turned around, his eyes regaining their usual coldness. What a terrible boss. All he thinks about is overtime. Estella sat back on the sofa and let out a silent sigh. What do you think of Rosaria? Tyrant stared into her eyes, his tone low. Are you asking me if I think Rosaria is a traitor? Estella turned her head and gave a light snort. It's impossible to be certain at the moment. Your Majesty, please allow me to ask a question. She raised her eyes, looking directly into Tyrant's. Who do you think put the earring in my cup? Tyrant was silent for a moment, his eyes remaining calm. I don't care. Who did it? Estella's body stiffened, a chill rising from her heart. As expected, he doesn't care about my life or death at all. But I'm certain that person was definitely not you, Tyrant added in a low, steady voice. Estella froze, her pupils trembling slightly. This sentence shattered the defenses she had always maintained. Whether it was the me from that world or the current Estella, I always seemed to be alone. I was used to it. I was used to being mocked and blamed by everyone because I had long since grown accustomed to loneliness. But at this moment, something solid was collapsing. Looking back, Tyrant was always on my side. I knew very well he might betray me for his goals at any time. But at this moment, the joy surging in my chest. That was so real. Perhaps those days of seeking and enjoying loneliness were just struggles made to resist the pain of solitude. Estella pulled back her thoughts and looked at the man beside her. Princess Rosaria is not the kind of person who would betray you. She loves your majesty deeply. She would never rebel. Tyrant folded his hands and leaned forward. Then how do you explain today's commotion? She just wanted to embarrass me. Estella lowered her eyes, her tone calm. Perhaps there are others operating in the shadows. That person is using Rosaria. They have their own agenda. Tyrant turned his head, his eyes sharp. Yes. We need to find that person and launch an investigation. Estella's expression was serious. Night shrouded the streets, the stone pavement silent. What on earth happened? Rosaria screamed in the hall, her hands tightly clutching her skirt. I thought you said the plan was foolproof. Calm down and sit. Gake frowned, letting out an impatient click of his tongue. You're telling me to calm down now? Rosaria turned sharply, her chest heaving. I did exactly as you said, and all I got was the Emperor's contempt. The door was pushed open with a heavy scraping sound. It's quite noisy here, isn't it? A burly, middle-aged man walked into the room, his gaze gloomy. Throwing a tantrum won't solve any problems. Princess Rosaria. Croco snorted, his heavy footsteps approaching. Ah, exactly the person I was looking for. Mr. Croco. Gake stood up to face the newcomer. Because of the employees in your little business, I suffered complete humiliation today. Rosaria pointed at Croco's nose and questioned loudly. How do you plan to take responsibility? My little business? Croco let out a cold laugh, his mustache twitching. Princess, it seems you have a misunderstanding. He took a step forward, his shadow looming over Rosaria. I don't work for you. What? Rosaria froze, her pupils shrinking in shock. The reason I helped you, Croco spread his fat palms, is simply because I have business dealings with King Lambich. But that doesn't mean you paid to hire us. But everything my father owns will be mine in the future. Rosaria puffed out her chest, though her voice was trembling. How unfortunate, noble princess. Croco's eyes were full of mockery. It seems you know nothing about it. What? Rosaria held her breath, her light green eyes trembling violently. The fact is, King Lambich has been defaulting on his payments lately. Croco leaned close to her face. The interest is snowballing more and more. That's impossible. Rosaria stumbled backward, her back hitting the cold wall. Our kingdom has always been wealthy. I suppose your father didn't tell you. Croco stepped forward, his leather shoes making a dull thud on the stone floor. Probably to save you some heartache. According to your logic, just now, Croco leaned in close. King Lambich's debt is also your debt, right? Nonsense. How could I possibly pay off the debt of an entire kingdom? Rosaria's face was deathly pale, her voice shaking with fear. I know it's not easy. Croco reached out, twining a lock of her long pink hair around his finger. He toyed with it wantonly. Since all you have left is this body, Princess. Croco leaned into her ear. Just do as we say, and there won't be any problems. The full moon hung high. Dim light shone through the windows of the manor. Estella pushed open the heavy doors and stepped inside. Princess, you're back very late. The maid hurried forward, looking flustered. What's with this new dress? The maid stared at the magnificent blue gown, her face full of confusion. There was a small accident. Estella lowered her eyes, her tone flat. Is everything all right here? We received another large basket of red apples. The maid pointed to a bamboo basket on the table, filled with round fruit. An envelope was tucked into the gaps. Estella picked up an apple and took a bite, making a crisp sound. She opened the envelope and read. This should be the progress report on the sapphire mine. Well done, Dill. Thanks to him, her passive income was finally guaranteed. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly into a smile. No need to worry about this for now. A heavy thud suddenly sounded, vibrating through the whole room. Who would it be at this hour? Estella put down the letter and walked toward the door. The wooden door gave a harsh creak as it slowly opened. Who's there? Rosaria stood outside, her body shaking violently. She suddenly collapsed to her knees, her hands braced against the cold floor. Princess Estella. She looked up, her eyes bloodshot, her expression shattered. I beg you, please help me. Rosaria knelt at the threshold, her hands deathly tight on Estella's skirt, her shoulders heaving. She let out broken sobs. What on earth happened? Estella looked down. I'm sorry. Rosaria kept her head buried, her voice drowned by sobs. I know I don't deserve your mercy, but please help me. The teapot tilted, and a light red liquid poured into the cup, emitting a fine steam. All right, try to calm your breathing first. Estella put down the teapot and pushed the cup in front of her. Rosaria cupped the teacup with both hands and took a small sip. The truth is, I framed you for stealing the earring. She put down the cup, her eyes shifting. Because Baron Gate told me to. At first, he approached me as a jeweler. Rosaria fell into memory. He offered a high price for my pearls and brought the most fashionable jewelry. I thought we had become close, so I shared some private matters with him. She stood on a balcony, the man behind her putting a necklace on her. It was then that I regretfully said some bad things. About you, Princess Ablaze. Rosaria lowered her eyes. Baron Gake leaned into Rosaria's ear and whispered instructions, demanding she hand over an earring to frame Estella as a thief. I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me then. Rosaria covered her face, letting out broken gasps. What happened after the plan failed? Estella's expression was cold as she looked directly at her. He said, if I didn't return all the property, Rosaria's face was pale, her body shaking with fear, they would sell me. Human trafficking was their specialty. Estella's eyes were icy. They would never show mercy to someone like Rosaria, who had already become a hostage. Princess, you must save me. Rosaria suddenly reached out and grabbed Estella's sleeve. I've already given away the things I got. I have nothing left now. She pleaded, her eyes fragmented. If it's a matter of money, Estella pushed the other's hand away, her tone calm. Why don't you ask your father, King Lambich, for help? Rosaria lowered her head to avoid her gaze, her shoulders shaking again with desperate whimpers. Clearly, he also carried a huge debt in his name. Estella sat up straight. In that case, why me of all people? You once said you were deeply loved. Her tone was flat. Why not ask others for help? Rosaria wrung her fingers until her knuckles turned white. She stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. If others knew I was in debt, they would be disappointed in me. She sobbed and lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. Followers built on a pile of gifts are meaningless in the face of crisis. She didn't even have a single friend she could trust. Estella stood up. Stop crying. I've heard enough. Rosaria stopped crying abruptly, let out a loud hiccup, and stared blankly ahead. Good. Estella looked down at her. There's only one way to solve the debt, and it's very simple. Rosaria let out a confused hum, tears stained still on her face. All the jewelry and gowns you own, Estella's lips curled slightly. Bring them all to me. Your Majesty, it seems a rat has sneaked into the palace. Tyrant picked up his wine glass, his deep blue eyes showing a cold edge. A rat? Yes, Your Majesty. They likely come from the Black Street. Eduardo stood before the desk reporting, requesting the next course of action. People from a Black Street? Tarek swirled the red liquid in his glass. To be bold enough to crawl out of the sewers. It seems they found a new prey. Eduardo straightened his back. Their specific target is not yet clear. However, intelligence shows that the Lambich Kingdom owes a huge debt, and the creditor is indeed the Black Street. Is further investigation required? Eduardo waited for instructions. Tarek let out a sigh. Those guys in the council are going to start being annoying again. Investigate the situation of the Lambich royal family first. He turned to look out the window. I must find out what their true purpose is. Jewelry and ornaments piled up on the table. Necklaces and red high heels overlapped, emitting a dazzling light. Is this all? Estella examined the property, her tone icy. Yes, Rosaria responded softly, her hands nervously twisting together. Estella stared at the necklace around the other's neck, her gaze sharp. No. Rosaria suddenly covered her neck. This is my most precious treasure. Estella let out a sigh. These things are not enough to repay the debt of the Lambich Kingdom, but they are enough to offset your personal arrears. Rosaria finally took off the necklace and threw it into the pile of valuables. Do you really think this will work? On the condition that they can be sold for full price. Estella turned her back. Then what should we do? Rosaria looked panicked. Bargain, Estella answered briefly. But I've never done anything like that. Rosaria's face was full of disbelief. To get cash, we must auction them off. Estella turned her head. There was no other choice. Rosaria folded her hands over her chest, her eyes pleading. Please come with me. She's such a transparent person. Estella looked away. Fine. I'll go with you. Thank you, Princess Ablaze. Rosaria cheered. However, Estella stopped in her tracks. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Rosaria froze, letting out a confused hum. The exemption of Lambich Kingdom's customs duties. Estella turned her head, her purple eyes shimmering with a golden light. Hand it over to me. The setting sun's glow spilled over the palace spires, the evening clouds burning like fire. Who should I choose? Estella walked past the ranks of the Imperial Guard, her gaze sweeping over the tense faces. Even though she saved Daisy's life, Eduardo stood aside, lost in thought. Is it really appropriate to lend out a knight without His Majesty's permission? Eduardo. Tyrant appeared behind him at some point, his voice low and cold. Your Majesty. Eduardo turned abruptly, looking panicked. What is that princess doing now? Tyrant watched the silhouette in the distance. She said she was going somewhere dangerous. Eduardo reported with his head bowed, so she requested to borrow a knight. A dangerous place? Tyrant's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes deepening. I'll choose this guy. Estella stopped and pointed at a knight in the ranks. Estella tapped the knight's breastplate, making a dull thud. He looks very strong. Tyrant let out a short, cold snort. His brow showed displeasure. Your Majesty. Estella turned back. When did you get here? Tyrant crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze cold. It seems you like that one very much. Yes, his shoulders are very broad. Estella sized up the soldier in front of her. His body looks very sturdy. The chosen knight puffed out his chest, looking proud. Tyrant's face was grim, his whole body radiating an aura of irritation. What's wrong with him? Estella was puzzled. Granted. Tyrant turned around, his tone stiff. The princess may take him. Night fell. Stars dotted the dark sky. The carriage wheels rolled over the stone road. A rhythmic vibration sounded. The carriage door was pushed open, the wooden axle making a harsh scraping sound. Estella, I'm so scared. Rosaria huddled in the corner of the carriage, her body shaking. What if we fail? In the worst-case scenario, you'll be homeless. Estella stepped out of the carriage. Rosaria cannot be homeless. Rosaria wailed. Trying a minimalist lifestyle wouldn't hurt you. Estella didn't look back, her steps steady. Wait, more importantly. She stopped and looked at the edge of the carriage. Don't you plan on getting down? The knight sat silently in the carriage, his helmet hiding all expression. His metal armor clattered loudly as he clumsily jumped off the carriage, only to run straight in the opposite direction. You're going the wrong way, Estella shouted, her hands instinctively clenching. I want a knight, not a pile of scrap metal. She let out a long sigh, her eyes full of helplessness. Rosaria pointed ahead. You shouldn't go that way. The knight suddenly froze, his body turning mechanically, his heels clicking on the stone. Beneath this seemingly ordinary shop building lay Croco's massive illegal den. Estella handed out a pink mask. You must wear this for the rest of the way. Rosaria froze, her pupils trembling with surprise. Estella put on a feathered mask and lifted her skirt to walk. Nothing special for now. Rosaria followed closely, her hands folded over her chest, looking awkward. Thank you all for coming from afar. A man in a long trench coat stood at the door and bowed slightly. That voice. But it was Croco. Estella stopped, her gaze locked ahead. The man pushed open the heavy wooden door, the lock clicking. Please come this way. The door opened, and a deafening clamor rushed toward them. The lights were bright. This was the true face of the Black Street. Estella's pupils trembled as she watched the scene. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The auctioneer stood on the high platform with arms spread wide, welcoming the boiling crowd. Welcome to the Black Street Secret Auction. The chandelier cast a dim yellow light, illuminating the grand underground hall. Impossible. This has been hidden underground all this time? Estella looked around. The place was bustling, the noisy discussions filling her ears. Please follow me this way. An attendant wearing sunglasses led the way, stepping hurriedly. Estella stepped down the stairs steadily. As expected, everyone has their faces covered. Rosaria followed closely, using a feather fan to cover half her face, her eyes uneasy. These masks existed to cover the ugly side of the arrogant nobles. Estella walked through the crowd, her gaze cold. We're here. The attendant stopped in front of a private box. The reason this filthy place could exist until now was because the person in control was the most despicable. He knew how to exploit the secret desires of the nobles. Welcome. A man sitting in an armchair in the shadows slowly turned around. Estella stopped and looked directly at him. I am Croco, the master of this place. Croco had a smile on his face. We have reserved the best seats for our most distinguished guests. Please be seated. Estella lifted her skirt and sat down. This place was practically a prison built by Croco. For now, she could only comply. Since you've already come here, Croco leaned back in his chair, then enjoy the show. Now we will show you the first exhibit. The heavy wooden door slowly opened with a dull scraping sound. The crowd below began to whisper, the noise rising and falling. Estella's eyes widened, her pupils trembling with shock. What is that? These guys are absolutely insane. She's a girl from the Sasha tribe. The starting price is 10 gold coins. The auctioneer waved his arm. The crowd below instantly boiled over. 30 gold coins. 50 gold coins. The masked nobles held up their numbered plates, shouts rising one after another. 80 gold coins. Estella's throat moved slightly. These guys were truly disgusting. It seems our distinguished guest is not happy. Croco sat in the shadows behind her, his tone frivolous. I'm not here for pleasure. Estella stared ahead. The people here are all mad. Then let's see what you've brought. Croco leaned forward, his gaze falling on the table. Estella opened the wooden box, revealing a box full of brilliant jewelry. Metal and gemstones intertwined to create a dazzling light. Truly a box of charming jewelry. Croco let out a low groan. Rosaria lowered her eyes, avoiding his gaze. I acknowledge this sincerity. Rosaria's throat moved as she swallowed, her expression becoming more flustered. Croco closed the wooden box with a dull thud. But these things have depreciated now. What should we do, princess? Rosaria grabbed Estella's arm and asked in a low voice. Estella looked calm, staring directly into Croco's eyes. It's true that the value may have dropped compared to when they were purchased. But exactly how much more do you want to charge? Croco narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over her face. Roughly speaking, about this much more. Thank you all for your patience. The auctioneer stood on the high platform with arms spread, his voice ringing through the hall. Please look at today's main event. He is the survivor who defeated 99 duelists, a slave gladiator from the Caden Kingdom. The iron chains shook violently, making a harsh metal clashing sound. A terrifying killing machine. Number 78, Luo Heli, walked onto the stage in handcuffs, the metal chains clinking. He was expressionless as two guards escorted him. Heavens, it really is the notorious number 78. The nobles below whispered, creating a noisy discussion. Finally, I really want to tame him myself and make him completely submit. Luo Heli looked up slightly, his red pupils scanning the crowd below with a chill. Look at those rebellious eyes. No wonder he could defeat 99 people. His pupils were as red as blood. Estella held her breath, watching the man on stage. These eyes. In the entire novel, only one person possessed them. He was definitely not just a swordsman. He was the second prince of the Caden Kingdom, Luo Heli. 10,000 gold coins. The auctioneer announced loudly. The price had already climbed to 10,000 gold coins. Wait, Estella asked in disbelief. Are you saying we have to pay more than 10,000 gold coins? What kind of lunatic would charge such interest? Croco's lips curled up as he let out a chuckle. If you are willing, there's another way. Croco turned his body. The exclusive sales rights for Lion Scent. How about using that for the trade? Estella turned her head sharply, her eyes full of disbelief. What? Using my medicine to pay off Rosaria's debt? This makes no sense at all. Didn't you come here just to help her? Croco's tone was flat. It seems you take me for a fool. Estella stood up. Since I have no intention of agreeing to these terms, then I'll take my leave. She turned to go. Croco sat firmly in his chair, calling her by name. Estella. The door slammed shut with a heavy thud. Several guards instantly blocked the exit. You should be very aware that this is my territory. Croco's eyes were cold. You should also know that you're going nowhere until the debt is paid. Estella stopped and let out a light sigh. The door was full of guards. She couldn't leave by force now. What should she do next? If you really can't part with that medicine, Croco spoke again, there's one last thing I'm willing to accept. As a substitute, why don't you two princesses stand on that stage yourselves? Croco spread his arms and pointed below. Think about it carefully. The Princess Ablaze should fetch a good price. After all, you are quite a rare specimen. He didn't even bother to hide his objectification of her. Estella turned her head to avoid that uncomfortable gaze and let out a light sigh. She indeed needed that number 78. Using Lion Scent to resolve this matter wasn't a bad deal. With the asthma medication currently under development, she could still make Dill's trading company grow. Since you want it so much, Estella looked back at Croco, then used that number 78 over there for the trade. Croco raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect our guest to be interested in number 78 as well. Then let's do it. Just sign this document, and I'll give you what you want. Croco handed over a page covered in writing, his finger pressing on the edge. The heavy iron bolt was pulled back, making a harsh metal clashing sound. The dungeon door slowly opened. A distinguished guest has reserved your time. The guard stood outside the door, the keys at his waist jingling. Rolly looked up, his red hair falling over his forehead, his gaze cold and full of wariness. Have you heard of that curse, princess? The guard let out a low chuckle. Estella folded her hands, her fingertips resting against her jaw, her expression grim. Revise it. She slammed the document onto the table. I will never sign such an absurd contract. Princess Ablaze. Croco leaned back, hands folded over his stomach. As someone who's been around, I must remind you that a disobedient woman is useless. Estella stared at him through her mask, her eyes icy, unwavering. Don't you know? The best chance to be loved is to play dumb. Estella met his gaze. In that moment, I saw it clearly. What Croco truly wanted from the start was me. He spread his fingers like he was manipulating a puppet, trying to trap me in his palm. Whether it's number 78 or Rosaria, it doesn't matter anymore. Estella leaned close to Rosaria's ear and lowered her voice. When I give the signal, run for the exit with all your might. Never look back. What? Rosaria's face was full of shock. Just do as I say. Estella sat up straight again and looked at Croco. I have a special medicine developed specifically for you, Mr. Croco. Oh, you've successfully piqued my interest. Croco leaned forward. That medicine. Go to hell, you scum. Estella suddenly swung the vial, spraying a thick mist directly into Croco's face. How does it feel? My handmade pepper spray. Croco let out a piercing scream, clutching his eyes tightly, his body twisting violently in agony. Rosaria, run, Estella shouted, her pupils dilated with urgency. She pushed aside the obstacles in front of her. A heavy thud sounded as she slammed into a wall of flesh, her footsteps forced to a halt. Princess. A man blocked the way, his facial scars looking particularly hideous under the lights. He reached out a broad palm and pressed down on Estella's shoulder. Sit down, the man said coldly. Several expressionless guards stood behind him, completely blocking all exits. Estella froze in place, her breathing becoming rapid. Just so you know, you have nowhere to run anyway. Her eyes showed a cold defiance, and an oppressive aura radiated from her. That stupid Tin Man. Why isn't he doing anything? Rosaria grit her teeth, her eyes fixed on the armored guard in the distance. It seems your knight doesn't intend to help you, princess. The captain of the guards let out a mocking sneer. What? Do you intend to just stand there? He approached step by step, his shadow looming over the two in front. In that case, we'll have to use force. The guard captain suddenly reached out and gripped Estella's shoulder tightly. Her pupils contracted sharply, and cold sweat slid down her cheek. An afterimage flashed by. The sound of clanking iron pierced the air. The armored guard instantly rushed forward. An iron fist smashed heavily into the guard captain's face. The sound of breaking bones was clearly audible. The guard captain screamed as he was sent flying, losing his balance and crashing heavily to the ground. Blood splattered onto the cold floor tiles. What on earth is going on? Seize that Tin Man. Two thugs roared and rushed forward, swinging their fists at the target. A cold light flashed in the armored guard's eyes. He stepped aside to avoid the attack. Heavy punches fell one after another, breaking the air with a cracking sound. The guard suddenly swung his iron arm, slamming the enemy ruthlessly into the ground. Well done, Din Mang. Estella clasped her hands together, a look of surprise in her eyes as she watched the iron back before her. Croco clutched his chest and let out a painful groan, his body swaying, his face turning pale instantly. Boss, are you all right? An aide wearing an eye patch rushed forward, reaching out to support Croco's shoulder with an anxious expression. Do I look all right to you? Croco grit his teeth, veins popping on his temples, his eyes fixed forward with pure rage. Go after those two bitches now. This is our only chance to escape. Croco roared at the top of his lungs, his right hand clutching his chest tightly, his body shaking violently. Suddenly, a dull vibration came from the ground. What's happening? A noblewoman wearing a mask shrieked, losing her balance and falling backward. Heavens, it's an earthquake. Run for your lives. The chandeliers swung wildly, glass shards flying everywhere. The crowd fell into chaos, screaming and rushing for the exit. Rosaria tightly grabbed her companion's sleeve. Princess, shouldn't we escape too? Don't worry, this place won't collapse. Estella's lips curled slightly, her eyes calm as she watched the chaotic venue. How could you know? How do I know? Because I arranged all of this. Estella struck a match, the flame illuminating her profile. She had instructed Diller to only install low-yield explosives. What exactly happened? Croco held onto the railing and looked down. Now's the time. Let's go. So, you're the one behind all this. A man wearing a purple mask suddenly turned his head, drawing a short blade with his right hand. The blade flashed coldly in the air. How dare you interfere in someone else's business? Estella froze in place, her pupils shrinking in terror, cold sweat sliding down from the edge of her mask. What should she do? A dull thud sounded. The man didn't even have time to let out a scream before his body slumped forward like a broken puppet, crashing heavily onto the cold tiles. Estella held her breath, staring at the fallen body. Who was that just now? Rolly stood where light and shadow met, his hands folded in front of him. His gaze was sharp and cold as he watched the chaos. Number 78. A spark of realization flashed in Estella's mind. Right, now's the time. She bent down, her hands searching inside the unconscious man's jacket. Her movements were hurried and decisive. Hurry, I know he must have that on him. Estella's lips curled up slightly, revealing a triumphant smile. Found it. Estella held a hard object between her fingertips, a smile on her lips. All right, let's get out of here. Hurried footsteps echoed in the alley. The armored guard and Rolly followed closely behind. Estella turned back and shouted, Rosaria, run faster. Rosaria bent over, hands on her knees, gasping for air. I'm completely out of energy. Stop right there. Rosaria suddenly turned her head, her pupils shrinking in shock. A large number of figures emerged at the mouth of the alley. You little rats really thought you could get away? Croco stood on high ground looking down, followed by more than 10 armed thugs, completely blocking the narrow passage. Damn it, how many of them are there? The sound of dull impacts on flesh echoed. Rolly dodged an attack and delivered a heavy blow to an enemy's abdomen. The armored guard locked a thug's throat with one hand and slammed him hard against the wall. Estella watched the scene ahead. Rolly and the armor guard were efficiently clearing out the lackeys. As the sounds of combat continued, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Have you searched over there? I'll take this path. You go that way. The thugs were dashing through the alleys. Heavy footsteps shattered the silence. Torchlight flickered wildly against the walls. Although they had escaped for now, Croco's men were still roaming the streets. Estella hid behind a stone wall, her chest heaving, her eyes fixed on a patrolling figure in the distance. Rosaria, listen carefully. I'll only say this once. Estella's expression was grim, her hands firmly pressing on the other's shoulders. Her tone brooked no argument. Yes. Rosaria shrunk her neck, her eyes full of terror. I'll go out first to lead them away. 10 seconds later, you run immediately toward the palace. But what about you, princess? Rosaria sniffled, her eyes red, her voice tearful. Listen to me, Rosie, we don't have time to be moping here. Estella's gaze was piercing. She then turned her head to look at the red-haired man beside her. Number 78, I want you to escort her. Rolly stood silently in the shadows, the shackles on his wrists rattling slightly. His gaze was deep and cold as he watched the woman before him. Ugh, I should have expected him to resist. Estella stared at those handcuffs. The metal chains gripped the man's wrists, making a dull grinding sound. If you want to take these things off, you'd better behave. Estella held up a golden key with her fingertips. It was the trophy stolen from Croco's pocket. It swayed in the moonlight, making a crisp, jingling sound. Phew! Estella took a long breath to calm her erratic breathing. She turned to look at the silent armored guard beside her. Are you ready? Estella frowned slightly as she watched her unresponsive companion. What is with these guys? Not one of them will answer me. Fine, in that case. Estella looked toward the alley entrance where 2 thugs were peeking around, cursing under their breath as they searched for their targets. A cold smile touched her lips. It's time to start. Estella took a deep breath, puffed out her chest, and suddenly rushed out of the shadows. Over here, you idiots! The thugs suddenly turned around, their eyes locking onto the provocative figure. They growled through gritted teeth, that bitch. Someone come quick. They're over here. Don't let them get away. Chase them. The thugs roared at the end of the street. Their footsteps were messy and urgent, the flickering torchlight jumping wildly on the walls. Estella sprinted along the stone road, her skirt fluttering violently in the wind. The armored guard followed closely behind, his metal plates clashing with a dull sound. Although she had volunteered to be the bait, this was truly difficult. Estella grit her teeth, tears pricking her eyes. Her legs felt heavy as lead, and her breathing became hot and ragged. Her legs were losing strength. Her toes suddenly kicked a protruding stone. She lost her balance and stumbled forward. Estella's pupils contracted sharply. The ground rushed up to meet her. If she fell here, she would definitely be caught. A hand suddenly reached out from the side, firmly grabbing her arm and stopping her fall. "Boss, something big happened." Viduardo turned his head suddenly, his gaze grim and sharp as he watched the panicked subordinate who had burst in. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Viduardo's brow furrowed, his gaze piercing the guard like a blade. "Since you aren't by the princess's side, then who exactly went?" Cold sweat broke out on the guard's forehead as he lowered his head and stammered. "It was His Majesty. He insisted on going personally." Rosaria stumbled into the hall, her shoulders heaving violently as she couldn't stop hiccuping. Her eyes were full of terror. "Rosaria? Princess?" Viduardo froze. Rosaria leaned into Viduardo's ear and whispered brokenly. Tears welled in her eyes. Viduardo's pupils contracted suddenly, his face turning pale instantly. Cold sweat slid down his cheek. "All knights, hear my command. Deploy immediately to the Black Street." Viduardo turned abruptly, his right hand pressing the hilt of his sword at his waist. He roared at the guards in the hall, his movements urgent and fierce. "His Majesty is in danger." On a roof in the slums, the tiles were jagged. Moonlight spilled into the gaps between the gray tiles. The silence was torn by ragged breathing. Estella clutched her skirt tightly, her chest heaving. "We finally escaped. Luckily, I chose a strong knight." Estella closed her eyes, the image of being carried on the armored guard's shoulder as he sprinted appearing in her mind. The feeling of having narrowly escaped death still hadn't dissipated. "Thank you for just now." Estella sat against the wall and looked sideways at the armored guard beside her. He was breathing heavily. The armored guard raised his iron gauntlet hand, his knuckles pressing against the edge of his helmet. A dull sound of metal grinding echoed. "You really are quite the remarkable person, Princess Ablaze." Estella's pupils contracted sharply, her breath hitching. That voice. Tarek took off the heavy helmet. His short silver hair was slightly messy, and his gaze was cold. He stared at the woman before him. "Your Majesty." Estella leaned back sharply, her pupils trembling with shock. "What on earth is going on? Why are you here?" Tarek sat on the ground, his silver hair falling over his forehead. He asked back coldly, "And what about you, Princess? Why did you set foot in such a dangerous place?" Estella avoided his gaze, her fingers fidgeting uneasily. "I did say I needed a knight, but why's the person who came? You?" Tarek turned his head slightly, his expression indifferent. "Because I'm stronger than anyone else." "I never said that," Estella countered in a low voice. Her mind flashed back to her previous nonsense about praising broad-shouldered men. Her cheeks flushed slightly. "I know you are strong, Your Majesty, but..." Tarek suddenly leaned in, pressing his index finger against her lips. "Chill. Where are they? Where did those guys hide?" Thugs were shouting outside the window, their heavy footsteps echoing on the wooden floor. "Maybe they fled back to the mansion." "Idiot, all the exits are sealed. How could they escape? They're like rats in a trap now." Estella held her breath, her heart pounding in her chest. Tarek's finger was cold and hard. The sensation of it pressing against her lips was clear. Tarek reached out with his armored hand and firmly covered Estella's mouth, pulling her whole body into his embrace. The two of them pressed tightly against the wooden wall, listening as the thug's footsteps faded away. "Phew." Tarek let go and let out a soft sigh, a look of helplessness in his eyes. Estella froze in place, her heart racing wildly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. What was happening? "Estella." Tarek called her name softly, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. "Didn't I tell you to cherish your own life more? From now on, if you plan on recklessly throwing your life away." Tarek put his arm around her waist and pulled her toward him. "You must get my permission first." Estella lowered her eyes, the blush on her face becoming more apparent. He had been so touchy lately, acting as if nothing had happened. "It seems they've finally left. They're gone." Tarek slowly stood up. "Then I should take my leave as well." Estella was about to leave, but her wrist was suddenly caught by the iron gauntlet. A force pulled her back. Tarek wrapped both arms around her, locking her in his embrace. He rested his chin on the top of her head, his actions firm and undeniable. "I will never let you put yourself in danger alone again." Estella's body was stiff, her cheeks burning. Her heart was hammering against her ribs. If this continued, she'd die of a heart attack before she even defeated Kroko. These keys, what are they for? Tarek released his hold. His finger hooked the pendant around her neck. Two iron keys swayed in the air. Estella looked down at the keys, her expression becoming solemn. Since she was going to completely eradicate Croco, Tarek had to know this as well. One is for releasing number 78. The other is the key to Croco's secret vault. Estella gripped the pendant, her gaze falling on a heavy wooden door not far away. That was the only entrance to the truth. Secret vault? Tarek frowned slightly, watching the woman before him. Estella ran her hands through her long hair, looking agitated. Yes, it's where Croco keeps his ledgers. Estella lowered her hands, her gaze turning sharp. How do you know all this? Tarek pressed, his eyes searching. A greedy rich man like Croco doesn't trust others easily. Estella looked grim. But he records everything. He's recorded every detail of the Black Street. If anything happens to him, the entire street will collapse with him. Estella was certain. He would carry the keys with him. It turns out I was right. Estella chuckled softly, a hint of mischief in her eyes. The truth was, she had read it in the novel. Tarek was silent for a moment, her figure reflected in his pupils. All right, where's the vault? I can take you there. Estella suddenly turned her head to look at Diller. Estella froze, seeing the brown-haired man appear outside the window. He was the owner of the shop she often visited. Who is he? Tarek's voice was cold, his gaze locked onto Diller. Oh, he's the owner of my favorite shop, Estella answered casually, trying to defuse the awkwardness. Favorite shop owner? Tarek repeated the phrase, a chill radiating from him. Anyway, let's go. Imperial Knights were searching the streets. Croco's men were fleeing in all directions. The slums were in chaos. Gake watched the movements on the street. Now is our chance. Didn't I say not to come back if you didn't catch that little bitch? Croco swung his thick palm and slapped Gake hard across the face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the room. Gake's head was snapped to the side, his cheek instantly swelling and turning red. Gake lowered his head, his voice trembling. I'm sorry. The Imperial Knights have blocked all the streets. Croco roared in anger, his eyes bloodshot. Had they all gone mad? How dare they occupy my territory? This is all because of that damn princess ablaze. Croco grit his teeth, his eyes full of murderous intent. Have you notified the council? Gake steadied himself and answered in a low voice, yes. I've already sent someone to find Marquis Seji. Croco clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Those bastards got away. Even number 78 is gone. Gake stood silently to the side, his gaze gloomy as he watched Croco. Croco paced the room frantically. What can you actually accomplish? Croco suddenly turned, his beard trembling with rage. Gake stumbled backward, hitting a display cabinet, his hands frantically searching his pockets. He can't have gone far with the shackles on anyway. I have the potion. Cold sweat broke out on Gake's forehead, his movements becoming more frantic. The key? It was just here a moment ago. You useless waste. Croco roared and rushed forward, grabbing Gake by the collar. You even lost the key, didn't you? Wait. Croco froze, his hand reaching for his own neck. His pupils contracted in extreme terror. My keys? Where is the key that was around my neck? Boss. A subordinate burst through the door and shouted in a panic, the secret vault. The ledgers are gone. Croco slumped to the ground, his face as pale as paper. Estella stood in the moonlight and slowly raised her hands. Her fingers were adorned with dazzling gemstone rings, flashing with a cold light in the night. Why do you care about these tacky pieces of jewelry? Tarek, wearing heavy armor, walked beside Estella, his tone puzzled. As someone who has everything, of course you wouldn't understand. Estella lifted her skirt. She looked indifferent and let out a small TCH, turning her head to avoid his gaze. If Tarek hadn't been there, I would have emptied the entire vault. Princess Ablaze, Rosaria, came sprinting from distance. Her pink hair was messy in the night wind. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? As you can see, Estella spread her hands. I didn't lose a single drop of blood. Everything is fine. Your Majesty, I must ask you to come with me. Eduardo stepped forward. The scar under his left eye was clearly visible in the moonlight. He stared at Tarek with a serious expression. Rosaria, I'm really fine. Estella comforted her gently. Go and rest first. Rosaria lowered her head and remained silent, her hands tightly clutching Estella's sleeve, her fingertips turning white from the force. Rosie? I was so worried about you. Rosaria's voice choked up, her eyes turning red. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything I did before. Rosaria's eyes were moist, tears welling at the corners. I really don't know how to thank you. Can I call you sister? Estella watched her quietly, her expression gentle. Princess Rosaria, you should know you're older than me, right? Estella reminded her helplessly, a hint of a smile on her lips. Who cares? My savior is my sister. From now on, just call me Rosie, don't call me Rosaria. Rosaria jumped with excitement. Estella let out a light laugh. Heavens, I just want to go home and rest. A crisp clinking of metal sounded. Estella's pupils trembled slightly as she suddenly turned her head to the side. Oh, right. Rolly stood in the shadows of the courtyard, his hands bound by heavy iron shackles. His red hair was particularly striking in the night. His gaze was cold and silent. He was actually still here. Estella watched that figure, a surge of emotion in her heart. Number 78. Night enveloped the mansion. Estella stood in the room, watching the red-haired man before her. I'll be blunt. From now on, you stay here with me. Rolly looked down at the iron shackles on his hands, his expression grim. Everyone outside would recognize you, Estella continued. In your current state, you can't move around freely at all. Rolly's lips moved slightly as he let out a low murmur. What did you say? Estella frowned and took a step forward, trying to hear his words. I said, unlock this. Estella's body trembled slightly, and she instinctively shrank back. If you continue to be so uncooperative, I won't set you free. If you try to force them off, that you'll only cut your own wrists. Rolly let out a cold laugh and yanked the chains hard. The metal clash was ear-piercing. You don't seem to understand the situation yet. Estella's pupils trembled, cold sweat sliding down her cheek. Rolly suddenly stepped forward and grabbed her by the neck. If I wanted to, I could snap your neck right now. Estella's breath hitched, and she was forced to tilt her head back. This guy is impossible to communicate with. Was it a mistake to bring him back? Rolly's thumb pressed against her throat, his fingertips applying pressure. If I press here and then give a hard twist. Wait, Estella shouted. I need you. Rolly's movement stopped, his crimson eyes showing confusion. And need me just as much. Estella looked directly into his eyes, her voice echoing in the room. Rolly slowly released his fingers, his expression cold. Why would I need you? I need a guard. Estella pointed at him. My life is under threat. I need someone with extraordinary skills like yours. Rolly raised his shackled hands, the metal rings making a crisp sound. They won't let a slave become a guard. A commoner can become a guard. Estella's voice was firm. And I happen to know the best way for you to obtain commoner status. Rolly's crimson pupils narrowed, his expression showing doubt. Could it be? He murmured in a low voice, a mocking smile on his lips. Am I going to have to go through that kind of crap again? Exactly. Estella nodded in confirmation. That's exactly what I mean. In the Aspen Empire, that is the only way to achieve. Got a leap in social class. 2 long swords crossed on an emblem, surrounded by a laurel wreath. That was the glory belonging to the strong, and the only ladder to power. The gladiatorial tournament. It would open in 1 month. Slaves staked their lives there, fighting for their master's honor. The winner has 2 choices: become a knight for the master's family or join the Imperial Guard. In his original destiny, Rolly wouldn't participate in this tournament until 2 years later and win. But I can't wait that long. Estella watched him, her expression serious. The tournament starts in a month. What do you say? Do you want to run away with these shackles and be caught and executed, or do you want to win that tournament? Rolly looked down at his hands and remained silent. His red hair covered his eyes, his fingertips rubbing the cold iron rings. Or would you rather stay here as my temporary guard? Estella spread her palms. If you win the tournament, I will no longer give you orders. You will be free. Rolly watched her silently, his crimson pupils flickering slightly. Unlock this. Estella stepped forward and took hold of his iron-bound wrists. She took out the key and inserted it into the lock. The metal spring made a crisp sound. Wait. She pressed her finger firmly against the lock that was about to open. Even though this is just a temporary position, as your master, you should show me basic respect. Rolly lowered his eyes, his gaze falling on her face so close to his. His Adam's apple bobbed. Please unlock this, master. Estella let out a light laugh, her purple eyes showing satisfaction. With a click, the chains slid to the ground. A spire-topped building stood tall in the night. The meeting hall was brightly lit. Several nobles sat around a long table. Are you serious? A noble suddenly stood up. To endure such chaos and humiliation for a little girl who's just a hostage? Has anyone confirmed it? Was it really that cursed woman who planted bombs around the auction house? Everyone calmed down. The man at the end of the long table spoke in a low, stern voice. Heavy footsteps approached from afar. A middle-aged man with blonde hair entered the hall, followed by an aide in a cloak. Marquis Seji. Everyone turned to watch as he walked straight to the head seat. The aide pulled out a heavy wooden chair, and the Marquis sat down. Marquis Seji folded his hands and rested his chin on them, a sharp light glinting behind his lenses. We have more important things to discuss immediately. As the Minister of Justice of the Aspen Empire, his expression was cold, his authority spreading through the silence. If we could have caught them in time, we could have avoided this situation. Marquis Seji stared at the noble across the table, his eyes cold. I have already investigated this matter. The Imperial Guard had occupied the streets at the time. They were searching for that woman. Marquis Seji pushed up his glasses, his eyes full of disgust. Those warmongers haven't changed their habits, running around everywhere like mad dogs. Rather than the guards, we should be more worried about the Princess of Blaze. I agree, a noble chimed in. That cursed princess doesn't know what's good for her. She's using any means necessary just to please His Majesty. Marquis Seji let out a sneer, his brow full of contempt. His Majesty should wake up too, actually letting a woman like that stay by his side. What are your plans? The noble opposite him lowered his voice. Do you have a plan yet? Marquis Seji turned around, his back to the crowd. His tone was as flat as if he were talking about the weather. How hard can it be to get rid of one woman? Send a few of our people over, and this as quickly as possible. In the shadow behind him, the aide in the black hood bowed slightly. Intent to kill spread through the silence. Good morning. He stood up and bowed to the approaching woman. Estella stopped in her tracks. You're interested in plants? That's wonderful. From now on, this garden is yours to tend. I've never looked after plants before. Laclais looked hesitant, his gaze sweeping over the lush foliage. It's not hard, Estella said, watching him. You just need to water them on time and prune them when necessary. Number 78, she stepped closer, her voice calm. From now on, you are the master of these plants. Laclais stood frozen, his pupils shrinking slightly in surprise. A low murmur escaped his throat. You can call me Laclais. You don't have to call me number 78 anymore. Laclais gazed at the potted plant before him, sunlight spilling across the emerald leaves. Very well, Laclais. Estella gave a faint smile. Back in the kingdom of Caden, that must have been what they called him. Laclais bent down, his fingertips sinking into the soil and brushing against the leaves. I'm a master of these plants, a gardener. After being reduced to a slave, the only thing keeping him alive was revenge. Tarek's face surfaced in Laclais's mind, the man who had destroyed his kingdom. Hatred surged violently in his chest, making it nearly impossible to breathe. This resentment would only grow more twisted and heavy with time. When they finally faced each other, it would be the moment everything ended. When I leave the Aspen Empire, Estella stood on the terrace, gazing into the distance. Looking at the towering white spires, she thought, I'm sorry, Laclais. She raised her hand, gently brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. I'm utilizing you. The stone walls were high, and the iron gates were tightly shut. Night shrouded the silent palace. Heavy footsteps shattered the silence as two men in gray robes approached. One of them rubbed his chin. This kind of thing makes me nervous. How can a princess's quarters not have a single guard? The other, a bald man, spread his hands. It seems the rumors about her being the emperor's favorite concubine were just a front. Let's finish this quickly. A man with a dark cloak covering his red hair watched them with icy eyes. 1, 2, 3. 3 people in total. Laclais was hidden in the shadows of the trees, his grip on his sickle so tight his knuckles turned white. Only one looks trained. The other 2 are novices. Laclais closed his eyes, his breathing steady and slow. Their target was definitely Princess Blaze. It seems we don't even need to be stealthy, the robed man said with a sneer, striding toward the building. Keep it down just in case. The bald man suddenly stopped, his pupils contracting as a short gasp escaped him. Huh, look at these. The rumors were true. She's growing plants for making poison. Look at the color and shape. They look truly ominous. The brown-haired man suggested with a mocking grin, Hey, why don't we pull them all out? Don't waste time. Hurry up. The bald man's words were cut short by a sudden, heavy thud. Laclais lunged forward, a heavy punch striking the robed man's face and sending him tumbling to the ground. He rolled across the floor. A scream erupted. What the hell is going on? The bald man stumbled back, his pupils trembling with terror. I didn't feel him approaching at all. Laclais's gaze was as cold as a blade, his hand gripping the sickle tightly. He swung his arms, the sickle cutting through the air, and a silver arc blood splattered instantly, drawing a grim red line in midair. The blade sliced through flesh, and the robed man slammed heavily onto the stone floor with a muffled groan. Damn it! Lockley looked down at the intruders. These herbs aren't poisonous. He held the sickle firmly, blood dripping from its tip. Who the hell are you? The robed man struggled to lift his head, his eyes shaking with fear. Apple Mint, Lockley said calmly. Is that the plant's name? Or is it your code name? The robed man coughed up blood. Which organization do you belong to? Lockley suddenly grabbed the man's collar, lifting him completely off the ground. Chili. Apple Mint of the Chili Gang. The robed man looked dazed. You're strong. Lockley let go, allowing the man to collapse by the bushes. I'm just a gardener. He turned away, the sickle hanging at his side, and vanished into the shadows of the stone wall. The sun was bright, and the flowers swayed in the breeze. Your Highness, the weather is so lovely today. I've come to have tea with you. Today is going to be my unlucky day. Estella gazed at the sky. Indeed, she retracted her gaze, a shadow of gloom crossing her brow. I have a feeling that the better the weather, the more likely disaster is to find me. Princess Estella, Rosalia is here. Rosalia came running, holding up her green gown, her pink curls bouncing in the wind. A brilliant smile was plastered on her face. I knew it. My intuition never lies. Estella turned to leave without stopping. Princess, where are you going? Rosalia chased after her, her tone intimate. The weather is so nice. I want to have tea with my sister. The two sat at a round table, Estella looking tense. I told you, you're older than me, Princess Rosalia. Rosalia stared at a flower pot. I've never seen this weed before. Apple Mint, Lockley corrected in a low voice. It's not a weed. Rosalia whipped her head around, her pupils shrinking in fright. Were you holding your hand? Estella set down her teacup, her expression cold. Let me introduce you. He's my gardener. Rosalia looked bewildered. What? How did number 78 become your gardener? Just a coincidence. Estella stared ahead. He prefers to be called Al rather than number 78. Lockley bowed slightly in greeting, holding his sickle tightly and remaining silent. Rosalia gave a dry laugh. Princess, I have good news and bad news. Which you want to hear first? Estella looked into the distance. The good news. Regarding the tax exemption you mentioned, Rosalia held up an envelope. A letter from father says he is considering it very positively. That's wonderful. Estella sipped her black tea, her purple eyes lowered slightly. What's the bad news? Rosalia's smile faded, her expression turning grave. I heard the high-ranking nobles have co-signed a petition asking His Majesty to convene an emergency state council meeting. Has the Senate already started moving? Estella set down her teacup, her fingertips tightening. Heavy footsteps approached from afar. Viduato appeared outside the pavilion and bowed. Forgive me for interrupting your tea, Your Highness. He looked up, the scar under his left eye clearly visible in the sunlight. But I must ask you to come with me. Viduato, Estella murmured, a hint of alertness in her eyes. Inside the Grand Council chamber, nobles sat on both sides of a long table, whispering among themselves. Who would have thought the elite sent by the Marquis would fail? I heard there's a master hidden in the princess's villa, a noble whispered. Are you talking about that Apple Mint from the Chili Gang? Suddenly, the heavy doors swung open, and everyone stood to bow. Welcome, Your Majesty. Tyrant, the sole ruler of the Aspen Empire, pushed open the heavy doors of the council chamber. What is all this noise about? There had better be something important. He walked to the head of the long table. What is the reason for calling an emergency meeting? Marquis Seji, you speak. Marquis Seji bowed slightly. Your Majesty, have you heard about the riot that occurred in the Black Street a few days ago? Tyrant sat in the high-backed chair, resting his chin on his fingers. You mean that rat's nest? I'm not interested in knowing every little thing that happens in the sewers. Marquis Seji cleared his throat, his expression solemn. A report written by the Blackstreet boss, Croco, was submitted to the Ministry of Justice this morning. Tarek's eyes flashed with a cold light, his voice deepening. Are you really convening the entire cabinet for such a trivial matter? Of course not, Your Majesty, Marquis Seji said gravely. The contents of the report require your immediate attention, sire. Tarek leaned back, his gaze icy. Explain. On the day the Imperial Guard raided the Black Street, Princess Blaze was meeting secretly with Croco. She offered a massive bounty. "Your Majesty." A noble suddenly slammed the table and stood up. "She must be arrested and taken to the interrogation room. This behavior is absolutely insane." The chamber fell into chaos as shouts erupted. If it were just a common murder for hire, I could have handled it within my authority. But this situation is special. We had to call a state council meeting. He paused, looking Tariq directly in the eye. "Because the target the princess wanted to assassinate was you, Your Majesty." Tariq sat in silence, his pupils shrinking slightly. The council chamber went deathly quiet. "Your Majesty, you have been deceived by the princess." Tariq looked down without a word, his bangs shadowing his eyes. He had been in danger countless times, and now, to learn that woman wanted to trade his life. The corners of Tariq's mouth curled up. The prey had taken the bait. Tariq let out a soft chuckle, his finger pressing against his lips. "Princess Blaze, can you face the Marquis's accusations?" The doors opened, and Estella stepped into the hall. Her yellow gown trailed on the floor, with Rosalia following closely behind. Their footsteps echoed in the vast hall. "Look at these foolish old men." Estella looked composed as her gaze swept over the crowd. Marquis Seji's expression changed instantly. How did this woman get in? No one realized the truth. The ironclad man who appeared at the Black Street. The soldier who witnessed everything. Tariq lifted his visor. It was he himself. "Princess Blaze," Tariq said from the end of the table, his voice low. "Yes, Your Majesty," Estella said with a slight bow. "According to Marquis Seji's report, you tried to hire Croco to kill me." Tariq crossed his hands under his chin, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Is this true?" A glint of amusement passed through Estella's eyes. "This is a perfect opportunity to wipe out Croco and the Black Street in one go." Look at her smile. A noble suddenly stood and pointed at the center of the hall. "That is proof of her madness. Your Majesty, she must be executed immediately." Estella remained composed. "That night I did indeed speak with Croco." She looked around, her tone calm. "Did you hear that?" The nobles broke into a commotion. She confessed to the crime herself. However, Estella looked up, her eyes staring straight ahead. "I never mentioned a single word about His Majesty." Tariq sat at the end of the table, his chin resting on his fingers, a faint smile on his lips. He was there at the scene. He knew everything. Estella noted that smile. "He's waiting for me to give an excuse, a reason convincing enough for these nobles." Rosalia took a step forward and bowed slightly. "Regarding that matter, I can provide an explanation." She scanned the nobles in the chamber, her voice clear. "When the princess was speaking with Croco, I was also present." Rosalia took a deep breath, placing her hand over her heart. "Everything the princess did was to help me resolve a dispute with Croco." She raised her voice. "The accusation that she plotted to assassinate His Majesty is a complete fabrication." Marquis Seji, sitting to the side, looked on coldly. "Your Majesty, you should be well aware that these two princesses are merely hostages in the Aspen Empire." Marquis Seji pushed up his glasses. "It is highly likely they are in collusion, Your Majesty." Rosalia's eyes widened. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Estella placed a hand on her shoulder. "It's all right, Rosalia, but they keep talking rubbish." Tariq rubbed his fingertips. "Marquis Seji." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Marquis bowed slightly. "What you say does have some merit." Tariq had a smile on his face. "I happen to have something I'd like to show everyone." Marquis Seji straightened his back. It seemed the Emperor also found them suspicious. Tariq tapped the table with his fingers, creating a dull thud. "I was just wondering why those assassins would go after Princess Blaze." The heavy doors were pushed open with a harsh, grating sound, and footsteps approached from a distance. 3 assassins were dragged into the hall, covered in blood. Their hands were locked in heavy wooden stocks, and their heads hung low, leaving dark red trails on the marble floor. Marquis Seji's pupils shrank, his body jerking forward. "How can they be here?" Tariq leaned back, his expression cold. "I was very curious about who they worked for, so I interrogated them personally." Marquis Seji slammed into the table, gripping the edge with both hands. "Your Majesty," Tariq let out a soft laugh. "It seems I acted too hastily." He turned his head, his gaze landing on the Marquis. "Minister of State, now it's your turn to explain. Who do you think hired these assassins?" Marquis Seji's throat tightened, his fist clenching his clothes so hard his knuckles turned white. Estella watched silently. The answer was obvious. To save his noble dignity, he had only one path left: to cut off his own limb to save the body. Marquis Seji suddenly slammed the long table. It was Kroko. It must have been that fellow. Tarek rested his head on one hand, looking nonchalant. If that's the case, what do you plan to do next? Cold sweat broke out on Marquis Seji's forehead. I will prosecute him for the crime of forging a report, as well as the grave offense of bringing assassins into the palace. He avoided the Emperor's gaze. I will immediately order Kroko's arrest. Estella chuckled behind her hand. The Minister of State is indeed shrewd and capable. Your speed in judging the situation is truly impressive. Marquis Seji gritted his teeth, his facial muscles twitching violently. A furious growl escaped his throat. This bitch. Tarek stood by the window. Well done, princess. He took the thick ledger, his fingers rubbing the purple cover. Estella withdrew her hand. I brought it just in case. It seems it's not needed for now. This is the Blackstreet's ledger. It will be useful sooner or later. She bowed slightly. Then I shall take my leave, princess. Tarek suddenly spoke, his voice echoing in the empty corridor. Why don't you hate me? Estella stopped and turned her head, blinking in confusion. Why should I hate you? Marquis Seji tried to kill you. Tarek lowered his eyes, his expression cold and distant. But I let him go. It's as if I used you as bait. Estella looked out the window. I respect your majesty's decision. Besides, I am still alive. She turned to look Tarek directly in the eye. Skimming a layer of scum off the surface won't make the whole pond clear. Simply arresting Marquis Seji would provoke the entire noble class. The risk is too great. Estella stepped forward. It is always harder to protect what you already have than to acquire something new. Tarek's shoulders trembled slightly, his pupils contracting. Harder to protect. Estella spread her hands. Anyway, I owe you a favor for the Blackstreet incident. If it weren't for you, I might be being auctioned off as slave number 101 right now. Tarek looked down, avoiding her gaze, his expression gloomy. If you want it, princess. He took a step forward, his boots clicking on the floor. I can cut off Marquis Seji's head right now. Estella stood frozen. What? Tarek looked solemn, a sense of resolve deep in his eyes. He was serious. Princess Blaze, Tarek called softly. Yes, your majesty? Tarek reached out and firmly grasped the back of her hand. In the name of the Emperor of the Aspen Empire, I swear to you. Swear what? Estella's heart hammered, her breathing quickening. Since you have shown me unshakable loyalty. Tarek lowered his head, his warm breath brushing against her fingertips. I will also protect you, no matter what happens. He leaned down and placed a kiss on the back of her hand. Estella's body went rigid, her heartbeat deafening. Tarek lowered his eyes, his fingertips lightly touching the back of her hand, his expression solemn. Estella's pupils trembled with unspeakable emotions surging in her chest. Was it relief because someone was willing to protect her? Or was it guilt? In the original ending of this story, she was destined to die by his hand. But now, she took a step forward, her skirt brushing the floor with a soft rustle. Perhaps she could try to trust him now. Estella tilted her face up, her gaze meeting Tarek's, her hands enveloped in his broad palms. Great majesty of the Aspen Empire, she slowly knelt, her long hair spilling over her ornate dress. I swear to offer you my eternal loyalty. Estella sat at the round table, letting out a soft sigh, her brow tinged with a bit of helplessness. Rosalia rested her chin on her hand, watching her companion. Princess, why are you sighing so early in the morning? Estella picked up her teacup. It's all thanks to a certain someone who barged into my room at the crack of dawn. You'd definitely be bored without me, wouldn't you? Rosalia leaned close to her ear and lowered her voice. I heard they've all been arrested. Estella lowered her eyes. That's good. Since the Blackstreet's dirty money ended up in His Majesty's pocket, he must be sitting on a fortune now. Rosalia clasped her hands, her eyes sparkling. It's truly enviable. Estella sipped her tea. He was already wealthy. He probably doesn't feel anything special about it. If it weren't for me, Rosalia said, he originally planned to burn down the entire street. Estella suddenly stood up. What? Why? Tarek leaned against the armchair. I don't need to conquer a mound of ash. Estella waved her arms. What are you saying? No amount of ash can be as luxurious as the Blackstreet. It can serve as an emergency shelter and can even be turned into a tourist attraction. To increase revenue, she pressed her hand to her chest, looking anxious. This is a perfect opportunity for me to launch a business plan and make a fortune. Tarek lowered his eyes, his finger tapping the armrest. Since you've sworn eternal loyalty to me, I indeed cannot ignore your suggestion. Estella held her breath. Really? Tarek turned his head. I don't want to be bothered by details, so I'm leaving this matter to you. Submit a report to me within the week. A report? Estella stood frozen, her pupils shaking with shock. Miss Fairy, Estella's movement of holding the teacup suddenly stopped. Daisy came running with a small bag. I'm here. I missed you so much. She suddenly stopped and widened her eyes. Who is that? Miss Fairy actually has other friends? Rosalia placed a hand on her chest with a smile. Oh my, it seems you're too young to understand. I come from the kingdom of Lonwick, a place surrounded by dazzling coasts. Daisy suddenly rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Estella. Miss Fairy is mine. Estella looked down at the little girl in her arms. Daisy, she's also a princess just like me. Daisy stuck out her tongue. I don't want to see another princess. Rosalia's eyes widened. You green hair brat. Estella was caught between the two. Daisy clung tightly to her waist. Princess Estella is mine. Rosalia reached out to snatch her. No, she's mine. Cold sweat broke out on Estella's forehead, her expression stiff. Daisy pets hip ache. I even brought a gift for Miss Fairy. Rosalia arched an eyebrow. I happen to bring one too. Daisy pulled out a hat with feathers. I chose this specifically for you. Rosalia handed over a roll of parchment. This is the tax exemption you've been wanting. Daisy flipped open a thick ancient book. This is a spell book I stole, borrowed from my father. Rosalia held up a pink vial. This is a mysterious potion I prepared for you. Estella suddenly slapped the table. Enough. She grabbed the snacks from the table and stuffed them into both their mouths, silencing their incessant bickering. Thank you for the gifts. Now both of you can go back. Daisy and Rosalia, mouths full of food, made muffled protests. Are you kicking us out already? Rosalia's mouth was full of cookies. Daisy's eyes were wide. We just got here. Cold sweat dripped from Estella's brow. Fine, you can stay, but only for a little while. Rosalia stood at the door and waved. See you tomorrow, Princess Estella. Estella had her back to her. You don't need to come again. She took Daisy's hand. I'll walk you home. Daisy smiled. Okay, Miss Fairy. Heavy footsteps approached. Vituado came through the trees. So you were here. Daisy stopped. Daddy. Estella looked at the newcomer. I was just about to take Daisy home. What wind blew you here? Vituado stopped in front of them. Work finished early, so I came by to pick her up. Daisy lowered her head and muttered softly. This was supposed to be my chance to be alone with Miss Fairy. Daddy, leave. Daisy suddenly screamed. Vituado froze, his pupils shrinking in shock. Daisy. Night shrouded the curtains. Estella leaned over the bed, her quill pen moving rapidly across the paper with a scratching sound. Blackstreet Reconstruction Plan. I've gotten used to working in bed. At this rate, I can finish the report tonight. Tarek cleared his throat, breaking the silence in the room. I am Festi. Estella stopped writing and looked at the empty pitcher on the table. Empty already? Is he a dried-up sponge? She pushed herself up. I'll call a servant to get more water. No need, Tarek interrupted coldly. Estella's lips curled into a smile, a particularly brilliant one for the sake of her salary. I happen to be thirsty too. I'll go get the pitcher myself. Estella carried the pitcher down the long corridor, her heels clicking crisply against the floor. I know he hates people intruding on his territory when he's working, but I'm not his servant. She stopped and looked out the window. It's already so dark. Who would have thought I'd get used to being alone with him late into the night? Estella pushed the door open and set the pitcher heavily on the table. Here you go, Your Majesty. Tarek looked up, his gaze falling on her skirt. Your dress is glowing. Princess. Estella looked down to see the dark fabric emitting a faint fluorescence. This is a potion someone gave me. It seems it glows at night. She pulled the vial from her bodice and held it up to the light. Tarek stared at the bottle. What kind of potion is that? Estella shook the pink vial. I'm not sure. Probably vitamins. Rosalia said it was a miracle potion or something like that. Tarek held his water cup, his brow furrowed. You plan to drink it without knowing the ingredients? He reached out and snatched the vial, pulling the heart-shaped stopper with a crisp pop. I didn't say I wanted it, but I won't refuse. Estella clicked her tongue, her eyes showing displeasure. He had taken it, after all. Fine, just take all my things then. Tarek tilted his head back, his atoms apple-bobbing as he downed the pink liquid. Estella leaned in to observe. How do you feel, Your Majesty? Do you feel a surge of energy pulsing through your veins? Tarek repeated the word, pulsing. A flush quickly climbed his cheeks, and his breathing became heavy. He suddenly stood up, slamming his hands onto the table with a loud bang. Estella was trapped between the chair and table, her body leaning back. What is he doing? Tarek leaned down, his eyes dazed and his face burning hot as he stared fixedly at the woman before him. Tarek, she said, her voice raspy. What did you just give me to drink? Estella's pupils shook, her back pressed against the chair. What? I never thought Rosalia would give me poison. She tried to push away the shadow before her. I'll go call the royal physician right away. Tarek suddenly pinned her shoulders, locking her into the small space. No need. That's right. She had almost forgotten one thing. The current Rosalia was her savior and followed her every move. But originally, she was obsessed with chasing Tarek and would do anything to achieve her goal. That potion she had planned to use. It must have been an aphrodisiac meant to seduce him. Tarek pulled at his collar, his breathing becoming rapid and heavy. His body felt like it was on fire. He suddenly leaned down, trapping Estella beneath him, his heavy panting echoing in her ears. Estella froze as Tarek's breath brushed against her face. What should I do? She stared at the face, so close to hers, and remembered what usually happens in these scenarios. Your Majesty, Estella called out urgently. How about singing the national anthem? I heard singing the anthem can make people calm down. Tarek, leaning against her neck, froze. The national anthem? He murmured, repeating the absurd suggestion. A faint smile actually appeared on his lips. Proud citizens of the Empire, pile the soil upon the rotting corpses, raise the flag high. The song echoed in the empty palace, sweeping over the frozen lands of the north and the barrens of the south. Tarek released his hold and slowly stood straight, his gaze fixed on the night outside the window. His expression returned to its usual coldness. Estella straightened her clothes and walked to his side, gently touching his cheek. You look sad, Your Majesty. Tarek turned his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. What? Estella cupped his face, her fingertips touching his cold skin. What makes you so sad? Tarek looked away. I have never felt sadness or sorrow. Expressing such trivial emotions only brings shame to the ruler of the empire. Estella gazed into his eyes. Even an emperor is human, after all. Her fingertips brushed past his temple. So it's okay. It's okay to feel sad occasionally. Tarek stood frozen, allowing her palm to rest against his cheek. The coldness in his eyes rippled slightly. A maid called from outside the door. Your Highness, the apple oranges have been placed in the parlor. Estella sat at the long table, flipping through the documents in her hand. It seemed the Shar Chamber of Commerce had finally been successfully registered. Croco was also locked up. If the potions were sold through Delhi's Chamber of Commerce, they would soon make a fortune. Everything was going suspiciously well. Rosalia pushed open the door and lunged toward the woman at the table. Princess Estella, did you miss me? Estella set down the documents. Sure enough, good luck doesn't last long. Rosalia stared at the fruit plate on the table. These apples look delicious. Estella's tone was flat. Eat as many as you want. Rosalia took a bite of an apple. Oh, right. I forgot to explain about that potion last time. Estella suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Don't tell me you already drank it. Rosalia chewed the apple. Thanks to that potion, The matter of Tarek's face turning blue. It really put me in a difficult spot. Estella pressed a hand to her forehead and let out a sigh. Forget it. What's done is done. It can't be changed. She lowered her hand and turned her gaze to her side. So, why did you come by today? Rosalia munched on an apple, making a crisp snapping sound. I recently ran into Lady Charlotte. Estella picked up her teacup. Lady Charlotte? Rosalia tossed the apple core onto a plate. Count West's daughter. She still frequents social circles, but I'm not interested in the rumors there. However, Rosalia picked up her glass. The tea produced in the West Territory has become very popular lately. Even Princess Joel, who is confined in the tower, is... Estella stopped mid-motion, her eyes sharpening. Princess Joel? She is one of the twins. When Tarek ascended the throne as emperor, she was locked away in the high tower. Estella rested her chin on her hand, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. I'm becoming more and more interested in this tea as well. Can you tell me more, little Rose? Rosalia froze, a blush creeping on her cheeks. What did you just call me? She then leaned in toward the table and lowered her voice. Lady Charlotte said that the courier responsible for delivering the tea to the Twin Towers started falling ill after returning to the West Territory. The courier stumbled through the corridor, clutching his chest and coughing violently, leaning against the stone wall for support. Could it be overwork? It's not just him. More and more people are reporting similar symptoms. A farmer stood in a field, his face ashen, his rough palms tightly clutching the fabric over his chest as he struggled to breathe. Rosalia set down her teacup, her expression turning serious. That's why I hurried here to tell you, whatever you do, do not drink the tea from the West Territory. Estella looked out the window. I'm afraid the problem isn't just in the West Territory. Rosalia's expression grew grim. The symptoms have already spread to all the surrounding areas. Estella's brow furrowed slightly as cold sweat slid down her cheek. This means a plague. It was a plague capable of destroying everything. Inside the high tower, Princess Joel collapsed at the edge of her bed, her hands deathly tight around the collar of her nightgown. I can't breathe. The headmaid knelt by the bed, firmly holding her shoulders. Princess, please hold on. She suddenly turned her head and roared at the doorway. What on earth is the personal maid doing, letting the princess get this sick? Another maid stood by the door with her head bowed, her voice trembling. That maid, she has a fever too. She can't move at all right now. What? It's not just the maids. Several staff members in the tower are showing the same symptoms. Painful groans echoed from the sick rooms. Attendants curled up on simple cots, their bodies shaking violently from high fevers. The head maid stood up. Go report this to His Majesty immediately. Viduato stood before the desk, his expression solemn. Your Majesty, how should we respond? Tyrant flipped through the report in his hand, his eyes cold. Are there any casualties? Viduato lowered his head slightly. So far, no one has died, but a large number of patients are in critical condition. Tyrant closed the file, and still no discovery of the cause or a cure. Viduato looked troubled. A doctor in the Western Territory claims to have the cure, but he is monopolizing the medicine and the treatment process. Furthermore, the situation is more serious than expected. Symptoms have appeared within the Twin Towers as well. Princess Joel has not been spared. A knock sounded at the door. Tyrant turned his head, his gaze sweeping toward the entrance. Estella pushed the door open and entered in a hurry. Your Majesty, I have an extremely important matter to report. Tyrant watched her. What is it? Estella stopped, her eyes sharp. I heard about the plague in the Western Territory. Viduato's expression was heavy. The treatment method is strictly locked down. It's only a matter of time before people start dying. Estella stepped forward, her gaze determined. Can I personally go and examine those patients? Tyrant paused. You personally? Viduato turned slightly. The Western Territory is very far from here. Estella remained composed. It doesn't matter. I must observe the symptoms with my own eyes to find a cure. Tyrant crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze icy. And what if you get infected with the plague? Estella met his gaze directly. As long as I follow the protection protocols, it won't be a problem. I have studied medicine and know how to avoid contagion. Viduato looked at the emperor. Your Majesty, she is right. Princess Estella even cured Daisy's illness. Tyrant was silent for a moment. In that case, you only need to see the patients, correct? The carriage gave a sudden jolt and stopped in the cold wind. Estella pushed the door open and leaned out, looking ahead. Why have we stopped? Tyrant sat opposite her, his tone flat. We've arrived. Estella looked shocked. What? We haven't even been traveling for 10 minutes. It takes at least half a day to reach the Western Territory. How is this possible? She stepped down from the carriage, carrying her medical bag, and stood in the snow looking up at the building before her. Two towering spires stood side by side, connected in the middle by a suspended corridor, exuding a sense of desolation in the midwinter cold. Where is this? Estella's leather shoes clicked as she walked through the corridor lined with chandeliers, her footsteps echoing in the empty hall. Three maids were huddled together, whispering. She stopped in front of them and placed a hand over her chest in a polite gesture. I am Estella. I am here to diagnose Princess Joel's condition. The maids fell silent, exchanging glances. An older woman in a deep gray gown stepped forward, her hands folded in front of her. I am Maya, Princess Joel's nanny. Maya narrowed her eyes, scanning Estella. Where are the others? Estella tightened her grip on her clipboard. The two people sent by the court went to the prince's tower first. Maya responded coldly. I see. You two back to your posts. The two younger maids bowed. They beat a hasty retreat. Estella watched Maya's back, feeling that this woman was somewhat exclusionary. Please tell me the specific symptoms of the patients here. Maya led the way. The princess has had a persistent high fever accompanied by abdominal pain and vomiting. The remaining maids are the same. They all have severe fevers. Estella stopped. So the princess's symptoms are the most severe? Maya nodded slightly. Yes, I believe it is because she was born with a weak constitution. Estella looked down at her clipboard. The information I can gather just from listening is limited. I must see her personally. Who gave you permission to do that? The sound of leather shoes striking the floor tiles approached from a distance. A blond man walked through the corridor and stopped in front of them. Maya looked flustered and immediately bowed. Prince Heinrich. Prince Heinrich's eyes were cold. Who do you think you are, presuming to see Joel? He took a step closer, looking down at her. I've heard of you. The cursed princess. They say you're the most valued subordinate of that arrogant Tariq. Prince Heinrich gave a cold laugh. Stay quiet and don't get in the way. Once you've wasted enough time, get out. He suddenly leaned in close to Estella, his eyes full of threats. If you even think about hurting Joel. Prince Heinrich's gaze was sinister. I will kill you with my own hands. Estella remained silent, watching the hostile young man before her. This reaction, it wasn't entirely incomprehensible. Princess Joel had been sickly since childhood, and Prince Heinrich had always blamed himself for it, even obsessively believing that his own existence was the cause of his sister's weakness. Estella rested her chin on one hand, a trace of a smile on her lips. Truly a moody adolescent. Prince Heinrich suddenly turned his head. What are you laughing at? Are you mocking me? Estella remained unruffled. No matter how much he blustered, compared to Tariq, he was just a naive child. The cold wind swept through the twin towers. The investigation had already lasted for 2 full days. Estella walked through the corridor alone, her shoes clicking sharply on the floor. Her brow was slightly furrowed. She still hadn't been able to determine the cause of the illness. When she wanted to check the tea, the maids claimed it was out of stock. Most people in the tower drank that tea, yet only 5 people showed symptoms. Moreover, this tea had been supplied for a long time. Everything felt suspicious. Estella stopped at a corner, her finger against her chin. Her intuition told her things weren't that simple. From deep in the corridor came the sound of suppressed conversation. Are you sure you threw it all away? A young maid trembled violently. Of course. I ground it up very finely and dumped it all in the backyard. Maya lowered her voice. And what about the other thing? The maid looked panicked. I dumped it all out too. Estella ducked behind a stone pillar and held her breath, peering through the gap. Maya gripped the maid's arm tightly, her eyes fierce. Remember, if you make even the slightest mistake, we're all dead. The maid turned pale and nodded tremulously. Maya let go and straightened her collar. The day of the end is near. Keep it hidden until the very last moment. Estella covered her mouth and nose as she watched Maya's departing back. That was Princess Joel's nanny. What on earth did they throw away? Estella walked through the cloister and reached the backyard the maid had mentioned. She pushed aside the dense bushes, her fingers searching through the soil. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Estella jolted, her breath hitching instantly. She turned around. Prince Heinrich stood in the moonlight, hands in his pockets, bearing a body. Estella patted her chest to calm her racing heart. Prince Heinrich, you scare me to death. Prince Heinrich let out a sneer. Hearing that from you is ironic, considering you're the most suspicious person here. Estella stood up and brushed the dirt off her skirt. You don't seem to remember my name. I am Estella. Prince Heinrich snorted. Don't forget my status. It doesn't matter what I call a hostage. Estella grumbled inwardly. Arrogant. Is in the Tariq family genes? The curtains were suddenly yanked open. Maya leaned halfway out, scanning the surroundings alertly. I'm sure I heard a sound just now. From a distance came a maid's call. Madam Maya, I'd like you to see this. Maya answered and closed the window, retreating inside. Estella held her breath as Prince Heinrich pressed her down behind the bushes. They stayed close to the ground until the heavy sound of the window closing came from above. She pushed his hand away and knelt back on the ground to continue digging through the soil. So what you're saying is, Prince Heinrich crossed his arms, looking down at the woman on the ground. Maya is the culprit? Estella didn't look up. Exactly. That's what I mean. Prince Heinrich's brow furrowed. That's impossible. Maya would never do such a thing. His gaze sharpened. What exactly are you plotting? Estella stood up and brushed the dirt from her hands. Stop staring at the wrong person. Observe the people around you more. Prince Heinrich stepped forward. What evidence do you have to dare say? Estella interrupted him. Let's talk. Instead of arguing, why don't you help me find evidence? Prince Heinrich clenched his fists. You dare order me around? Estella didn't back down. Then stop getting in the way and go back to your room to sleep. She leaned down and pressed her hand to the ground. Her fingertips touched a patch of moisture. The soil was thick and cold. Why is only the spot wet? Estella grabbed a handful of soil and examined it closely. Her pupils contracted slightly. The maid's voice echoed in her mind. I ground it up very finely and dumped it all in the backyard. Maya had asked, and what about the other thing? The maid answered, I dumped that all out too. Estella hid at the corner of the wall, watching the two of them plot, her breathing extremely light. She turned to look at Prince Heinrich. Did your highness also drink the tea sent from the West Manor? Prince Heinrich looked away. I did, but it's been out of stock for a long time lately. Estella fell into thought. So many people drank the tea and were fine. The tea itself was definitely not the problem. The real key was those two things they threw away. The ground-up stuff was most likely the tea leaves. They destroyed them to cover up the fact that there was nothing wrong with the tea itself. Since the other thing was dumped out, it meant it was a liquid. Brewing tea requires water in addition to leaves. The water must have been poisoned. They said the tea was out of stock. Estella murmured under her breath, her gaze locked on the soil. Prince Heinrich knelt down and pinched a clump of wet mud. Did you find the tea? Estella nodded. She squeezed her hand shut, and a murky liquid seeped between her fingers. This definitely smells like tea. Joel! Prince Heinrich's expression changed abruptly as he stood up. The instructions from West Manor. We'll be leaving soon. Is this the last batch? Maya pulled back into the shadows, her voice bone-chilling. Maya took the vial, her fingers stroking the cold glass. How was the princess's condition? The figure in the black robe stood in the shadows. She has been taking it regularly for a while now. Naturally, her physical condition is continuing to deteriorate. A curve formed at the corner of Maya's mouth. That little brat is quite the stayer. If she died right now, it would be a hassle for me. The black-robed figure gave a cold laugh. Regardless, she will be dead soon. Maya's eyes were filled with ice. Very well. Make sure she drinks the last dose. The black-robed figure nodded slightly. No problem. The Spire Palace stood under the blazing sun, its white stone walls reflecting the piercing light. A minister knelt on one knee, reporting to the throne. Your Majesty, as per your orders, we have dispatched an investigation team to the West Territory. The minister clutched his chest and continued, but they sent someone out 3 days in advance. That person has just arrived. A trace of mockery flickered in Tarek's eyes. You mean to say that in all that chaos, they already had the presence of mind to send someone over? The minister lowered his eyes. The doctor himself did not appear, but he sent an assistant. Tarek let out a soft TSK. If I had known they'd move so fast, I shouldn't have sent anyone to the tower. The assistant, carrying a medical bag, walked quickly through the corridor. He stopped and bowed. Salutations to the son of the Empire. Tarek scrutinized the assistant before him. I hear you've been very busy lately. Why have you come all this way? The assistant kept his head down, his voice steady. We heard that patients have appeared here. We heard there are patients in the court as well, so I hurried here to deliver medicine. Tarek stared at the assistant below the dais. Has the news already reached the West Territory? You managed to travel for 3 days without rest? He stood up from the throne, his tone flat. Such devotion is commendable. You should be rewarded. The assistant looked up, a fawning smile on his face. Your Majesty, I am truly fortunate. He thought to himself, so the tyrant softens when his family suffers. Thank you for your great mercy, Your Majesty. Tarek looked down at the person kneeling before him. Stretch out your hand. The assistant opened his palm, waiting for the expected reward. A flash of cold light erupted as a long sword suddenly pierced through his palm. Blood instantly splattered onto the floor. The assistant's pupils shrank as he let out a shrill scream. Count Caemond spread his hands in horror. Your Majesty, he is just a courier delivering medicine. Tarek withdrew his sword, his eyes filled with ice. I can't tell if you're a fool or if you're conspiring with them. Count Caemond. Tarek looked directly at the man. As the head of the investigation team, you should know very well that the Twin Towers only allow members of the Imperial family to enter. Any outsiders are strictly forbidden from approaching. Count Caemond lowered his head, cold sweat sliding down his temples. Yes, Your Majesty. Tarek turned around, his gaze falling on the trembling assistant. It takes at least 3 days to get here from the West Territory. However, I only heard news of the plague yesterday. This means this courier received the information even earlier than I did. Unless he is some kind of prophet. Tarek stroked his chin. Or he and the people behind him are the source of the plague, spreading disease, then monopolizing the antidote for profit. I've seen this tactic many times. Tarek turned around, a dark look in his eyes. However, we now face a more serious problem. If the disease has spread to the spires, it means their people have already infiltrated. That is a place where only specific personnel can enter. Tarek approached Count Caemond. As the head of the investigation team with access to the spires, do you have nothing to explain? Count Camon's face was ashen, sweat beaded on his forehead. I knew nothing of this. I will go and find out immediately. No need, Tarek interrupted coldly. Interrogating this courier will soon reveal who the rat is. Count Camon slumped to the ground, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably. Viduato. Tarek turned his head, calling the name of the captain of the guard. Viduato bowed in acceptance. By your command, your majesty. The assistant's hands were pinned behind his back by guards as he struggled violently. I swear I am innocent, your majesty. It really wasn't me. As he was dragged toward the palace exit, his pleas echoed through the hallway. Please spare me, your majesty. Count Camon gritted his teeth, a muffled, low growl coming from his throat as his fists clenched tight. The twin towers stood silently in the snow, their peaks piercing the clouds. Maya grabbed her skirt and ran toward the terrace. She looked panicked. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. Heinrich stopped and turned to the newcomer. What is it, Maya? Maya gasped for air, her hands tightly gripping his arm. Princess Joel, she's gone. Heinrich's pupils contracted. His hand froze in midair. Joel is gone? His body went rigid in the cold wind. What are you talking about? Estella covered her nose and mouth, looking at the chaos in the corridor. Why is it so noisy so early in the morning? Maya suddenly rushed forward and grabbed her shoulders tightly. What did you do to our princess? Estella furrowed her brow and pushed the other woman's arms away. What nonsense are you talking about? Maya's eyes were full of fury. I heard you were wandering the tower last night. You didn't even eat dinner. Where did you take the princess? Prince Heinrich stepped forward and placed a hand on Maya's shoulder. That Princess Estella came here to investigate. Maya gritted her teeth and turned to the prince. Prince Heinrich's expression was grave. The priority is finding the princess. Maya, go search the West Wing. Maya bowed. As you command, your highness. She turned and walked away quickly, her shoes clicking on the floor. Where's that bitch hiding? Estella watched her back, her pupils trembling slightly. Prince Heinrich, she spoke softly. I've thought of a place. Estella looked serious. Her immunity has always been weak. Prince Heinrich pressed. Where is it? Joel lay collapsed deep among the flowers. Her body curled on the cold floor tiles as her consciousness gradually blurred. Heinrich. The door was burst open. Prince Heinrich rushed into the room and saw the figure on the floor. Joel! He let out a shrill cry. Joel! The wood in the fireplace crackled, the firelight reflecting on a pale face. Prince Heinrich stared at the doctor. How is Joel? The doctor set down his stethoscope and shook his head gently. The situation is not optimistic. She was already weak to begin with. The doctor lowered his eyes. She was in the cold for too long. Maya suddenly pushed open the door and stumbled toward the bedside. Your Highness. Leather shoes clicked rapidly on the floor. How could this happen? She knelt at the head of the bed, sobbing. Why? Why were you alone in the storage room? Did she hear our conversation? A dark look flashed in Maya's eyes. If this girl wakes up and informs on me, I'm completely finished. Prince Heinrich grabbed the doctor's collar. Don't just say she's not doing well. Find a way to save her. To save myself, I must use Estella. Maya stared at the unconscious Joel. I need to escape before Joel regains consciousness. She's so sick. It would actually be better for me if she just died. The doctor was pale, his body shaking. Please let go, Your Highness. Your Highness. Maya knelt by the bed, her body shaking violently. Unfortunately, I believe Princess Estella is the culprit. Estella suddenly clenched her fists. What nonsense are you talking about? Maya kept her head down, her voice tearful. Even though she is a princess, I wanted to stay silent. But yesterday, I personally saw her coming out of the cellar. Why did you lock Princess Joel in the cellar? Maya covered her face and wept. Your Highness, please arrest that woman. She is the one making Princess Joel suffer. Estella retorted loudly. What are you talking about? I never went to the cellar. Prince Heinrich remained silent, his profile hidden in the shadows. Princess Blaze. He slowly turned his head, his eyes full of ice. Have you been playing with me all this time? Estella's pupils trembled. What? Prince Heinrich turned his back, his voice bone-chilling. Seize that shameless woman. Lock her in the dungeon immediately. The guard stepped forward abruptly, roughly grabbing her arms. Estella went rigid, looking at the prince's back in disbelief. Heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor. She was dragged into the darkness. Tarek flipped through the documents in his hand. What did that assistant from the West say? Viduato bowed and reported he fainted. He didn't utter a single word until the end. Tarek stared into the void. Why is there no news from the Twin Towers yet? Viduato stood by the table. If there were any important developments, she would surely have notified us immediately. Tarek closed his book. If there is still no news from her by tomorrow, we will go and see for ourselves. Viduato looked surprised. Is your Majesty going to check personally? You haven't gone near the Twin Towers recently. Tarek crossed his arms. Ever since I imprisoned those half-siblings, I didn't want to disturb them, but I feel like someone is watching them. Viduato looked troubled. He's actually still worried about them. Tarek turned his body. I'm also curious about what on earth they're up to. Viduato hesitated. Is your Majesty referring to Princess Estella? The corner of Tarek's eye twitched slightly. My intuition is that Princess Estella. He stared out the window. That is causing trouble for everyone. Estella sat alone in the high tower, looking into the distance with a cold expression. She let out a soft sigh, her brow showing her exhaustion. The door hinges let out a piercing creak. She snapped her eyes open, her pupils contracting from the sudden tension. She turned quickly toward the entrance. Prince Heinrich was kneeling by the bed, his hands tightly clutching the corner of the quilt. I am sorry, Joel. I promise I'll never bother you again. I'll never lose my temper with you. Whatever you want. I'll do anything. Prince Heinrich's voice trembled. So please, just wake up soon. Joel lay quietly on the bed, her eyes closed, her face as pale as paper. Footsteps approached. Maya stopped behind Prince Heinrich. Your Highness, you must eat something. Go and rest for a while. Maya held a tray with a glass of water. I will take good care of her. With Joel in this state, how can I eat? Maya lowered her eyes. If she knew you were harming your health for her sake, she would be very sad. Please go rest. Prince Heinrich stood up. All right. Thank you, Maya. Maya watched him leave. Yes, leave everything to me. Prince Heinrich took one last look at the sickbed and turned to walk out of the room. The sound of his footsteps gradually faded. The door locked, clicked softly. Maya confirmed no one was around and suddenly slammed the tray onto the table, water splashing from the glass. I've really had enough of this damned nursing work. Maya looked down at the unconscious Joel with cold eyes. By the way, my dear princess, why were you running around at that time? Maya stared at her. If this princess dies, Prince Heinrich will surely go mad. Then he'll get rid of Estella for me. She poured a green liquid from a bottle. Drops fell into the glass. This way, no one will ever find out what I've done. I'll finally be able to leave this high tower and live a life of luxury. A twisted smile hung on Maya's lips as she raised the glass. Have a good sleep. Princess Joel. She suddenly grabbed Joel's jaw, preparing to force the liquid down. A hand suddenly reached out from under the bed and firmly grabbed Maya's ankle. Stop right there. Maya shrieked as she lost her balance and fell heavily onto the wooden floor. Maya sat on the floor, her pupils trembling with terror. Who is it? Estella crawled out from under the bed, patting the dust off her long red skirt. It's really stuffy down there. Maya turned deathly pale. Princess Blaze. The sound of a door lock turning echoed. Maya turned her head sharply. Damn it, why is the prince back now? Prince Heinrich entered, his expression grim. Maya scrambled toward the door, pointing to the center of the room. Your Highness, Princess Blaze has escaped. She's been hiding here. Her voice was shrill, her finger trembling. Look, she's right there. She's going to hurt Princess Joel again. Prince Heinrich stopped and looked down at Maya, his gaze icy. Maya, he called softly. Maya froze and looked up at the prince's face. She sat paralyzed on the ground, clutching Prince Heinrich's hem. You're not doubting me, are you? She is the cursed princess. Prince Heinrich shook off her hand, his eyes cold. What were you planning to give Joel just now? Cold sweat beaded on Maya's forehead. I just wanted to give her her usual medicine. Prince Heinrich snatched the glass, his knuckles turning white from the force. In that case, drink it yourself. Maya stared at the liquid in the glass, her throat moving with difficulty. Fine, I'll drink it, but you should suspect Princess Blaze, not me. She tremblingly took the glass, her fingertip against the rim. Estella stepped forward, a mocking smile on her lips. Oh, and remember to wash the medicine down with that cup of water. Maya froze, her hand tightening around the glass. I usually take my medicine without water. Estella pressed closer, her gaze as sharp as a blade. If you're truly innocent, drink it. Maya froze in place, her fingertips gripping the edge of the cup tightly. Cold sweat slid down her temples. That bitch. Why did she crawl out from under the bed? Prince Heinrich suddenly snatched the cup away with a rough movement. Maya cried out in alarm. Your Highness. He looked down, scrutinizing the liquid in the cup. What exactly is wrong with this water that it warrants such a fuss from you? Maya turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. It's nothing. That cursed princess is just playing tricks to deceive you. Prince Heinrich looked at Joel on the sickbed, his eyes filled with grim determination. Things have come to this. Joel's life is already hanging by a thread. It doesn't matter what happens to me. He raised the cup and tilted his head back. To find out the truth, I will drink it myself. A pale hand suddenly reached out, firmly gripping Prince Heinrich's wrist and taking the cup. There's no need for you to drink that, brother. Heinrich froze in place as the water in the cup sloshed. Joel? Maya collapsed to the floor, her body trembling violently. No, this is impossible. Joel stood up, looking down at the woman on the floor with cold eyes. I heard everything, Maya. Maya's face turned deathly pale. Her lips quivered, but she couldn't make a sound. The truth is, I've been awake the whole time. Let me ask you about this, Daryl. Laren, did you really have Sophia Laren lead the monsters to air? Did you really collude with the Empress to attempt an assassination of the Stark heir? Cold sweat trickled down Dariel's forehead as he was questioned. I don't know what you're talking about. The blond man in ornate clothing looked at him. Sophia confessed everything before she passed away shortly after. Dariel lowered his eyes. Your Highness, please listen to me. I don't know what she said, but that really wasn't Sophia. You know as well as I do that my daughter died a long time ago. The man stepped closer. Dariel, I found a letter written by Sophia herself. Dariel looked panicked. Is it a crime for a wife to write to her husband far away on the battlefield? The man gave a cold laugh. If Sophia was truly dead as you claim, she couldn't have known the news of Devon heading to air. That letter is enough to prove that Sophia was still alive when Devon set out. The man looked down at him. Dariel, you should be well aware that Marietta Lubery escaped from prison during the chaos. Dariel's pupils shrank, and his shoulders shook violently. The man's gaze was icy. The Laren family has deep roots. You didn't need to go this far unless you, as the head of the house, had a reason you were forced to do so. The man stopped walking. Perhaps you were afraid that if you didn't obey, Marietta would do something terrible to you. Dariel's body jolted. He's given me a way out. As long as I betray the Empress, he will let me off to some extent. The man continued. If you can prove this, perhaps your ducal territory can be pardoned. Dariel fell silent, shadows covering his face. I will speak, Your Highness. I think I know where she is hiding. Marietta had been lurking in the temple until she was captured and thrown into the dungeon. Not only did she commit treason, but rumors of her escaping the death penalty from her cell spread everywhere. The Empress confessed to everything, admitting she had conspired with Caries to assassinate the Crown Prince of Tuvalan. Laren reached a second peace agreement with Tuvalan. Cheers echoed through the court. A month later in the imperial capital, night shrouded the buildings and stepped in black high heels, the heels clicking sharply against the floor. She walked through a long corridor and pushed open a heavy wooden door. The Stark Emperor sat at a round table, his fingertips tapping the surface. The Stark heir stopped and placed a hand over her heart, and lifted her skirt and bowed to the ruler before her. And Stark greets his imperial majesty. The Stark Emperor raised his hand, signaling there was no need for formalities. Seat, and took her seat and thanked him, and picked up her teacup, her gaze sweeping over the delicate pastries. Were these prepared to welcome me? They looked like snacks for a child. The Stark Emperor set down his teacup, the bottom clinking against the saucer. A formal meeting is already scheduled for tomorrow. Why have you come now? And put down her cup, her expression turning serious. Your Majesty, I have something I wish to ask you, and looked him straight in the eye. I know you care deeply for Tuvalan, but he doesn't seem to believe that, and set down her teacup again. Why not tell Tuvalan directly? The Stark Emperor was silent for a moment, his lips tight. Do you know how the previous Empress was deposed? And nodded. Grandfather mentioned it to me. She was accused of causing Marietta's miscarriage and was framed. The Stark Emperor stood up, pushing his chair back. That wasn't all. After that incident, she and I were forced apart for a long time. He took a wooden box from his robe, his finger sliding over the lid with a slight click. Until one day, I received a letter. She invited me to afternoon tea. The paper unfolded, the handwriting neat. Memories flooded back. The Empress stood by the window holding a teacup, smiling. Welcome, Your Majesty. I have been waiting for you. The Stark Emperor stepped forward quickly, his hands firmly grasping her shoulders. How have you been lately? Have you been eating well? The Empress's eyes crinkled into a smile. I'm Fine. Please drink while it's hot. The Stark Emperor picked up the cup, watched her, and drank the black tea. My dear, actually, the sound of shattering porcelain pierced the silence. The teacup exploded into pieces on the floor. The Empress's body wilted, falling heavily onto the red carpet. The Stark Emperor threw the cup aside and rushed forward. My dear, he knelt on the ground, pulling her limp body into his arms. Blood overflowed from the corners of her mouth, staining his fair fingers red. Is anyone there? Someone quickly. The Empress struggled to raise her hand, her fingertips tracing his cheek and leaving a startling red mark. Tears slid from the corners of her eyes. In her throat, only a faint gasp remained. I'm sorry. The weak apology dissipated in the air and froze in place, her hands tightly clasped in front of her, her fingertips turning white from the pressure. Can you guess what happened next? The Stark Emperor turned his back. Deposition wasn't the end. They claimed Tuvalin had to be punished too, because he carried the blood of that woman, the blood of someone who tried to assassinate the Emperor. The most I could do was announce to the world that she died of illness and remove Tuvalin from the line of succession. How was I supposed to tell my child that I couldn't even protect my own family? The Stark Emperor looked down at a broken family portrait, the glass crackling across the smiling faces of the whole family. He suddenly clenched his fist, his knuckles trembling with rage. This time, I will never let such a thing happen again. He turned around, his eyes cold as iron. I will deal with Marietta personally. Anne's eyes widened as she watched that determined silhouette. The Stark Emperor stood by the window with his back to her, his red robe looking dark under the light, his hands clasped behind him. Your Majesty, what do you plan to do? Tyrant sat on the bed, shirtless, pulling up a white sheet to cover himself. So, Estella gripped the corner of the quilt tightly, a layer of cold sweat on her forehead. Say, I'm trying to remember yesterday. You idiot, yesterday. Estella raised her glass and lightly clinked it against Tarek's. Your Majesty, shall we play a drinking game? She rested her chin on one hand, her eyes hazy as she swirled the red liquid. Let's have a competition to build a snowman. The memory broke off there. Estella suddenly clutched her head, her fingertips digging deep into her hair. I can't remember it all. What happened after that? She turned her head, her gaze falling on the man beside her. Tarek, shirtless, was running his hand through his messy silver-gray hair. Why isn't he wearing clothes? Estella's pupils contracted sharply as fragmented images flashed again. She excitedly held up an index finger, loudly announcing the rules. We have to pretend we're snowmen. No moving and no blinking. She stood up unsteadily by the dining table, spreading her arms. The game officially starts when I shout begin. Tarek rested his chin on his hand and gave a light snort, his gaze sweeping over the table full of exquisite desserts. Estella suddenly stood up and loudly announced the start. Begin. She had a smile on her face, but her body swayed involuntarily. Strange, why is the world shaking? Estella's eyes were full of daze, her vision gradually blurring. Her body lost its center of gravity, and she fell backward. Tarek's pupils shrank. He suddenly sprang from his seat, stretching out his arms and shouting, "Princess!" He caught her falling body firmly, locking her in his embrace. Estella took the opportunity to grab his collar, her cheeks flushed. Hee, you moved. I win. Tarek, holding her body steady, sighed helplessly. Fine, you win. I think you've had too much to drink, so? Estella suddenly grabbed his collar, her stomach churning violently. A multicolored liquid erupted, splashing directly onto Tarek's magnificent formal attire. I must be insane. Estella's pupils shook violently. She covered her mouth tightly with both hands, cold sweat sliding down her cheeks. I'm leaving first. She lifted her long red dress and stumbled toward the door, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Tarek, shirtless, sat on the edge of the bed looking at the empty doorway and let out a short, cold laugh. Huh. The door was slammed shut. A maid cried out in alarm as she met her. Heavens, miss. Where on earth did you sleep last night? Estella walked quickly with her head down, her finger pressed against her lower lip as she muttered, I need to concoct a potion that can erase memories and feed it to Tarek. Then I'll act like nothing ever happened. She suddenly tilted her head back and wailed loudly, her hands ruffling her long hair. How am I going to face him from now on? Miss, what is wrong with you? Estella slowly walked toward the garden. Roilai, how is the progress? Roilai stopped his pruning work, turned around, and gave a slight nod. Good morning, Mississippi. The pepper flowers have bloomed. Estella froze. That's not what I was asking. Roilai tilted his head in confusion. Then what did you want to ask? Estella's tone was urgent. The duelist tournament. You're staying here for that, remember? Roili stopped, his expression dull. Oh, is that today? Estella put a hand to her forehead and let out a long sigh. I asked him to look after the garden, and he really became a full-time gardener. She lowered her hand and instructed him seriously. There will be a physical exam in the morning. You can also choose a weapon then. Roili held a small hoe, confusion in his eyes. Excuse me, is a hoe an option in the weapon selection? A vein popped on Estella's temple, a stiff smile on her lips. A hoe is not a weapon. Roili lowered his eyes, his tone regretful. That's a pity. Estella stared at his back, a chill rising in her heart. What does that pity mean? Can he really win with that mindset? The huge circular arena was bustling with people, colorful flags fluttering in the wind. Estella held Rohili's shoulders, her gaze grave. Try not to get hurt. Rohili's voice was calm. As you command, my lady. He turned toward the arena. Estella watched his back, a drop of cold sweat on her temple. To be honest, I'm more worried about his opponent than him. Rosalia approached quickly under a parasol, followed by a skipping Daisy. Princess Estella. Estella turned, her brow furrowed in confusion. What are you two doing here? Rosalia raised her chin as if it were obvious. To watch the match, of course. Estella's voice was full of concern. Daisy, this kind of competition is very scary. Did you get permission? Daisy adjusted her hat and smiled brightly. Yes, of course. Viduato sat at his desk, staring at a note in his hand with a deep frown. I want to go out and witness the passion of real men. Daisy pointed to a roadside stall. Fairy lady, there's so much food here I've never seen before. Rosalia rested her chin on her hand, a look of disdain in her eyes. What a country bumpkin. The duelist tournament is essentially a festival. A bookmaker stood on high ground, waving his arms and shouting, "Listen up, guess the winner, and make a fortune. Anyone who wants to get rich, come over." Rosalia stopped and looked at the figure beside her. Princess Estella, where are you going? Estella walked straight to the betting table and slammed down a heavy bag of money. I bet on Roili of the Blaze family. The bookmaker's eyes widened, his voice trembling. All of it. The surrounding crowd erupted into whispers. The Blaze family? Isn't she that cursed princess? The bookmaker clutched the money bag, looking nervous. No refunds. Rosalia hurried forward to stop her. Princess Estella, you shouldn't bet so much money. Estella remained expressionless. I know. Just take the money. A crude shout came from a distance. Make way, commoners. Don't block Lord Casanova's path. Attendants waved long sticks to drive the commoners away. Get lost. Estella turned her head, her gaze cold. Casanova? Lord Casanova picked his ear with his pinky finger, making a disgusted sound. Look at these poor wretches swarming in like ants. He scanned the surroundings nonchalantly until his gaze suddenly fixed. Who would have thought that in this filthy wasteland, such a precious flower would bloom? Estella folded her arms across her chest, coldly watching the front. Lord Casanova reached out and grabbed her wrist, leaning down. This lady, if possible. He gripped her hand tightly, a frivolous light shining in his eyes. May I ask your name? Casanova held a red rose. He was the youngest son of Baron Wolf and a rumored, extremely popular playboy. Rosalia lowered her voice. I heard he's a real heartbreaker. Estella's eyes were full of indifference. With that face, Rosalia raised a finger. I think he looks decent enough. He's tall and rich. Even if he's a nouveau riche, his looks aren't bad. Daisy stuck out her tongue and made a disgusted face. I don't like that guy. Estella tried to recall, but only a vague outline appeared in her mind. Decent looks? I can't remember him at all. Casanova gave a snort, his gaze falling on the money bag on the betting table. You placed quite a large bet. It seems this lady values her slave very much. He gripped Estella's wrist tightly, a mocking smile on his lips. That's unfortunate for you. Estella lowered her eyes. The man's greedy reflection mirrored in her pupils. Because my dog is a madman. Casanova showed a sinister smile, a vicious light flashing in his eyes. Once he bites, he never lets go. Estella looked straight ahead, her expression grim. What a disgusting freak. I'm glad I didn't tell him my name. Rosalia quickly covered Daisy's ears and scolded in a low voice. You can't say things like that in front of a child. Princess, don't you think your standards are too high? Estella stopped, lost in thought. It wasn't just because. Viduato's face appeared in her mind, his eyes tearful and expression sorrowful. Then came Roili with his sharp, hate-filled gaze. Finally, Tyrant with his cold and deep eyes. Is it these men who have raised my aesthetic standards? Daisy pointed to a distant stall, waving excitedly. Fairy lady, It smells so good over here. Estella snapped back to reality, a slight smile touching her lips. You're right. Let's get something to eat before the match. Rosalia chased after them with snacks in hand. Wait for me. Daisy ran forward happily and replied loudly. Okay. The duelist tournament entered its second day. Sunlight spilled into the arena, flags fluttering in the wind. Roilai swung his long sword, the blade cutting through the air. His eyes were sharp, hiding his strength to fulfill his promise. His opponent fell heavily onto the sand with a cry of pain. Roilai held his sword in a reverse grip, the tip pressing against the man's throat. The opponent's pupils shook with fear as he pleaded loudly, I surrender. Estella clenched her fists, a smile on her face. Well done, Gardner. The spectators in the stands whispered, that new face is doing well. He only dodges and never attacks. I don't think he's anything special. Another spectator shook his head. No, usually this kind of person is a true professional. Estella listened quietly, confidence in her eyes. That's right, Roilai hasn't even shown a quarter of his strength. The reason he was so restrained was just to keep his promise to her. Estella had raised her index finger, her expression solemn. No matter what happens, you are absolutely not allowed to kill anyone. Roilai had nodded solemnly, taking note of that restriction. A roar erupted in the arena. The spectators in the stands waved their arms frantically. Kill him! Kill him! A large man pinned his opponent to the sand, his fists slamming down heavily. Get lost! Stay away from me! The dull thuds of flesh hitting flesh echoed. The large man had a cruel smile. That was the Wolf family's mad dog. Estella frowned, making a disgusted sound. My mad dog. He is indeed very aggressive. Lord Casanova appeared at her side with an elegant bow. I believe we met yesterday. Estella turned her head, her eyes full of unfamiliarity. Who are you? Lord Casanova coughed awkwardly, his hand against his chin. I am Casanova of the Wolf family. Estella had a sudden realization, pointing to the match below. Oh, you're the owner of that mad dog. Lord Casanova's smile stiffened, the corner of his eye twitching slightly. My, your tongue is quite poisonous. Estella turned abruptly, avoiding the shadow behind her. What do you want? Lord Casanova spread his hands, a frivolous smile on his lips. You really are rude. You left so suddenly yesterday. I was very disappointed. He stroked his tie, his eyes full of self-satisfaction. Is this not a fated reunion? Estella's eyes were icy. I don't think you mean fate. I think you mean stalking. She turned away, her brow furrowed in disgust. You're making me very uncomfortable. Please leave immediately. Lord Casanova chuckled, pressing a hand to his chest. It's exactly this personality of yours that has struck my heart. Estella's pupils narrowed, her tone threatening. Huh, do you want to get lost before I strike you too? Lord Casanova showed no fear, suddenly stepping forward. Do you think a threat like that can scare me? He reached out and grabbed Estella's wrist, leaning his face close to hers. You think you can hit me with these slender arms? A hand suddenly clamped onto Casanova's wrist, the knuckles turning white from the force. Let go of her hand. Lord Casanova turned his head angrily, staring at the man in the dark cloak before him. What? A commoner dares to speak to me like this? Estella held her breath, her pupils shaking with shock. Tariq? Why is he here? Tariq reached out and pulled her by the shoulder into his arms. This lady already has an appointment. Lord Casanova stumbled back a step, his face full of disbelief. WH what? You have a husband? Tariq turned his head slightly, his gaze falling on Estella's face. Something like that. We have that kind of relationship. Estella's cheeks flushed, her pupils shaking violently. Something like that? What on earth is he talking about? The absurd images from last night flashed through her mind. Tariq holding her tightly while she was dead drunk, and the rainbow-colored vomit erupting all over his magnificent formal clothes. Estella kept her lips pressed tight, too ashamed to speak. Even though the streets were crowded and the noise of conversation was constant, Estella stood tall, pressing her hands to her heart. Your Majesty, please look forward to today. I will bring you true enjoyment. Tariq crossed his arms, his tone flat. Only for today. Estella froze, her eyes starting to dodge. She twiddled her fingers, her expression becoming uneasy. If you have fun today, could you be a bit lenient regarding my previous rudeness? Tariq turned away, his cloak swaying in the wind. I'll consider it. Estella followed quickly, sighing dejectedly. Fine. Why did I drink that glass of wine? Wooden chairs were neatly arranged on the grass, and spectators began to take their seats. The noise of conversation was everywhere. Hurry up and start. It's bound to be interesting. The white curtains were pulled to the sides, and the performance was about to begin. Estella took a bite of corn, her gaze focused on the front. The show is starting. A cold light flashed in the darkness. The sound of metal scraping was ear-piercing. On the puppet stage, a short sword suddenly stabbed into the king's back with a dull thud. Why? Why betray your own father? The prince operating the puppet let out a mad laugh. I've waited my whole life for this moment. Rest in peace, father. Tyrant was hidden in the shadows of his hood, his lips pressed thin, a trace of gloom passing through his eyes. The puppet king collapsed with a heavy thud. Now this palace belongs to me. Estella's pupils shrank, cold sweat sliding down her face. What? Is this play actually about Tyrant? Tyrant sat quietly on the bench, clutching a bucket of popcorn so hard his knuckles turned white. The sword in the puppet's hand shimmered with cold light, pointing directly at the fallen throne. Tyrant watched the front expressionlessly, his eyes cold as iron. Estella leaned in and grabbed his shoulder. Your Majesty, let's go. Tyrant sat firmly on the chair, picking up a piece of popcorn. Why? Estella's pupils trembled, her expression full of shock. He thinks this is interesting? Tyrant pulled down his black hood, his gaze locked on the stage. Keep watching. I want to see what happens next. The puppet prince held the sword, looking down at the fallen king. Why do this? You ungrateful commoner. How dare you forget the kindness of being taken in? He gave a cold laugh. Taken in? You exiled me to the freezing border to fend for myself. The puppet prince's eyes were icy. Even when I returned in triumph, all I got was another order to immediately go back to another battlefield. Tyrant watched the puppets on stage, his breathing becoming heavy. Those were the countless cold nights he had experienced. The puppet queen's fingers trembled, her voice sharp and piercing. That's because you coveted your brother's position. It was because of your lowliness that your father went mad. The puppet prince gripped the sword hilt, his knuckles turning white. You were the ones who first handed this sword to me. He slowly raised his arm, the sword tip pointing at the queen's throat. Now, I decide who the sword points at. The long sword suddenly thrust forward, piercing the puppet's chest. Tyrant, hidden under the black hood, lowered his eyes, his expression grim. Estella's pupils trembled as cold sweat broke out on her forehead. In reality, he didn't kill them. We can't watch this anymore. Let's go. She reached out and grabbed Tyrant's sleeve, trying to pull him away from the seat. The two walked side by side through the market streets, their footsteps heavy. The plan was a total failure. I must execute the next plan immediately. Use food to cheer him up. Estella wove through the stalls. Your Majesty, do you want to try these snacks? This looks delicious too. And that one. Tyrant's arms were piled high with food, roasted corn and candied haws packed tightly. He had a bamboo skewer in his mouth, his gaze helpless. Princess. Estella stopped and looked back at him. Yes? Tyrant looked down at the food in his arms. Are you trying to make me explode from eating? Estella gave a couple of awkward laughs, her expression strained. I didn't know which one you'd like. The second plan had failed too. She hung her head, tears in her eyes. Mister, I'm so hungry. Tyrant took some food from his arms and handed it to the hungry children by the road. Here, take this. A stall owner waved to the tourists. Come and see. For just 1 copper coin, you can join the Pop the Water Bag Challenge. Estella slapped down a copper coin and gripped the table, panting. Let me have a go. This was the highlight of the festival, the mini-games. Estella waved. Come and play with me. She had a brilliant smile. A man led his daughter into the stall. Daddy, I want that huge bunny plushie. The man rolled up his sleeves, revealing sturdy arms. This will be a piece of cake. Back in the day, your daddy was... The stall owner pointed behind. There are people waiting. Please hurry up. A dart brushed the edge of a balloon and fell to the ground. The daughter looked up. Daddy, can you do better? The dart bounced off again, tracing a weak arc in the air. This must be a scam. The water balloons are too hard. They won't pop at all. The stall owner mocked him. A scam? Didn't you see the guests leave with a prize just now? A purple balloon burst, water splashing everywhere. Immediately after, 2 darts flew out simultaneously, accurately piercing the targets. 2 at once. Tyrant pulled down his black hood, 3 silver darts between his fingers, his gaze cold. The metal tips shimmered. Balloons popped one after another, exploding into huge splashes of water. The crowd erupted in amazement, with thunderous applause. Estella widened her eyes, her gaze full of excitement. The daughter ran away crying. Daddy, you're so lame. The The man chased after her in a panic, trying to save face. The stall owner wiped sweat from his forehead. I've been in business for 10 years, and I've never seen a guest like you. He handed over a huge pink bunny plushie. This is your prize. Take it. Tariq pulled down his hood, his tone cold. We don't need this. Estella snatched the plushie. I want it. Thank you. She hugged the bunny tightly, burying her cheek in the soft fur. Tariq looked at her sideways. Do you think you're still at an age for this? Estella ignored him, hugging the plushie as she strode forward, her skirt swaying with her steps. Tariq followed behind her, the setting sun stretching their shadows. The sun was about to go down. It should end for today. Estella stopped and looked back with a mysterious smile. Of course not. The main event haven't even started yet. River water slapped against the side of the boat, sending up fine sprays. A small boat swayed on the water. This is the main event you were talking about? Tariq held the oars, rowing in the center of the lake in the dead of night. How long is this meaningless tossing about going to last? Estella leaned over the side of the boat, pointing at the night sky. No matter how you look at it, tonight's moon is very bright and beautiful. Tariq looked up and glanced at her. He's there every night. It's nothing special, Estella quickly retorted. How is that possible? Don't you know this is the hottest dating spot? Tariq stopped what he was doing. Are you trying to seduce me? A playful smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Estella froze in place, her heart skipping a beat. Her pupils dilated in shock. What nonsense are you talking about? She explained incoherently. I just thought that if you have a partner in the future, you might want to come here for a date. Tariq's expression turned cold, his profile receding into the shadows of the winter trees. So, you want me to bring another woman here? He loosened his grip, and the oars slipped from his hands, falling into the lake with a string of bubbles. Estella stood up abruptly, clutching the pink rabbit tightly in her arms. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Why did you throw away the oars? Tariq's expression was gloomy. My mood is terrible. Estella hugged the rabbit doll tightly. Even so, how are we supposed to get back now? Help, Papa. In the distance, a huge splash rose from the water. A child was struggling in the center of the lake, hands flailing wildly. Papa. The crowd on the shore fell into chaos. The current is too fast. Let go of me. Wendy is going to drown. Cold sweat broke out on Estella's forehead, her pupils trembling with fear. What should we do? At this rate, that child will die. Tariq looked at her sideways, his gaze icy. Princess, you aren't thinking of jumping in to save them, are you? Estella was stunned for a moment, then turned to stare at Tariq. Your Majesty, your prowess must be excellent, right? Tariq raised his chin slightly. Naturally, Estella suddenly reached out and gave him a forceful push. The sound of a heavy object hitting the water rang out. Water splashed everywhere. Tariq surfaced in the cold lake water and wiped his face. His hair clung messily to his forehead. What on earth are you doing? Estella leaned over the side of the boat. Your Majesty, please save that poor child. Tariq looked up from the water. What? Estella closed her eyes and shouted, I'm sorry. If I knew how to swim, I'd go myself, but I can't swim at all. Tariq let out a sigh, his soaked hair plastered to his cheeks. He suddenly swam forward, grabbing Wendy under the armpits from behind and pulling the child away from the deep water. The crowd on the shore erupted in cheers. A hero. Thank you. Thank you so much. Estella stood on the boat, watching from afar. I knew Tariq could do it. Tariq stood in the shallows, his lips moving as he murmured something under his breath. What is he saying? Estella tilted her head in confusion. Tariq's figure suddenly vanished beneath the surface, leaving only a circle of ripples. Estella held onto the railing and looked around. Wait, he's gone. Deep underwater, a flash of white light streaked through. Tariq dived deep like a squid, his legs kicking against the current. He suddenly reached out and firmly grabbed Estella's hand. Estella fell into the lake with a splash, her long dress spreading out in the icy water. Tariq, you bastard! She squeezed her eyes shut, bubbles escaping her lips as her body continued to sink. Tariq opened his eyes underwater, his silver hair swaying with the waves. He surged forward, reaching out to wrap an arm around her waist and bring her to the surface. The two of them broke through the water. Estella gasped for air, her hands clutching his shoulders tightly. Your Majesty, I told you I can't swim. Tariq wiped the water from his face, his gaze sharp. In that case, you'll have to hold on tight to me. Estella grit her teeth, her brow furrowed with anger. Since you put it that way, I won't be polite. She tightened her arms with force, her nails digging into his clothes. Tariq's lips curved up slightly. Good. I feel much better now. He swam toward the shore with her, his voice suddenly turning low. By the way, look ahead. Estella looked up, her pupils trembling as she gazed at the distant night sky. Fireworks exploded in the darkness, the thunderous booms echoing one after another. The brilliant colors reflected on the shimmering surface of the lake. Clinging to Tarek's shoulder, Estella looked up at the light filling the sky. "It's beautiful." Tarek steadied himself in the water, his profile illuminated by the firelight, his gaze no longer cold. The empty boat drifted in the distance, the pink rabbit doll lying lonely in the cabin. The original plan was to watch the fireworks from a boat, but this didn't seem too bad either. The light of the fireworks flickered in Estella's eyes. "It really is beautiful." Tarek watched her profile and responded in a low voice. "Indeed, it's beautiful." Inside the arena, the crowd was boisterous. The announcer stood on high, roaring, "Finally, the top gladiators who survived until the end have arrived." A burly man looked sideways at the person beside him. "When you plan to stop defending and start attacking?" Rochelle remained silent, her gaze cold as she stared at the sand ahead. The announcer waved his arms. "This time is a special duel. The 3 finalists will fight in a simultaneous brawl." Estella sat in the stands, her hands folded over her knees, her purple dress spread out. Beside her, Tarek looked indifferent. The first contestant, the Mad Dog of the Wolf family. The Mad Dog of the Wolf family gripped his nunchucks, a reckless grin on his face. The nobles in the stands whispered, "I heard the Baron sold 20 slaves just to buy that guy. He's definitely going to win again." The second contestant, the Monkey of the Lolgas family. The Monkey of the Lolgas family raised his spear high, acknowledging the audience. The crowd screamed wildly, "Kill that Mad Dog. Monkey must win this time." The announcer took a deep breath. And the final contestant, Rochelle, stood in the center of the arena, sword in hand. Rochelle of the Blaze family. The nobles in the stands gossiped. "I've never seen that fellow before. Getting this far must be pure luck. The Mad Dog will definitely win." Estella lowered the brim of her hat, a mocking smile on her lips. "A bunch of fools. This is perfect for me. I'll leave here with a huge sum of cash." The announcer's voice rang out again. "Now, let us meet the masters of these gladiators." Estella froze, her pupils trembling. "What?" The announcer waved his arms. "Will the masters please come onto the stage to give a speech?" Estella walked down from the stands and stood at the edge of the field, letting out a sigh. "Why did no one notify me in advance?" A man, Casagova, approached the front with a smile in his eyes. "We meet again, beautiful lady." Estella turned her head, her expression cold. "Indeed." Casagova stared at her profile with a deep gaze. "How long do you think you can stay on that high horse of yours? Imagine your precious slave being bitten to death by my Mad Dog, blood draining away. Isn't the scene perfectly clear?" Estella replied flatly, "Perhaps, but my warrior will never back down. Even if you bring 100 Mad Dogs, it will be the same." The announcer loudly announced, "The next master of the Mad Dog, Baron Casagova." Casagova's lips curled up as he strode onto the sand, opening his arms to the stands. "It is all thanks to His Majesty's sacred virtue that the people can enjoy such a feast. I dedicate all glory to His Imperial Majesty." Tarek sat high in the stands, resting his head on one hand, his eyes filled with nothing but coldness. He looked down at the sycophant below. His expression was bored. The announcer pointed to the other side of the field. "All right, let's invite the next one." The audience erupted in a gasp. "What? It's a woman. Her hat covers her face. I can't see clearly. Could the rumors be true? That woman is the cursed princess of the Blaze Kingdom?" Estella lifted the brim of her hat, her gaze sharp. "What is the point of nonsense in a gladiator match? We will prove it with our actions." She stood in the center of the field, her purple dress swaying in the wind as she posed for the stands. The crowd erupted in a thunderous roar. Rochelle dodged a heavy hammer with a swift movement. A gust of wind followed. The Mad Dog of the Wolf family missed his mark, his expression shocked. "What? Stop hiding and fight me." The Monkey of the Lolgas family leveled his spear and charged from behind, aiming straight for Rochelle's back. Rochelle turned her head slightly, her peripheral vision locking onto the enemy's position, her expression remaining icy. A club swung past the tip of her nose, bringing a gust of wind. Rochelle tilted her head to avoid the attack, her gaze darkening. This wasn't a three-way brawl, it was a 2-on-1 siege. Estella stood in the stands with a furrowed brow, watching the despicable situation below. Casagova slammed his hand on the armrest and leaned forward, roaring at the arena. "Pull yourself together. Is it that hard to catch one person? If you lose today, I'll throw you away, you piece of trash." The bell rang urgently, signaling the end of the first round. Rochelle's chest was heaving violently, sweat dripping down her face as she exited under the gaze of her opponents. In the dim corridor of the waiting room, Estella walked up quickly, her expression full of concern. "Rochelle, are you all right?" Rochelle sat on the bench with her head down, letting her bandage the wound. "I'm fine." Mississippi Estella's movements were gentle, her fingertips touching the bandage, her gaze focused. How touching, such chivalry. Casagova's mouth hung with mockery. "You red-haired fellow, are you really a gladiator? Are you sure you don't serve your master in another way every night?" Rochelle suddenly lunged, slamming the other man to the ground. A heavy thud echoed through the corridor. Estella cried out, "Rochelle!" Rochelle pinned the Baron down firmly, her knuckles turning white from the force. "Take that back." Casagova's face was pale as he struggled desperately. "Let go of me." His attendants panicked, shouting for the guards. "Quick, get the security over here." Fury burned in Rochelle's eyes, her body radiating a chill. "I said take that back." Estella rushed forward. "Rochelle, stop it." Casagova slumped on the ground, his expression terrified. "Lowly slave, how dare you touch me?" Estella stood between the two of them, looking down. "Rochelle, why were you so impulsive?" Rochelle knelt on the ground, her fists clenched. "He insulted you." Mississippi Estella turned around, her voice cold. "Ignore him. He's nothing but a bug." Casagova's eyes widened, his facial muscles twitching. "What did you say? A bug? You arrogant bitch." Estella's mouth hung with mockery. "That's right, you're a bug. Probably some nouveau riche who's never seen the world and doesn't know who I am. So you dare to spout nonsense here." Casagova was exasperated, pointing at her and roaring, "What are you talking about? You useless noblewoman." Estella sneered. "Noble? You'd be better off asking the master of that monkey you're allied with about the princess with black eyes and black hair. Don't tell me you're that cursed princess." Casagova's face went pale, his body involuntarily backing away. "Oh, you're the Emperor's pet." The announcer's voice boomed from outside. "The match is about to resume. Please get ready." Estella turned her head and called softly, "Rochelle." Rochelle lowered her head slightly. "Yes." Mississippi Estella stared into her eyes. "You just need to perform well in the arena. Don't take these guys to heart. Also, I've changed my mind." Estella reached out to stroke her face. "I don't care if the opponents get hurt. You don't have to dodge anymore. You can strike back. Just don't get hurt yourself, okay? Mother will protect you. Run along now." The woman in Rochelle's memory. She hugged the red-haired boy tightly, her palm on the back of his head. That was salvation. It was protection, the person who showed him a new world. Estella stood in the gallery, watching her departing back. Come back with victory. Rochelle stopped in her tracks, her back straight. "From now on, you're my reason for living." She strode toward the arena, her gaze cold. "I will return with victory." Rochelle gripped the sword hilt, her knuckles turning white. "Master." The arena erupted in thunderous cheers. The announcer roared the result. "The winner is Rochelle of the Blaze family." Rochelle stood on the sand, panting heavily, her white shirt soaked with sweat. Her opponents lay scattered at her feet, completely unconscious. Estella sat in the stands, watching the red-haired youth in the field. "Well done, Rochelle." She was about to join the Imperial Guard to take revenge on Tyrant. "Am I doing the right thing?" Rochelle walked through the crowd toward the stands, stopping in front of everyone. "I have decided to serve only one master." Estella froze in place, her pupils trembling. "What?" Rochelle looked directly into her eyes, her expression resolute. "I wish to remain by your side forever as the loyal knight of the Blaze Princess." Estella was puzzled. Why? The family enemy was right before his eyes, yet he chose to give up? Tarek narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression cold. "Interesting. I'll be watching you." Tarek confronted Rochelle, their gazes clashing in the air, sparks flying. The air seemed to freeze. Estella stood aside. What on earth are these two doing? Rochelle went back to being a gardener, moving flower pots to the windowsill. The plan had completely fallen through. Estella sat at the round table, staring at the parchment stamped with failure. The duel between Tarek and Rochelle. The Great Hourglass. The theft operation was declared a failure. Estella rested her chin on one hand, her fingertips tapping the table. So this is the book Daisy took from Vituato's study? An ancient spell book? Rochelle suddenly appeared behind her, the sickle in her hand flashing with a cold light. Who is threatening the princess this time? Estella turned her head sharply, her shoulders trembling. You scared me to death. Rochelle, you're the most dangerous person here. Didn't I tell you to stop following me? Rochelle lowered her eyes, her expression lonely. I saw you were troubled and just wanted to help. Estella held her forehead and let out a sigh. Oh heavens, why did I let him be my private guard? Daisy ran out from behind the tree, waving her arms. Fairy lady, it's me. Estella looked at the girl running toward her. Daisy, you're here. Is that pink-haired fellow not around today? Daisy threw herself into her arms, wrapping her arms tightly around her neck. The fairy lady belongs to me today. Daisy stared at the heavy book on the table, her pupils dilating. Isn't this the book ISTO? I mean, borrowed for you last time? Estella flipped open the pages. Do you want to read it together? Daisy nodded vigorously. Okay. Estella's fingertips brushed over the paper. It really is written in an ancient language. Can you read it, fairy lady? Estella's lips curved up slightly. A little bit. Thanks to my reincarnation, I can actually understand all of it. A long, long time ago, ancient sorcerers lived in the west. Elves lived in the southern forests. In the north was the territory of humans. Daisy tilted her head. What are elves? Estella turned the page. Elves are very tall, with pointed ears. They were a different race from us. Daisy rested her chin on her hands. Why aren't there any sorcerers or elves now? Estella's finger stopped on an illustration. Maybe the next page will have the answer. Deep in the forest where the elves once lived, there stood an ancient temple. Hidden in the center of the temple was a passage to another world. One day, monsters poured out from the great gate. One by one, they devoured all the elves. After long suffering, the elves finally turned to humans and sorcerers for help. The scarred elves knelt on the ground, bowing their heads to the human generals clad in armor. The sorcerers gripped their staffs, watching this desperate alliance. A maid entered with a fruit platter, interrupting the reading. Your Highness. Estella looked up sharply. What is it? Lord Viduato has arrived. Daisy clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction, her eyes full of disappointment. Just when it was getting to the good part, Estella closed the book and took the girl's hand. I'll read it to you next time. Let's go home. A breeze blew across the table, and the pages flipped on their own. Sorcerers, elves, and humans joined forces to fight the monsters. The number of monsters grew rapidly, far exceeding the limits of the alliance. The ferocious beasts opened their blood-red maws, shadows looming over the land. After heavy losses, the humans retreated to the north, leaving behind a field of corpses. The elves could only plead with the sorcerers. Hands gripped the wooden staff, fingertips turning white. The forest is our mother and the origin of all things. Please help us find peace by our mother's side. The sorcerers raised their staffs, the golden stones at the tips bursting with intense light, putting the elves into an eternal sleep. Then they faced the giant beasts alone. The monsters opened their scaly, massive mouths and devoured the last resistors. The sorcerers fought to the death until they were completely torn apart. Spires stood under the blue sky, white doves flying around the bell tower. The tranquility of the court masked the ancient bloodshed. The long table was covered with a white cloth, silver utensils shimmering under the candlelight. An official bowed slightly. Your Majesty, it is reported that the southern forest is continuously expanding. Tarek speared a piece of red meat and put it in his mouth. There shouldn't be anyone near the forest. He chewed his food, his gaze sharp. Haven't funds already been allocated to relocate all residents from that area? Marquis Sage spread his hands, looking troubled. Your Majesty, not everyone can easily leave their home. Perhaps you could consider a personal inspection. Tarek put down his fork, his fingertips tapping the table with a crisp sound. I will go tomorrow. Marquis Sage bowed. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. He turned and walked down the steps, crossing the empty corridor, his footsteps echoing on the stone tiles. It's wonderful to hear that His Majesty is willing to inspect the people in the forest. Just an inspection won't be enough, will it? The official stopped and turned his head. What did you say? Marquis Sage lowered his voice. They will raise the issue of food shortages. I will suggest developing the southern forest as a countermeasure. The official's brow furrowed. But there are too many monsters in that area. Marquis Sage's lips curled into a mockery. That is precisely why I want to propose it. If we're lucky, we can fully utilize that forest. The official stopped, his eyes filled with suspicion. Don't tell me you intend to. Marquis Sage turned his face, his eyes cold. It won't be that easy to come out of there alive. The cypress trees brushed against the grass, making a rustling sound. Estella stopped her footsteps. We're here. Tarek stood by her side, watching ahead. Estella looked around. Flowers crowded around the archway. It's beautiful. Tarek looked at her sideways. Is this your first time here? Estella responded softly. Yes. I've been staying. Most of the time by your bedside, day and night. I haven't had a chance to come out at all. Tarek turned his head, his gaze cold. Are you complaining? Estella met his gaze. How can I not complain? The fountain rose and fell in the center of the courtyard, water droplets refracting the light. This is my favorite place. Tarek stopped and watched the water. So, I don't come here often. Estella looked puzzled. Why not? Tarek looked at the distant flower bushes. Because as long as I stay here, I feel relaxed. Estella blinked. Is that a bad thing? Tarek withdrew his gaze, his voice flat. Yes, I am the ruler of countless subjects in the empire. In other words, the more comfortable I am, the harder the lives of my subjects become. As a young boy, he knelt on the cold stone steps, letting the heavy crown weigh down on his head. He had never felt the love of his parents. Surviving countless trials, he eventually ascended the throne, becoming the cold and cruel tyrant in the eyes of the world. Perhaps in truth, he was an emperor who loved his subjects more than anyone else. Tarek sat on the bench, watching the fountain. So, what did you want to talk to me about? He turned his head, his voice flat. For the time being, you don't need to come to my bedchamber anymore. Estella froze in place, her pupils trembling. What? Have I been fired? Tarek stood up and adjusted his sleeves. I'm going to inspect the southern forest. The southern forest? Estella's heart tightened. Could it be that you plan to enter the interior of the forest? Tarek sat down again, his hands folded over his knees. I am strong, but I am not reckless. Estella breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I wish you a smooth journey. Please return safely. Tarek silently stared ahead, his profile cold. Estella took something from her bosom and handed it to him. And this, it's a small gift to wish you a safe journey. 2 red fruits fell into his palm. Tarek looked down at the tomatoes. Estella puffed out her chest, pride showing in her brow. These are carefully cultivated organic vegetables. Tarek pinched a fruit and held it up to the street lamp to observe. This gift certainly fits your style. He lowered his hand, his voice turning solemn. Princess, when I returned from the forest, a rustle came from the bushes. Tarek suddenly stood up, his eyes sharply scanning the back. Estella looked around. Is someone nearby? I heard a sound. She turned back to the silent emperor. Sorry, your majesty. What were you about to say? Tarek withdrew his gaze. Nothing. Estella pressed. Please tell me. Tarek stood up. I said it's nothing. Rosaria hid behind a stone pillar, her hands tightly covering her mouth, her pupils trembling violently. What's going on? Princess Estella has actually been going in and out of His Majesty's bedchamber. The white twin towers pierced the clouds, and a corridor spanned the air. Flowers bloomed outside the window. Joelle folded her hands on her knees, a smile on her lips. This is all thanks to you, Princess. Brother is now allowed to go out. Once I recover, I'll be able to move freely too. Joelle looked out the window. Brother seems to have gone out today as well. Estella took a sip of black tea. This is all thanks to His Majesty's magnanimity. After all, Tarek only locked the 2 of them up to protect them from unpredictable dangers. Joelle leaned forward, lowering her voice. His Majesty is going to the forest today, right? Estella put down her teacup, her expression calm. Yes, I heard it's a very dangerous place. Joelle leaned back at her chair, her gaze firm. His Majesty will definitely be fine. He's so strong. Don't you know that best? Estella nodded. You're right. She turned sideways to look at Joelle. By the way, Princess Joelle. Princess Joelle tilted her head slightly. Yes? Estella's expression was focused. Is there a place like a treasure vault in the palace? Princess Joelle froze, her pupils trembling. A treasure vault? She seemed to remember something suddenly, her eyes widening. There is indeed a place called Almas. Countless heavy wooden boxes were stacked, gold coins overflowing from the cracks. Jewels were scattered on the ground, shimmering with a cold luster. Estella whispered the name, Almas. Her gaze was solemn. That was where the time traveler's hourglass was located. A frame supported a transparent container, fine sand standing still within it. It was a forbidden object that could reverse cause and effect. Princess Joelle lowered her eyes. I only went there once when I was a child. Now, I no longer have the authority to enter. Estella straightened her back. Can't all members of the Aspen family enter? Princess Joelle folded her hands on her knees. Brother, and I've already given up our rights as Aspen members. Now, I'm afraid only His Majesty has the authority. She turned her face to look out the window. Unless it's the Empress. Estella's eyes widened suddenly. The Empress? How did I not consider that? The carriage wheels rolled over the gravel, making a dull vibration as it bumped along through the grass. Estella rested her chin on one hand, staring into space. Once Targ marries an Empress, her gaze became firm, her fingertip against her lower lip. I will become that person. Estella clenched her fist, her knuckles turning white. I will become the Empress's best friend. Then we'll enter Almaz together and take the time traveler's hourglass. Rochelle stood by the carriage, watching the woman with a strange expression. Did someone poison the princess? She doesn't look right. The carriage made a sharp grinding sound and came to a steady stop. Rochelle reached out her palm. Please take my hand, princess. Estella lifted her skirt, about to step down, when a sharp cry came from the distance. Princess. She turned her head sharply, her pupils contracting. This voice. Rosaria walked over quickly, her skirt fluttering among the flowers. What did you run off to so early in the morning? Memories of last night flashed in her mind. Rosaria held her hands to her heart, a flush rising on her cheeks. Her heartbeat echoed in the silence. Is this love? Rosaria was taking a walk after reading a romance novel, her heart still beating fast. Her steps suddenly stopped, her body freezing in place. Heavens! At this time, they're having a secret meeting in the dark? Targ's voice came from the terrace. From now on, you don't need to come to my bedchamber anymore. Rosaria peeked from behind a stone pillar. Why not? Do you no longer need me? Are they breaking up now? Estella's voice carried a sense of urgency. I promise, even at night, I would do very well. I definitely won't doze off, Your Majesty. Rosaria covered her mouth, her cheeks flushing. At night? I really couldn't tell. His Majesty is that type of person? He actually sees this woman every night? Wait, this woman's voice sounds familiar. Rosaria pushed aside the bushes to peer through, her pupils trembling violently. It's Princess Estella. She rushed forward and grabbed the other woman's wrist. Princess, there's somewhere I need you to accompany me. Rosaria grabbed her arm and pulled her back without explanation. Estella stumbled and looked back. Where? Rosaria's eyes flickered. Just trust me, princess. The palace stood under the blue sky, sunlight piercing through the clouds and spilling onto the intricate stone carvings of the exterior walls. Estella sat before the dressing mirror, her expression confused. Princess Rosaria? Rosaria stood behind her, pressing her hands on her shoulders, a smile on her lips. What exactly are we doing now? Don't move. Rosaria leaned down, her fingers running through the other woman's hair. Cold sweat broke out on Estella's forehead. Did I do something wrong? The one who did something wrong isn't you. It's His Majesty. I mean the fellow inside. Estella was stunned. That fellow? Rosaria straightened up and looked at the reflection in the mirror. Princess, everything is ready. The door was pushed open with a heavy thud. Maids pushed in racks filled with gowns, entering one after another. Estella stood up in shock. What is that? The maids surrounded her on both sides, tightening the corset around her waist. Hold your breath. Powder puffs were quickly patted on her cheeks, fine powder flying through the air. Estella closed her eyes and let out a light cough. Rosaria stepped aside and pointed toward the full-length mirror. Look at yourself, Estella. Estella gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Her long gown was encrusted with fine jewels that shimmered under the light. Rosaria leaned into her ear. Isn't it beautiful? It's enough to make your ex-boyfriend regret everything. Ex-boyfriend? Estella looked confused. I just look a bit more sparkly than usual. Rosaria gently smoothed the folds of the skirt. This is a brand new design that was just released. Estella turned around, preparing to leave. Since we're finished, I have to go now. Rosaria suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist, her grip firm. Wait. Rosaria's eyes widened. Don't tell me you plan on going straight home after dressing up so beautifully. Estella's shoulders slumped. I'm really tired. Rosaria crossed her arms over her chest. I understand everything, princess. The pain of a breakup is always the deepest. The only cure is to find a new love. I prepared something special just for you. Estella let out a sigh. Fine, I'll go with you. She followed helplessly behind, deciding to humoring her for a while just to get it over with as quickly as possible. A full moon hung high in the starry night sky. The entire palace was brightly lit, its reflection shimmering on the quiet water. Rosaria lifted her skirt and hurried up the steps. This is the most famous ballroom in the social scene. Tickets are very hard to come by. Estella walked into the hall with a blank expression, ignoring the gazes directed at her. I really have no interest in ballrooms and the like. The banquet hall was crowded, with golden chandeliers casting light and shadows. Estella scanned the surroundings. It certainly is grand in scale. Rosaria led her through the crowd, her high heels clicking sharply on the parquet floor. Bananaid approached with a glass of red wine, a polite smile on his face. "Thank you for coming today, Princess Rosaria." Rosaria gave a slight nod. "Thank you for the invitation. This is Princess Estella." Bananaid raised his glass in greeting, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Bananaid Blank." Estella responded politely, "I am Estella." The surrounding nobles began to whisper, their hushed discussions spreading through the air. "The Blaze Princess is actually here? The rumors are true." Rosaria leaned into her ear, her tone triumphant. "See, everyone is admiring your beauty. Can you feel everyone looking this way?" Estella's eyes twitched. "I'm afraid that's probably not the reason." Vicious whispers drifted in from all directions, slithering into her ears like snakes. "Is that the Emperor's pet? The witch who provides poison for the Imperial interrogation chambers? The demon who leaves a sea of blood wherever she goes?" The corner of Estella's mouth curled up, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "Those nicknames aren't half bad." Steady footsteps stopped behind her. "May I have the honor of dancing with this beautiful lady?" Estella turned her head, her gaze landing on the newcomer. She looked surprised, her pupils trembling slightly. "Are you asking me?" The man nodded. "Yes, the lady's standing right in front of me." Helid toyed with the lace on his chest, a smile playing on his lips. "I am Helid, the head of the Count Romeo family. This is the opportunity one gained to avenge my parents." Estella stopped in her tracks, confusion in her eyes. "Hello." Helid emphasized his name again. "Helid." Estella responded politely. "Oh, all right. Helid. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before." Sunlight shone on a magnificent manor, its stone exterior walls feeling cold. The exterior decoration here is quite good. Estella pushed open the heavy wooden doors and walked into the spacious living room. Diller sprang up from the sofa. "Miss." He bowed deeply, his face full of gratitude. "Princess, I really don't know how to thank you. It's because of your help that I obtained this building and the chance to avenge my parents." Estella smiled. "That's because you helped me first. As long as it's your request, Miss, I will do it no matter the cost." He stood up, his expression becoming serious. "By the way, not long ago, a noble appeared at the Chamber of Commerce opening ceremony asking if there were investment opportunities." Estella tilted her head. "But he didn't even know what business we were starting?" Diller rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. "That's what I thought too. That man's name is Count Helid." Estella watched the man before her. This is indeed the person Diller mentioned. What on earth is his intention in approaching me? He couldn't possibly know I'm involved with the shark trading company. So what does he want? Helid suddenly leaned in. Estella lifted her skirt and curtsied slightly. "I haven't officially introduced myself yet, have I? I am Princess Estella." Helid gasped, his body stiffening as he stared at the princess. He reached up to scratch the back of his head, looking awkward. "It seems I've invited a lady whose status far exceeds my expectations. If you refuse, I completely understand." Rosaria suddenly rushed between the two of them, pressing her hands together. "She accepts." Estella turned her head, shock in her eyes. Rosaria put an arm around her shoulder, smiling brightly. "She'll definitely accept. Hurry, the song is almost over." She pushed them both toward the center of the dance floor. "Go on, you two go have a dance." Estella stumbled forward. "Wait." The musicians drew their bows, and a melodious tune echoed through the banquet hall as several pairs of dancers began to twirl to the rhythm. Helid extended his right hand, palm up. "Princess, may I have the honor of a dance?" Estella looked at his hand with a troubled expression. "To be honest, I don't really know how to dance." Helid's fingers tightened slightly. "Don't worry. Actually, I'm a terrible dancer too." Estella chuckled, covering her mouth. "Then let's embarrass ourselves together." Helid froze for a moment, his cheeks flushing. He stared at the white glove resting in his palm. "Who cares if we dance well? Everyone is busy dancing. No one will notice us." Estella nodded in agreement. "That's true." Helid turned his face away. "I think we've gotten the hang of it." Estella gave an awkward smile. I think I step on your feet at least 10 times." The music ended, and Helid bowed. Estella lifted her skirt to return the gesture. Helid looked uneasy, pressing his palm to his chest. "Princess, if it's not too rude, would you mind if we—" He trailed off. Estella turned her head. "Of course. I happen to have some things I want to ask as well." The two walked side by side onto the balcony. Helid leaned against the stone railing. "Princess, in this vast empire, do you never feel lonely?" Estella watched him. He seemed like a man without prejudice. If he had heard those rumors, he should know she indeed had no friends. She pulled her gaze back. I have too many things to handle to worry about feeling lonely. Helid let out a soft laugh. Ha ha, it seems two busy people have come together. Estella turned her head. Does the Count have many things to be busy with as well? Helid lowered his eyes. As you can see, I am busy with the trading business. Helid gave a gentle smile. I frequently travel back and forth between regions, so I'm always busy. Estella lightly stroked the railing. But I heard that after the Empire was unified, trading profits haven't been what they used to be. A flash of admiration appeared in Helid's eyes. Not only are you beautiful, but your insight is just as sharp. That's why I've been looking for other things lately. Other investment projects. So that's why he went to the shark trading company. Estella bowed her head thoughtfully. Helid leaned close to her ear. But I'm glad I attended this banquet tonight because I met you. Princess, please be my dance partner. A group of noblemen suddenly rushed onto the balcony, their expressions fervent. I never realized before how charming you are. Please, grant me the honor of a dance. Estella froze in place. Exhaustion etched between her brows. What is this now? I really want to go home right away. Estella sat alone on a bench, rubbing her aching ankles. It's too noisy here. Balls really don't suit me. How is Tyrant doing? Is he okay in the forest? He'll definitely come back safely. After all, he's the protagonist of this story. That's how the original plot goes. Estella suddenly covered her cheeks, a blush showing through her fingers. Am I crazy? Why did I suddenly think of him? The Neferfi forest will continue to expand, and humanity will eventually have nowhere to go, heading toward extinction. If everything remains the same, Estella will die too. When I close my eyes for the last time, who will be the last person by my side? Estella fell into Tariq's arms, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Will that person be Tariq? Nothing is certain yet. There's no need to lose sleep over it. Estella sat on the bench and sighed softly. Luo walked in quickly, her brow furrowed. Miss, good heavens, what are you doing here? Estella looked up. Didn't I tell you to wait in the carriage? Luo stood before her. I was worried since you hadn't come back. You should sleep inside for a bit. You've been running around all day. You must be exhausted. Estella watched her. I'm fine, but what about you? Luo avoided her gaze and looked down. I've been sleeping too much lately. When I live in the Black Street, I could only sleep 2 hours a night. Estella froze. What? How much work did they make you do? Luo answered, I was a complete slave. We were injected with stimulants every day, so we could almost never truly sleep. Estella's pupils trembled, her expression one of shock. What? Stimulants? Estella pressed on her shoulders and firmly pushed her back onto the bench. Sit down first. Sit for a while before we go. White spires pierced the clouds, and red flags fluttered in the wind. Your Majesty, you finally returned. Tariq rode a white horse through the courtyard, with Viduado following closely behind. The horse's hooves were hurried. Seeing you in such a rush, is the situation in the forest that bad? Tariq flipped off his horse and tossed the reins to an attendant. We must convene a meeting immediately. Viduado led his horse a step behind. You've only just arrived. Would you like to rest first? Tariq's gaze was cold. No, I need to finish this as quickly as possible and then go see someone. He looked down at the red fruit in his palm, a hint of a smile appearing on his lips. We must find a solution. An elderly councilman slammed his hand on the table, the wooden surface making a loud thud. We must find a countermeasure. The councilman sat around the long wooden table. Half of the population relies on the harvest from the southern lands. If the Neferfi forest continues to expand, the empire will fall into famine. Tariq leaned back in his chair, his eyes icy. You're very worried about the people? The elderly councilman straightened his back. Of course, Your Majesty. Tariq tapped his finger on the table. Then perhaps we can start by reducing taxes. Since you are so concerned. The councilman stammered, well. Tariq turned his head. What? Just opening the grain stores in your personal granary would be enough to get through this winter. Cold sweat broke out on the councilman's forehead. But that won't solve the fundamental problem. Tariq interrupted. I called this meeting to hear solutions, but all you do is talk in circles. He let out a contemptuous TSK. The blood and sweat of the people are being wasted on fools like you. A young councilman raised his hand. What if we kill all the monsters in the forest? Tariq stared at the young man. Who's going to do that? Are you planning to volunteer to hunt monsters? The The young councilman shrank back. No, I didn't mean that. Tarek's eyes were filled with ice. Then are you suggesting I go to my death? Let the monsters eat me? The young councilman turned pale. Not at all, your majesty. Tarek pointed toward the door. Send this man to the Neferfi forest immediately, since he wants to be a hero who slays monsters. The young man slumped in his chair. I misspoke. Please forgive me, your majesty. Tarek closed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. Marquis Seiji spoke up slowly. Your majesty, the southern lands are indeed more fertile than the north, but humans can adapt to their environment, and so can food. Tarek opened his eyes and looked at Marquis Seiji. The Marquis pushed up his glasses. What if we modify the southern crops so they can grow in the north? Tarek nodded slightly. Marquis, you finally said something sensible. Tarek's expression was grave. I heard that Biegwan has a large collection of herbs and plants. A smile played on the Marquis's lips. Biegwan, the councilmen whispered among themselves. Isn't that where Estella lives? The Marquis pushed up his glasses. Why not let Estella take the lead on this? Tarek stared at the red fruit on the table. Where is Estella now? Viduado stood by the table. She's out right now. Tarek asked, is she busy with work? Viduado scratched his cheek, looking awkward. Not exactly. She's currently at a cafe with a certain count. Tarek whipped his head around. What? A smile flashed in Viduado's eyes. I think she's finally found someone she likes. I heard they shared a dance at the ball recently. That count is a top-tier bachelor. Tarek grabbed the red fruit on the table. With a surge of strength in his fingers, he crushed it. Juice splattered with a sharp cracking sound. He snorted inwardly. While someone was narrowly escaping death in a monster-infested forest, she was out dancing and drinking tea with another man. Viduado noticed something was wrong. Your Majesty? Tarek remained silent, fury radiating from him. Helid sat at the round table and asked softly, did you receive my letter yesterday? Estella picked up her teacup and took a sip. Yes, the content was quite lengthy. Helid rubbed the back of his head, looking embarrassed. Estella set down her teacup, the bottom clinking against the saucer. I have something else to discuss. I want to make you a proposal. Helid leaned forward. What is it? Rosaria sat on the sofa, leaning forward slightly. Why not consider him? Estella looked cold and remained silent. Rosaria counted on her fingers. He's very famous in the social scene, handsome, and the heir to an old merchant family. His family background is extremely solid. Estella gave a soft snort, unmoved. Rosaria's eyes lit up. And that's not all. He's more interested in work than attending parties. You won't have to worry about him cheating at all. He rarely appears in social settings. That last ball was the first time I'd seen him in person. Estella looked thoughtful. Sounds good. Rosaria clapped her hands excitedly. Oh my God, Princess, you've finally come around. I'll help you prepare for the wedding. Estella rested her chin on her hand, her gaze deep. She was thinking of something completely different. He would be a perfect business partner. Estella sat at the round table in the cafe, looking directly at the man across from her. I heard you're looking for investment projects. Helid looked surprised. How did you know? It's true, but it's hard to make large-scale investments with just my personal funds. Helid lowered his eyes. I once had my eye on a trading company and expressed interest in investing, but they rejected me without hesitation. Estella set down her teacup. Let me guess. Was the product that company launched called Lion Balm? Helid snapped his head up, looking shocked. How did you know? Estella's expression was calm. That's the most popular item among young women lately. Helid sighed. That's right. I was really disappointed at the time. Estella looked him straight in the eyes. Helid, are you willing to join forces with me? Helid's cheeks flushed and his breathing quickened. Are you serious? Am I truly worthy of taking your hand? His fingers twitched on the tablecloth, appearing restless. A tall, dark shadow loomed over the table, and a cold aura instantly filled the air. Helid didn't notice, his eyes full of expectation. Since you allow it, I would be honored to take your hand. Estella's pupils suddenly contracted as she stared at the shadow behind the man. Tarek threw back his cloak's hood, reached out, and snatched the teapot from Helid's hand, holding it high. Estella gasped. Your Majesty, no. She shouted out, baby. Estella's face instantly turned bright red. Helid froze in his seat, his teacup stopping at his lips. Baby? The patrons in the cafe all turned to look, whispering. The Blaze Princess has a lover? Is she dating some kind of rogue? Estella lifted her skirt and hurried out of the cafe, her steps frantic. Tarek followed closely with steady strides. Estella stopped under the shade of a tree, panting heavily. Your Majesty, what on earth are you doing? Tarek stopped and put his hands on his hips. I turned my back for 1 second. And you're already sticking to another man. Estella frowned. What do you mean, sticking to another man? Why are you jumping to conclusions? As for that, baby, I just slipped out. Tarek looked away and muttered under his breath. Actually, it felt pretty good. Estella froze. What? Tarek called her by name. Estella, you tell me not to jump to conclusions, but seeing you out here dancing and drinking tea with that kind of frivolous socialite, what am I supposed to think? Estella's mind was a mess. What's wrong with him today? I don't have any feelings for the Count. I'm telling the truth. This feeling was exactly like a girlfriend caught cheating, trying to explain herself. Tarek crossed his arms, his tone icy. How am I supposed to believe you? Estella stepped forward urgently. Your Majesty, I have sworn my loyalty to you. Tarek stopped and turned his head, staring at her with burning eyes. Then, are you saying you have feelings for me? Estella's face turned red instantly, and she waved her hands frantically, shaking her head. What? Yes, it's the feeling of loyalty. Estella retreated repeatedly. How could I possibly harbor such impure thoughts toward you? Absolutely not. Tarek lowered his eyes, his pupils trembling slightly. Estella continued her defense. You were destined to find an empress with doe-like eyes. And then Tarek suddenly cupped the back of her head, leaned down, and kissed her, cutting off her unfinished words. Estella's eyes widened, and her mind went blank. The breeze blew through the treetops, making the leaves rustle. Tarek pulled away, a faint, lingering smile on his lips. Stop mentioning that damn fictional empress, all right? Estella covered her lips, her heart pounding wildly. I know he wanted to shut me up, but this is too much. He just kissed me. Estella's gaze was vacant, her body swaying. Tarek reached out. Princess. Estella shook her head violently, trying to shake the confusion from her mind. Get a grip, Estella. She looked up. Her voice trembled. Your Majesty, why'd you do that? What if someone saw us? Tarek watched her. Is that important to you? Estella looked anxious. Of course it's important. If word gets out that you're acting like this with the cursed princess, your reputation will. Tarek interrupted her. Forget about that. Let's continue what we didn't finish. He reached out to cup the back of her head again, his fingers sliding into her hair as he pulled her toward him. Estella's pupils trembled. No, wait. Tarek pressed a finger to her lips. Shoo. He leaned down again, their lips meeting, their breaths mingling. Estella gripped his sleeves tightly, her knuckles turning white from the effort. Her mind was a total blank. Tarek held her waist tightly, pulling her whole body into his embrace, the kiss deepening. Your Majesty. Estella suddenly snapped to her senses. Using all her strength, she pushed against his chest. Viduado. Viduado appeared at the end of the corridor, walking quickly toward them. Estella cried out, Viduado, I have to go. She lifted her skirt and dashed toward the end of the street, her figure quickly disappearing around the corner. Viduado stopped and looked at the empty street. It seems the princess has urgent business to attend to. Tarek stood in the shadows, a cold aura radiating from him. Viduado. Viduado shuddered, cold sweat trickling down his temples. I am terribly sorry. Next time, I definitely won't let her slip out of the palace. Tarek crossed his arms and looked down at the kneeling guard captain, a hint of annoyance in his eyes. He shifted his gaze to the direction Estella had fled, his expression gradually softening. Tarek raised his hand and gently brushed his lips with his fingers, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Fine, I'll let it slide this time. A maid pushed open the wooden door and ran quickly into the courtyard. Miss Estella, an invitation has arrived from the palace. Estella stopped in her tracks. The palace? Her pupils contracted slightly. Fragments of memory suddenly exploded. Tarek holding her chin, his warm lips pressing down, her breath stolen in an instant. Estella's cheeks flushed, and steam seemed to rise from her head as she let out a sharp cough. The maid looked panicked and leaned in to check her face. Heavens, you aren't coming down with a fever, are you? Estella turned her head away and raised a hand to her lips. No, I'm fine. More importantly, what kind of invitation is it? She took the envelope, her fingers tracing the pale, pink patterns. Miss Estella, you'll definitely attend my coming-of-age ceremony, won't you? Please be sure to dress up. The signature was Rosaria. Estella stared at the letter, a hint of helplessness between her brows. She's so noisy even on paper. A coming-of-age ceremony? In that case, I'll go along with her for a bit. Sunlight spilled onto the street, reflecting off the exterior of a dress shop. Various gowns were displayed in the window. Estella pushed the door open and entered, with Luo Heli following closely behind. Please bring out your latest dresses. The shopkeeper pressed her hands together, looking delighted. You're very well informed. We just received a batch of new arrivals. The shopkeeper displayed a long pink gown. This is the latest style, called Kiss in the Rain. This color is simply, Estella's eyes twitched. Next one. The shopkeeper brought out a red dress. Then how about this gorgeous kiss? It's the treasure of our shop. Cold sweat broke out on Estella's forehead. Change it again. Why does every dress have that word in its name? That word is haunting me. Estella's cheeks were flushed as she tightly gripped her skirt. Please show me some dresses that don't have that word in their name. The shopkeeper gave an understanding smile. Oh, I see you're shy. No problem. I'll prepare some for you right away. Estella let out a long sigh as she let the shopkeeper hold up a yellow dress against her. Tyrant, why did he suddenly do that? He couldn't possibly actually like me. Every single one looks perfect on you. It's really hard to choose. Estella pulled her thoughts back, then wrapped them all up. The shopkeeper gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. Thank you so much, my lady. Luo Heli stood to the side, watching Estella with a trace of doubt in her eyes. The carriage wheels rumbled over the cobblestone road. The setting sun painted the streets orange. Luo Heli turned her head. Master, is something on your mind? Estella jumped. Not at all. Luo Heli frowned. Your face has been very red all day. Could it be a cold? Estella turned her face away and let out a series of awkward coughs. I told you it's nothing. Estella stared at the hoe at Luo Heli's waist. If you take that to Rosaria's party, she'll definitely make things difficult for you. Luo Heli looked down at the wooden handle. Today is Princess Rosaria's coming-of-age ceremony, right? Estella nodded. That's right. Since so many high-ranking nobles will be attending, we need to get rid of that hoe first. Let's go buy a decent weapon now. Luo Heli rubbed the rough wooden handle and muttered under her breath, but I quite like this one. The sound of hammers hitting anvils echoed through the twilight streets. Sparks flew inside the blacksmith shop. A large sign hung out front, advertising common swords made by a master with 40 years of experience, a true third-generation descendant. Estella walked through the crowd. Everywhere you look, there's a so-called master. Even in a novel, market competition is so brutal. She stopped in front of shop, but what I really want is, here it is. A hammer struck the anvil, and sparks flew. Get out. The blacksmith kept his back to the door, continuing to swing his hammer. Estella walked in a few steps. I'm here to buy a sword. I'm not selling. Get out. The blacksmith suddenly turned around, his white beard and hair trembling in the firelight, his eyes fierce. What a strange old man. Estella puffed out her chest. I have plenty of money. The blacksmith set down his hammer. You nobles always say that. I don't sell to people like you. What a bad-tempered fellow. Luo Heli stepped forward and drew the heavy sword from her waist. The blade sliced through the air with a clear ring. The blacksmith froze, his pupils suddenly contracting. How'd you do that? Luo Heli held the sword with one hand, the tip pointing toward the ground. Show some respect when speaking to my master. The blacksmith stared at the pitch-black heavy sword, his breathing becoming hurried. I'm amazed you can hold it so easily. Isn't that sword heavy? Luo Heli hefted the heavy sword. It does have some weight, but it's not bad. Cold sweat broke out on the blacksmith's forehead. That's a sword forged from crystal gold. It's harder than steel. Until now, no one has been able to lift it so easily. Estella chuckled, a hint of pride in her eyes. I'm glad you finally noticed her talent. The blacksmith cleared his throat, his expression wavering. If it's for that woman to use, I might consider selling to you. Estella stepped forward. Then do you have a smaller dagger? The blacksmith swung his hammer violently, sparks flying between them. Not selling to you. Estella retorted indignantly. I need to protect myself too. The blacksmith snorted and continued to strike the glowing iron block. With a guard who can handle that sword, you don't need a weapon at all. Estella looked around the shop, her gaze scanning the defective items on the display racks. According to the original story, Garaz is a hidden forging master. Among the swords he owns, there's a true relic hidden away. That is my goal. Estella turned toward the door. Luo Heli, go ahead and pay. Luo Heli bowed slightly. As you command, master. Estella lingered in the room, her fingers tracing the old wooden shelves. It must be around here somewhere. She stopped and stared at the collection on the shelf. Just as the original story said, his craftsmanship is simply incredible. Estella turned her gaze. It fell upon a rough cloth bundle resting quietly on a wooden table in the corner. She reached out, her fingertips gently untying the wrapped bundle. This is it, Estella whispered, a light flashing in the depths of her eyes. Gripping the bundle tightly, the dagger revealed its true form. The blade reflected a cold luster. This was clearly no ordinary weapon. This must be the relic. Estella held her breath. As her fingertips touched the hilt, she said, "Let me see." The moment her palm closed around it, purple lightning suddenly erupted, crawling frantically up her arm. Luo Heli rushed into the room, her expression panicked. "Master, are you all right?" Estella gripped the dagger and let out a soft chuckle. "I just happened to find it while looking around. This dagger is quite good." A hammer fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. The blacksmith's face was ashen. "This is a disaster," he muttered, stepping forward quickly to block Luo Heli. "You have touched something you were never meant to touch." Luo Heli frowned and turned to the blacksmith. "What are you talking about?" The dagger vibrated in Estella's hand, bursting with purple light as the blade hummed incessantly. The blacksmith took a deep breath, his eyes filled with terror. "Prepare yourself," he said, looking at Luo Heli with a trembling voice. "I am sorry, but your master has already been marked by death." Estella froze on the spot. Purple light swirled around her arm as her pupils contracted slightly.